In the fall of 1987, local news channel WSB-TV2 of Atlanta, Georgia, was attempting to fill a scheduling gap in their Sunday morning lineup. After a few solicitations by local business owners, they decided to allow the young Reverend Marley Sachs to take the available hour block to do a religiously themed show. It premiered October 18th with little promotion. The show was standard religious fare and consisted of the Reverend sitting in a simple chair reading passages from the Bible to the camera and discussing their interpretation and significance to our modern day-to-day life. The show received a reasonable number of viewers and continued to be shown into early December. It was then that the studio began to receive extremely strange complaints from viewers of Words of Light with Reverend Marley Sachs. The calls were from women, and women only, who vaguely referred to uncomfortable feelings they had at very specific intervals during the program. They described feelings of nausea, back pain, dizziness, and blurred vision. These callers, for no discernible reason, were convinced that it was the viewing of this program that was causing these symptoms. It was later determined, after 3 weeks of complaints, that these feelings were happening at roughly 12-minute intervals during the course of the program. The small studio staff checked all recording equipment, both audio and video, and found nothing faulty. When the Reverend was made aware of these incidences, he merely shrugged and stated cryptically that some can't handle the voice of God. The head of the studio, at a loss to explain the cause of these complaints, decided to continue running the program. By February, viewership had dropped sharply, and it was decided to pull the plug on the show. The studio head figured it would be more prudent to spend as much time as possible on the news story that had the other 2 local news networks abuzz: the miscarriage epidemic. Starting sometime in November, the number of healthy pregnant women miscarrying in the Atlanta metropolitan area had reached over 300. The CDC could find no discernible cause for this terrifying occurrence. The Reverend took the show's cancellation with what could only be described as abject indifference. When informed, he made no protest, merely nodded, almost knowingly. He left the studio after the last episode was filmed without so much as a word and dropped off the face of the earth. No one ever heard from him again, not his former congregation or any member of the church. The studio moved on, filling the slot with an infomercial, and continued to concentrate on the miscarriage story. A year and a half later, an intern at the WSB studios discovered the tapes of the Words of Light and began going through them in an attempt to find stock footage for an upcoming piece the station was doing on the impact religion had on the city. The Atlanta incident, as the miscarriage epidemic became known in medical journals, petered out 3 months after the studio cancelled Reverend Sachs's show and had already begun to fade from the public consciousness. As the intern went through the tapes, he accidentally made a disturbing discovery about the footage. While attempting to stop one recording at 10 minutes and 45 seconds, he mistakenly jammed the fast-forward button down. While the footage whizzed by, he attempted to pry up the button with a screwdriver. Just as he succeeded, the tape stopped at 32 minutes and 1 second. The intern actually fell out of his chair when he looked up at what was frozen on the screen. The image of a badly decomposed severed head filling up the entire frame. After he collected himself, he moved the film back a few times, then forward, and realized that his mind was not playing tricks on him. He began to go through the rest of the recording and soon discovered that at exactly 12-minute intervals, the image would appear for one frame. Thinking it was some practical joke being played on the new guy, he presented it to one of the film technicians, ready to be mocked. The technician was just as puzzled as him. No one had touched the footage since the cancellation of the show. After the studio had closed for the night, the intern convinced the tech to help him go through all the tapes of The Words of Light. They discovered that every single episode had this same horrifying anomaly. They also realized that as the show progressed, the image became more disgusting as maggots began to eat away at the loose flesh, and pieces of hair and skin seemed to have fallen off exponentially. The tech made it clear to the intern that what they were seeing was technically impossible, since the film itself showed absolutely no signs of splicing. And he himself had been at every filming of the show, and he knew of no time when this image could have been inserted into the frame. All of this was presented to the studio head, who, fearing some kind of backlash over allowing this to get on the air, ordered all of the tapes to be destroyed. He told the intern and the tech that he had no interest in knowing who did it at this point, only that covering their collective asses is all that's important now. He demanded that they mention this to no one. The tech easily moved on, remembering the incident as a darkly funny personal anecdote, but the intern wouldn't let it go. He made copies of as many tapes as he could before they were wiped and took them to see if he could find anything else in them that might point to who did this or why they would. A week later, he attempted to rope the tech into helping him again, saying that he believed he had discovered something even more disturbing than the images themselves. When the single frames were edited together in chronological order, the head's mouth appeared to be moving as if trying to form words. The tech, fearing for his job, told him to get rid of the copies and not to talk about it again. A week later, police responded to a 911 call made by an elderly woman in one of the Atlanta suburbs at dusk. She had heard horrible noises coming from her next-door neighbor's house, where a young couple lived. She told the emergency responder that the wife was pregnant and that she was terrified that something had happened. When the officers arrived on the scene 20 minutes later, they found no lights in the windows and the front door ajar. They moved in slowly and made their way into the living room. Inside, they found a young woman dead, with her abdomen slashed open. The wound was jagged and a trail of blood led from the body to the couch on the far end of the room. There sat her husband, the studio intern, naked, the corpse of his unborn child at his feet, dying. In his hand, he held the rusty piece of metal siding he had used to gut his pregnant wife. The television was on and playing an 18-second loop of silent footage of a decomposing head mouthing some unintelligible words. The story at the police precinct to this day goes that the intern kept saying under his breath over and over again as they led him away, "The light of God calls them." Do you live in Atlanta, my dears? And do any of you remember this broadcast? If you're watching this on YouTube, leave me a comment below and remember to like this video as well. If you're listening on the podcast, reach out to me on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on both Facebook and Twitter. A big thank you to all my dark family on Patreon. Your support means the world to me and really does help keep this channel and podcast going. If you have yet to join my dark family and would like to, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. As little as $1 a month really does go a long way, my dears. That's all I have for you this evening. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. We have two tales of horror from the NoSleep subreddit this evening. The first one is by author Call Me Brooklyn. So let's delve right in, shall we? Come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. My new apartment used to be a Santeria chapel. Before I moved in, an older woman lived here and was known in my Dominican neighborhood of Brooklyn as a healer and a spiritual guide. The man who lived downstairs told me that people would come to see her every day, bringing birds, chickens, mice, or lizards with them. My neighbor told me he even saw a goat once. The woman would use the animals in her practices. I stupidly asked my neighbor what he meant when he said that. He drew his finger across his neck and just said, "Rough stuff went on in there, man." When I saw the apartment, the woman's stuff was still there. It was quietly furnished with lots of floral prints, the kind of kitschy stuff you remember from your grandmother's house. There were pictures of the Virgin Mary everywhere. And behind a curtain in the living room, there was a small room which held the remains of her altar. It was covered in pictures of Jesus, photos of the woman's family, but also crude drawings of a man in black with black eyes and too many fingers on each hand. All of the stuff, the landlord assured me, would be out once the previous tenant's family came to retrieve it. He also mentioned that the apartment would be carefully cleaned and inspected before anyone else could move in. The woman, I learned later, had been hospitalized by her family after suffering a nervous breakdown. My neighbor told me later that she would climb the stairs over and over again, whispering in Spanish that a demon was inside her brain. She lived in the apartment so long that it was technically hers by New York law. The family hadn't wanted it and had reverted title back to my current landlord for some sum of money. He was eager to get it off the market. I told him I couldn't afford an expensive place. He said I could name my price. I did, and after surprisingly little haggling, he agreed. The apartment's past didn't bother me. In fact, I was amused by it. It would be cool to tell guests that the couch they were sitting on was the spot where a witch had summoned the forces of darkness for her unknown purposes. You know, as an icebreaker. The apartment was centrally located, not far from a cool, hip part of the city. I found myself going out a lot, meeting people in the neighborhood, and getting sufficiently wasted. And since I didn't have to go far, it only took a month to get used to the stumbling home routine. One thing I've always done as a way of keeping myself awake and grounded, even when drunk, is by counting everything. It got to the point that I could predict the number of times I could tap the handrail on a train between local subway stops. I could snap my fingers a precise amount of times before the crosswalk signal at my intersection changed. I would always count out loud the 41 steps it took to get from the front door to my apartment door. And home felt like home. I never felt creeped out in there. No spirits or demons bothered me. The only person who ever felt unnerved by the place was my friend Jen, who said that sitting on my couch felt like sitting in a cold, drafty room. When she came over, she stuck to the kitchen. And then, a week or so ago, I was drunk and was coming up the stairs when something immediately didn't feel right. I was struck by panic, something primal that seized at my heart and made it beat faster. Because I was drunk, I was disoriented right away what was wrong. The place was well lit. The door behind me had locked. I looked around to see if someone was above, behind, or below me, but there was nobody there. I resumed walking up the stairs, counting out loud, when I realized that my counting was off somehow. These didn't feel like the right numbers for these steps, and it turned out I was right. When I got to my door, I'd counted 42 steps, not 41. Somehow, I'd added a step in there. I'm not sure why it bothered me so much, but it did. It did so much, in fact, that I went back downstairs to the front door and did it again. I counted every step all the way up to my apartment, sobering up in the process. When I got to my door, I got the same thing again. 42 steps. I shrugged and went to bed. The next day, after I'd gotten over my hangover, I tried it again. And I got 42 again. I didn't understand. I must have missed a step all those other times. Something about the way I was going up the stairs now had rediscovered it. I even had Jen come over and count the steps. She also came up with 42. She laughed at how perplexed and bothered I was by the whole thing. She made spooky noises and said the demon in my apartment was trying to fuck with me and drive me crazy, like the old lady. I told her that if it was haunted, they were going to have to pull out the big guns to get me out of a 2-bedroom apartment in New York City for less than $1,000 a month. Still, the discrepancy continued to weigh on my mind. I found myself counting everything, even when I wasn't drunk. How many seconds it took to ride the elevator at work, the time my different co-workers took for their lunch, the average amount of people on my train car coming home from work, and of course, the steps up to my apartment. I'd never been OCD before, but I found myself paying attention to everything, unable to distinguish between what was important and what was mundane. When something out of the ordinary happened, it jolted me, but not as much as the extra step in my staircase. Over a few days, though, it began to bother me less. I realized that Jen was right. I was overreacting. I probably wasn't the keenest of observers while 3 sheets to the wind, so I should forget it. And I would have until tonight. Because I just came up the stairs to my apartment, and as I reached my door, I was chilled to the bone because I didn't get 42 steps this time. I got 44. And before we dive into our second tale of this evening, I did want to say that we do have a lucky, or perhaps an unlucky winner for my Haunted Dolly giveaway for the past 2 weeks. The name of the lucky winner will be pinned in the comment section below, and I'm also going to be reaching out to you directly. For the rest of you, if you want your chance at taking home one of my hand-painted Haunted Dollies, another one is up for grabs as well, for 2 weeks starting today. Details of how to participate will be in the episode description below if you want to put yourself in that draw. And now on to our second tale of the evening. This one is by author Custer Wolf. I'm 230 pounds, down from 280 during my years as a starting lineman at Penn State. 6'4" when I slouch, and used to getting what I want from people. It's been an adjustment, accepting just how weak that Kaylee, all 66 pounds of her, can make me feel. I know that I'm not supposed to give my 10-year-old daughter anything and everything she wants, but when she gets moody, sulky, or irrational, and I know that I am the cause, well, I just don't feel all that strong anymore. She's used to getting what she wants from me. I guess the apple doesn't fall very far, huh? Anyway, that's how I ended up on a cruise to Mexico. Kaylee loves reading about history and other cultures. That shit comes from her mom, without a doubt. Reading was something that I only ever did out of necessity, but she tore through books about Aztec, Olmec, and Mayan cultures faster than I could figure out how to pronounce the titles. She researched the cruise herself and even made a fucking spreadsheet about prices and excursions. She asked to take a family trip. I said no, and we booked it shortly after that. I'm used to feeling strong. Nothing made me feel weaker than the times when Kaylee was hurting. The night terrors when she was 5 left no memory with her, but I'll admit that I cried when I didn't know what to do when she woke up screaming. When she fell out of a tree at age 8, I started the precedent of buying her anything she wanted. That began her reptile phase. I bought more toy lizards and dinosaurs than I knew existed. By the time she was 9, I was actually skipping prime Sunday NFL time to watch ballet recitals. I know that the best parent isn't an indulgent one, but it's hard to be confident on the day that you realize that your child is more intelligent than you. Remember, the ship's guide announced to the group, this stretch of beach is a nature preserve. No one lives here, no one takes anything from here. She shifted her sunglasses and looked away from the small tour group and down the ramp to the dock. I scanned her body when her face was turned. Not bad overall, at least an 8. And before you judge me for looking, I'll have you know that my wife is a 10 in my eyes, and she's the only person besides Kaylee who makes me uncomfortably weak. I'd do anything for my family. There's a Mayan saying about this area. The heart of the land belongs to us all because we come from the earth. We take nothing from the earth without giving something back. It's a beautiful beach, folks, so please take nothing but photos. My name is Sarah, if you have any questions. She flashed a sweet but manufactured smile and led the group down the ramp and onto the shore. Look, Daddy, it's a heart. Kaylee squinted in the bright daylight despite her little pink sunglasses and handed me a warm piece of obsidian. Can I have it? I took it from her and stared at the rock. It was indeed heart-shaped, 4 inches long and rather out of place on this rocky beach. Everything else was smooth and tanned. I sighed. No, Kaylee, the nice lady said we can't take anything from the beach, I explained firmly. I know. Can I take it? We took it. Morning, sweetness, I said, tussling her hair as I passed by her sleeping frame, empty coffee mug in hand. She mumbled in response. I loved getting up early. Kaylee hated it. My heart secretly ached when I thought about just how much more of my wife was in Kaylee than I. She sat up in bed, her hair a wasp's nest of chaos. I'm sorry about the bees, she offered, eyes still mostly closed. What's that now? I asked, pouring myself a cup of coffee. Her eyes didn't move. When I found the giant bees, I wanted to look at them because I didn't know that they could be so big. You told me to get away because it wasn't safe. Then I laughed and you yelled at me. I'm sorry I laughed. They all yelled at me. She blinked and looked around blearily. Well, maybe it was a dream. I looked at her with mild concern. Heavy sleeper that she was, Kaylee rarely talked about remembering any of her dreams. Even the night terrors didn't leave an impact on her, and she never had any recollection of them the following morning. Come on, sweet thing, I responded, trying to push it from my mind. Let's get out of bed. We're set to go scuba diving today. I tried, and failed, to ignore the memory of the buzzing sound that had awoken me the night before. I couldn't ignore what happened the next night. Kaylee had been reading some books about the native species of southwestern Mexico. Those books had led to internet searches about different animals. Her curious mind never satisfied. Did you know that some bats have tongues that are longer than their bodies? And that the kraken was probably based on a real giant squid? Dad? I smiled, and I asked her what we might see on land tomorrow. She dove back into her book, fell asleep within minutes, and I chose to leave her undisturbed. That's when she started screaming. Do you have any idea just how much noise a 10-year-old girl can make? The answer is no, unless you've heard one rip the night with a soul-chilling shriek. She had been asleep on the fold-out couch when she sat up, still asleep, and opened her mouth. I was sure the other passengers would report an attempted homicide. I was able to hold her trembling frame and rock her back and forth until the screaming stopped. Then she fell back over, still out cold, and I left to take a walk. I was only crying a little. It was well after midnight and most people were back in their bunks. My wandering took me to a remote passage near the stern of the ship. The lighting was dim with weak lamps spaced at 15-foot intervals and darkness in the gaps between. In retrospect, I think that it was near the crew's quarters, but my aimless wandering had no apparent destination. I nearly shit myself when a man emerged from the shadows. Sorry, the man shot at me, clearly rattled himself. Sorry, I thought I heard a kid screaming, so I ran out here. Did you see anything? He emerged into the fuller illumination of a hallway lamp. He was just a kid, really, one of the employees of the boat. I guess I really had wandered off the beaten path. What could I say? That a screaming kid is exactly what had sent me over here? No, sorry. I'm just outstretching my legs. The kid didn't seem to relax. Okay, sir. Why don't you head back to your bunk? I've been hearing a lot of... Here he cut himself off and looked into the air like he had sensed something odd. I was about to ask him what it was when the sound came. Do you have any idea what a hiss mixed with a growl sounds like? Neither did I, but here it was, creepy, eerie, and extremely discomforting. It was followed by an odor so overpowering that it nearly knocked me to the floor. It smelled of fish and decay. That's when the spider's leg emerged from the shadows on my right and slammed onto the floor. I was far too shocked to react at first. It was 8 feet tall and had crashed into the metal walkway right next to the kid. He froze, completely pale. Then the other leg landed right next to him. The hissing growl followed, horrifyingly vibrating the floor. And I saw that they were not legs at all. They were wings. What had seemed like giant spider legs were actually the claws of an enormous bat. Shimmering green scales hung down from the appendages like jewels. What I was seeing was completely impossible. It made no sense at all. So I turned to run. But to my left, in the darkness on the far side of the weak lamp, I saw the tentacles. Long, green, filled with suction cups tipped in a triangular appendage, at least a dozen of them. The owner of the tendrils remained in the darkness. We were trapped. And then it got worse. At first I thought it was a snake crawling across the floor to my right, arriving to complete the impossible, unholy trinity of coils from the darkness. Then I realized it was a tongue. It slithered across the ground, 1/2 foot wide and 5 foot long. It left a trail of thick, gooey saliva in its wake. It turned and rose up in the air like a snake being charmed, and lovingly tapped the kid's neck. Ghostly white, he stared wide-eyed at me. The only part of his body that he was willing to budge was his lips. He mouthed a silent, "Help me," before the tongue spun around him like a vortex, pinning his arms to his side and sliding its thick, slimy tip into his mouth. The kid slammed to the floor and the tongue dragged him into the darkness with a sick, screeching sound. He never broke eye contact with me as he slid into obscurity. Soon, all that was left of him was a dropped name tag, oozing with thick saliva, the word Corey just visible in the dim lamplight. Only when I started to breathe and move freely once more did I even realize that I had been frozen in place. I looked to the left and saw the green tentacles slide away as well. 2 thoughts bombarded me at the same time. Get back to the room and make sure your family is safe collided with, if you leave him now, Corey will certainly die. What would you have done? Answer that before you judge me. Because I turned to the left and sprinted towards my family's room. I know that he was someone else's kid, but his father wasn't there. Kaylee's father was. My fears grew with each step as I raced back to room 3191. I was almost certain that I could see the tip of a tentacle whip around every corner just ahead of me. It was as though the thing was taunting me and doing a damn good job of it. I heard the door creak shut as I sprinted around the final corridor to our room. No. I reached my hands out, sweating and shaking, and grabbed the handle. It opened easily. But what I saw was not so easy to understand. Kaylee was still asleep on the bed, the light shining dimly just above her. 4 tendrils slithered across the floor, then rose up into a space above her head. But instead of reaching out and grabbing my daughter, they were being sucked into oblivion, disappearing impossibly into thin air. The tentacles whipped back and forth at a faster and faster rate as they got shorter, in the same way that the end of a piece of spaghetti vibrates electrically before the tip is finally sucked up. In a sudden moment, the tips were all pulled in and disappeared as Kaylee opened her eyes and sat up. She stared at me sleepily. "Dad, I had a really bad dream." That was last night. This morning we woke up to the ship buzzing with rumors. One of the employees seems to have disappeared. Nothing has been confirmed for certain. But I don't need confirmation. My daughter accidentally killed someone and I intentionally let it happen. Nothing can change what just happened, nothing. But for now, I'm trapped on a ship in the middle of the Caribbean, and I'm terrified about what's going to happen next. Thank you for joining me, my dears. As usual, before we go, I want to thank my wonderful dark family on Patreon. Your support is always overwhelming, so I want to thank you for being loyal and supportive throughout these years. It is very, very appreciative. Laura Harp 66, Oliver Dace, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Aitchinser, and Tay the Fluth. And of course to every single one of you who watch, comment, and share my videos, thank you so much. That is all the time we have this evening, my dears. Until next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have a tale from the Creepypasta wiki, which is actually part of a series. Some of you may have already heard the tale $1.wave. Well, this tale is part of the series that is from. Now, if you haven't heard $1.wave, leave me a comment in the section below if you're listening to YouTube, and perhaps I may read it on this channel myself. For now, though, my dears, let's get on with the tale at hand. So, come now, lean in closer, and we'll begin. My name is Henry Goodman. Yes, I am related to John Goodman, the blogger that had a rather unpleasant experience with a file called $1.wave. I am his brother. I am the father of 3 kids. I have a wife whose name is Jenny Goodman, and I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm here to tell you about a rather disturbing experience I had involving a used camcorder I got off eBay. It's strange. Both me and John's problems happened when we bought something off eBay. Anywho, on with my story. So, me and my family were planning a vacation and wanted to capture our trip on tape, as well as take some photos. Unfortunately, our video camera was broken, so we would either have to get a new one or just take photos instead. I went on eBay to see if anyone was selling a camcorder. Well, long story short, I found one, bid on it, and won. A few days later, I received a small package which had the camcorder in it. I opened up the box and took it out. It was the typical camcorder with the little small screen on it and such. I had some blank Sony camcorder tapes, so I opened up the camcorder to put one in. To my surprise, however, there was already a tape inside. I assumed it was one that the previous owner forgot to take out. It was a used camcorder after all. I hoped nothing important was on it, otherwise they'd be pretty upset about losing it. I took the tape out and looked at it. There was a piece of yellow masking tape stuck on the front, labeled with black Sharpie, 2006. Just 2006 and nothing else. I decided to play the tape, just to see what was on it. I put it back inside the camcorder and hooked it up to my TV. I rewound the tape, but it was already at the beginning. So I did the usual crap to play a tape from a camcorder to the TV. The tape started with 10 seconds of a blank blue screen. Then it cut to someone filming a school playground on a cloudy day. Kids ran around and played, but whoever was filming seemed to just be interested in one of them. A little girl, probably about 5 years old, with pale skin, brown hair, brown eyes, wearing a yellow coat. Whoever was filming was following her and watching her play. Sometimes the person filming would talk to the girl, and it was a man's voice. He called the girl Alice. I assumed the person filming was the girl's father, and that it must have been some recording of her last day of school or something. If it was, it must have been important to him. I felt bad for him losing something this precious, but I had little time to ponder it, because suddenly a very loud drone buzzing sound burst from the speakers, scaring the living crap out of me. The scenery had changed. It was now nighttime, and the school was deserted except for the girl. All the while, that ear-piercing buzz continued to sound from the TV speakers. I plugged my ears. The girl was turned away from the camera, so I couldn't see her face. She just stood there, motionless. Then, she turned to face the camera. And what I saw, well, I didn't see that one coming. The girl's eyeballs were gone. Just dark, empty sockets where they should have been. There wasn't blood or anything. The eyeballs were literally just gone. Her mouth was drooling some kind of disgusting green slime, and her nose was missing. Not like it was cut off, but simply not there. Only plain skin where it should have been. Think of Patrick from SpongeBob. You get the idea. The scene then burst into static. The buzzing noise stopped, but you could hear the sound of knives slicing against flesh and blood-curdling screams. Then the scene returned, and the girl was hung by a swing in a swing set, with several nasty wounds across her body and a bloody knife laying on the ground below her. Her eyeballs were still gone, and her mouth still dripped the weird green slime, and she still had no nose. The tape was silent. No loud buzzing or anything, just silence as the girl dangled around. My heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst, scared out of my mind because of the sudden buzzing sound and, to a lesser degree, the disturbing footage that accompanied it. I sprinted over to the TV and shut it off. I ejected the tape from the camcorder, shut it off, and unhooked it from the TV. I took a hammer and smashed the tape to tiny pieces. Breathing heavily, still not sure what the heck had just happened, I sat back down on the couch. I just stayed there for a while, staring at the blank TV screen. After I had finally calmed down, Jenny came home from the grocery store. I helped her bring in the groceries. I didn't tell her about the tape because she'd think I was going insane. The dream I had that night was not pleasant. I was in a dark hallway. My throat, it felt like someone was repeatedly flicking my Adam's apple. That loud buzzing from the tape played non-stop. It wasn't coming from any direction. It was just there in my ears, as if I was wearing headphones and the sound was playing in them. I was scared out of my mind. I wanted desperately to get out, to go home, to be in the comfort of my bed. I tried crying for help, but no matter how hard I did, no sound would come out. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. Not having a bucket or toilet nearby, I puked on the floor. But instead of puke, I hurled up a small Sony videotape with masking tape on the front labeled 2006 in black Sharpie. Then, the tape morphed into a girl. No, not just any girl. It was the girl in the tape. Her eyeballs were gone, her mouth oozed green slime, and she had no nose. She slowly walked down the hallway, and for some reason, I followed. All the while, that awful buzzing noise kept playing. She led me down the hallway, and I realized where I was: an elementary school. Kids' drawings and other art lined the walls. Posters saying, "Vote Josh for school president," were everywhere. You get the idea. She led me out an open door and into the playground. It was the very same playground from the tape. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have another tale from the Creepypasta wiki by author So Pretentious. It is about a vice. Should we call it a vice? A pleasure, a luxury, a necessity that a lot of us, including myself, have. But as they say, moderation is everything. Let's dive into the tale now, shall we? Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. Have you ever noticed that when you lay on your stomach with your head facing the ceiling, the visions that dance around your head all night become more vivid? You might wake up in the middle of the night with an uneasy feeling from the hallucinations you were just experiencing. You stuff your face into the pillow, only to find your subconscious movements turned you right back to the same position as before. On one of these nights in particular, you recall waking up without the slightest idea where you were. Usually, when you slumber in this position, you enter a world of wondrous splendor. When you rise in the morning, you choose to fall right back to sleep, extending the trance you have discovered simply by shifting position. This was not one of those nights. Although you fell asleep face up, you awakened with less orientation than dream-induced euphoria. It was a little frightening, but quickly your thoughts and memory rush back to you, and soon enough you return to rest. That was yesterday, though. Nothing in this world is certain for very long. Who's to say that tomorrow you don't wake up with even more confusion? Slowly losing yourself every day, waking up less aware of who you are. Suddenly, it all makes sense, and you feel a dash of pride for exposing the truth. The problem is not sleeping a certain way, waking up with this newfound senselessness, or even going to sleep right after waking. The issue is sleep itself. You've always been a problem solver, and the solution here is self-evident. After all, you've exercised insomnia before. for days on end, eventually losing track if it had been 3 days or a week that you had not been dormant. The trick, you've learned, is to eat more food. It's not as maniacal as it sounds. Just when you feel your eyelids pulling themselves down, or you start colliding with the bump strips on the side of the road, all you need is calories. It's a kind of balance, sort of like how if you eat enough oxygen-rich food, you don't need to breathe. Most people in non-third world countries have become lazy. Honest, their bodies have acclimated to a high level of calories and sleep every day. In time, with enough practice, if you double the amount of food intake, you will notice how easy it becomes to stay up. Back to my earlier point, you figured out that this is how you'll avoid the demons in your dreams. It was a logical decision at the time. What you didn't account for was the actions of other people. See, it was on that exact day your roommates held a conference in which they did not invite you. Had you been present, obviously you would have had the right to speak and your opinion would have been heard, possibly even considered. But I'm getting off track here. In this delegation, without your approval or privy, they had decided a sort of ranking system for the household, in which you occupied the bottom rung. Whenever and wherever conceivable, your accommodation was not to be accounted for. The days and weeks that ensued were nothing short of total madness. It started with little things, like moving your toothbrush since there was one bathroom in the house. Before long, your every movement discerned whether you would be stepping in shit or bathed in it. It's still nothing like battling those hallucinations of your respite period. On that front, you've done extremely well. It has now been 4 days and only 32,000 calories down. You don't feel tired at all. It's almost uplifting and energetic, and even without the use of caffeine pills until very soon in the future. When you get back from the bank a few days later, your roomie had literally booby-trapped your door. As you pull the handles to your chambers, a bucket of oozing fluid piled all over every square inch of your body. That's where the caffeine pills come in, because, of course, the scale must be tipped in the other direction. It's only the parameters of our destiny to fulfill justice no matter what. You know that the only way to do that was to enhance your concentration. Caffeine is just a tool for the job. On the way to the bathroom, you remember to peddle as little gratification to your bedmate as possible, and you wash up and proceed to the store. Reading the box on the way home, it reads, "Do not take more than directed. Consult your physician if you experience any of these symptoms." Blah, 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 so on and so forth. Here we go. Do not take more than 8 pills in 24 hours. The case holds 24 pills, so you throw a few in the hatch just upon arriving at the front door, knowing full well these suckers start up instantly. It's odd, though. The bouncy feeling you've had lately is still around. Being completely objective with yourself, as you're walking by your roommate pretending not to notice his barely subtle, arrogant stance, and still remaining entirely objective, you observe something amiss with the pills. There's no jolt or punch, just the same wakefulness you've been accustomed to. Startlingly, you begin to feel a heaviness in your chest. Now remembering the cause, a feel of dread covers over you. You had not eaten at the store. First thing is first, a couple more pills for alertness required to advance through the kitchen safely, and then prepare for the necessary action about to be taken in total vengeance against the man occupying the other room. You down the pills, eat a burrito, some chips, a pizza, and grab a drink. that was all it took. The resulting level of focus felt just about right. Pacing the area in front of the entryway to the enemy room for a minute, you examined the shadow of a prick. Swinging the door open wildly to catch your opponent off guard, just then you realize you didn't make a plan for revenge. Fuming in the doorway briefly was enough to instigate the blaze. You swarm your attacker within 800 milliseconds. Okay, where did this knife come from? The next thing you know, you've arisen victorious over the foe. Shreds of torn skin and random glands or membranes or tissue and whatever else lay strewn around the room. That was probably premature. Was the last thing that ran through your mind. Now, if you enjoy caffeine as much as the protagonist in this story did, and I will admit, as much as I do myself, I would love to hear from you. So, if you're listening to this on YouTube, leave me a comment below. Now, if you are one of those strange creatures that has sworn off any sort of stimulants, be it caffeine or alcohol or anything in between, I'd love to hear from you too. I want to know what your secret is to getting through the day without it. And I am also genuinely curious, is life any better or worse? Before I go, my lovelies, as usual, I want to thank my family on Patreon. You guys give me continuous support and I am ever grateful for it. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Laura Setapenry, Kira Powell, Leslie Robinson, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Einchinser, Taylor Fluth, Bill Thornsley, and if you too would like to become a part of my family, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. If you have a tale that you'd like considered for this podcast and channel, be it your own or just a recommendation, let me know at lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com or alternatively, find me on the socials. I am simply Lady McCreepsta on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Unfortunately, my lovelies, that is all the time we have this evening. So till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. This weekend marks the halfway point to Halloween. So happy halfway to Halloween to you, my dears. In celebration, we have, as usual, another creepy tale from Creepypasta Wiki. Before we delve right in, I do want to take another moment to thank all my Patreons. If you too would like to join my dark family on Patreon and support this channel, go to patreon.com/LadyMcCreepsta, where as little as $1 a month really does go a long way into helping keeping this channel and podcast alive. Now, on with today's tale. So come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. Constance would not tell anyone who the father was. Not when her mother cried, nor when her father yelled. Not even when her older sister, Emily, sat on her bed and held her in her arms, rocking her gently. Constance was 4 months pregnant when she told her family and was already beginning to show. Emily was furious at herself for not picking up on the signs earlier. The baggy clothes Constance was preferring over her usual tailored look, her out-of-control appetite, her strange secretiveness. It all seemed so obvious now. Still, how could anyone have expected to guess this? This was Constance, after all. Constance, the meekly obedient. Constance, the prim and proper. Constance, the chronically shy. She was supposed to be the good daughter. And then, of course, there was that other thing. "But I thought you didn't even like boys," Emily pressed. Constance wrinkled her nose in distaste. "I don't," she replied empathetically. "But I wouldn't exactly call them a boy," she added with a sly smile. Emily jerked away in shock. "What?" she cried. Constance lifted her hand up to her mouth to stifle a giggle. "How old is this guy?" Emily asked, unable to keep the stern edge out of her voice. I don't know," Constance confessed, and her smile, suddenly fading, began to wring her hands. "Pretty old, I think." "You think?" Constance shrugged. "Connie, who? No!" Constance yelled so suddenly and so loud that Emily gave a startled jump. Constance reached out and clasped Emily's hands tightly in her own. "Emily," she pleaded, "don't ask me that, please. I swore I'd never tell." Emily snatched her hands away. She could feel anger rising in her throat like bile. "Connie, if you're protecting some creep..." Constance laughed. Emily didn't see what was so funny. "It's not like that," she insisted when her fit of giggles subsided. "It's more like..." She paused and stared off somewhere into the middle distance over Emily's shoulder. "It's like... Have you ever had a secret that you didn't want to tell anyone because it would make it less special, less yours?" Emily nodded slowly, although she wasn't at all sure that she had. Wasn't the fun part of having a secret and telling it to somebody? "And I don't want to share it with anybody." "Not even me?" Emily wheedled, but Constance just continued to stare at nothing, a soft smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The last few months leading up to Constance's confinement were tense, to say the least. Constance's condition could not be kept a secret for long, and in the way of small towns, once one person found out, the news spread like a virus, persistent and insidious. Rumors abounded about the identity of the father, and it seemed that no male with any link to Constance was exempt from having gleefully accusatory fingers pointed in his direction. Her schoolmates, her teachers, and even her doctor. One particularly malicious gossip suggested that the reason Constance would not talk about the father was that it was her own father. When Emily heard this rumor, she tracked it back to its source, a pimply little boy in year 8, and delivered one devastating punch to his blemished features, earning herself a week's suspension and the boy a bloodied nose and a split lip. Things were even more strained at home. Dinners had become a silent affair, with neither of her parents so much as glancing up from their plates to look at Constance. Emily had to grit her teeth in rage that the familial bond that linked parents and daughters could have proven to be so weak. What surprised Emily more than anything, though, was how unfazed Constance seemed to be by all of this. Where every whispered slur or raised eyebrow caused Emily to bristle, Constance breezed through her days with her head held high, as though completely oblivious to the shame that her family felt, that people expected her to feel. Amidst all the murk and mire and casual cruelty, Constance glowed. Emily had never loved her sister more. When the child arrived and Emily was finally allowed in to visit, she was dumbstruck. There was Constance, sweaty and tired-eyed, but beaming, and in her arms, a tiny wrinkled form. Constance's son, James. Constance informed her without looking up. The fact that her little sister, her own Connie, had created this tiny person as though from nothing filled Emily with quiet awe. When Constance finally tore her love-struck gaze from her tiny new baby and looked up, Emily saw that her sister's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt a lump rise in her own throat. The sisters' eyes locked, and they were both overcome with a joy so bright and intense that it seemed like it would last forever. It did not. Failure to thrive was the term the pediatrician used, and what it amounted to was that. Despite apparently feeding normally, James was not putting on any weight. In fact, over the next 12 weeks, James dropped down to almost 200 grams below his birth weight. They ran all kinds of tests. Emily accompanied her sister and nephew to what seemed like an endless cycle of doctors' offices and waiting rooms and consulting suites, where sympathetic people with stethoscopes about their necks spoke in hushed tones of things like caloric retention and metabolic demand. All Constance ever seemed to be able to say in response was, "Oh." As days passed, all Emily could do was watch as her sister grew paler and more anxious. As James lost weight, Constance too seemed to diminish. She became absent-minded and vague, forgetting tasks part way through and often trailing off mid-sentence. She drew in on herself until she had little more substance than her own shadow. Emily wanted to help Constance, but it was like she could no longer reach her. With every day, Constance sank deeper and deeper into some dark pit, and however hard she tried, Emily just couldn't follow her. All the tests came back negative, and with every result, Emily saw relief, fighting with anxiety in her sister's drawn face. So James didn't have cystic fibrosis, or diabetes, or hypothyroidism. But what was wrong with him? Emily was not sure what had woken her up. She lay there for some time in the early morning chill, staring blankly at the ceiling while a sense of dread slowly crept up on her, starting as a feeling of discomfort in her belly and culminating in a dull thudding in her breast. It was then that she noticed the sickly yellow light seeping in under her bedroom door. She rolled over to face the glow and noticed, as she did, that her alarm clock displayed 2:15 a.m. Too late for her parents and too early for Constance, surely. Reluctantly, Emily dragged her sleep-heavy body out of bed and shuffled towards her bedroom door. When she opened it, she saw that the source of light was not one of the other bedrooms, but rather the kitchen across the hallway. Grumbling to herself, Emily made her shambling progress towards the kitchen, where she found the fridge door wide open and humming slightly. Still groggy, she vaguely noticed that the fridge's contents were in a greater state of array than usual before closing the door and making her way back to her bedroom. Halfway down the hallway, Emily halted as she heard a noise coming from Constance's room. A soft susurration. She recognized her sister's voice, but the pitch was too low for her to make out the words. Emily began to move again, but something in the tone of the voice emanating from the darkness of Constance's room stayed her. A wielding note, edged with quiet urgency, and brought back that creeping dread that first dragged her from her slumber. "Connie?" Emily asked anxiously as she opened the door. When she heard no response, just a continuation of Constance's hushed whispers, Emily flicked on the light. Constance was bent over James's crib, and it took several moments before she straightened up and, blinking at the light, turned to face her sister. Emily stifled her own cry of surprise when she saw Constance's face. The young girl's eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, and dark rings hung below them. It was not this that took Emily aback, however, but the expression in those strained eyes. A startled, trapped look, almost feral in its intensity, flickered across Constance's eyes, rendering the familiar features alien to Emily. It was Constance who broke the silence. "He won't eat," she said to Emily, her tone desperate. "I don't know what he eats." Emily's eyes darted down, and she saw that her sister was clutching something tightly in her right hand, a lumpy mass that dripped on the rug. So incongruous was the sight that Emily did not immediately register what it was: a raw steak. Emily stared in mute shock while her mind reeled. What was Constance doing with that meat? What was she thinking? Emily swallowed a lump in her throat and began, slowly, with soothing noises, to advance on Constance. "Shh, Connie," she crooned gently. "Shh." Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today we have a tale from Creepypasta Wiki entitled Charlotte's Tale by author SFP Witchy Witch. Before we begin, though, as usual, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my beautiful ghouls on Patreon for your support. My dark family members such as Danny White, Nicholas Coriz, Dawn Fritzwater, Cyanide Jack, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, Karen Parrott, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Hunter Daly, Laura Setapenry, Bill Thornsley, and everybody else who's listed in the description below. Your support and contribution is what helps keep this channel going, and I am eternally grateful. If you too would like to become a member of my dark family, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. For now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. What is it about being scared of something yet being powerfully drawn to it? I don't know why I agreed to follow those horrible sounds that day. I wish now that we had never gone down to the beach. We had been lying on lawn chairs in the backyard of the little cottage our family kept on the coast when Charlotte turned to me and said she could hear screaming coming from the beach. It was one of those rare afternoons when the sun came out from behind the clouds and fog. Of course you hear screaming. It's always something with you, some drama. I am sure that it is just the wind or something, I said to her. I put my copy of The Turn of the Screw down and tilted my head towards the water. I could hear nothing but the tide. There were low clouds coming in from the west, and the wind did pick up a bit. Goosebumps crawled across my legs. She scowled at me. Charlotte hated me. She hated me since the day I was born. She told me that. She said there was something wrong with me, that I was an evil little creature. The story in our family goes that she stopped speaking on the day I was born. She was 3, and she would not speak a word for 2 years. When we asked her why she wouldn't talk, she said that it was to punish our parents for having another child. Her brown eyes narrowed when she spoke to me. Listen, there it is again. It's like a wailing. I hated her too. I had been trying to kill her all my life. When we were very little, I pushed her out of our neighbor Franny's treehouse. She only broke her arm. She told our parents that I had pushed her, but I told them it was an accident. Since Franny hadn't been looking, they gave me the benefit of the doubt. As we grew older, I mostly tried to poison her. I learned about lead poisoning in school and stabbed her with a pencil. I got in some trouble with my parents for that. I tried to be more imaginative. I put bleach in her juice for a month straight. Just a little at a time. She started to get really sick and no one could figure out why. Then I got scared of being caught, so I stopped. A year or so later, I got into poisonous plants. Ricinus communis, Abrus precatorius, Datura stromonium, Nerium Olandia, Digitalis purpurea. She got sick then too. She would spend long hours in the bathroom with her nausea, then fall into her bed listless. Our parents started to worry that she had some kind of medical condition. They started taking her to see doctors and changing her diet. No one could figure out why she was always so sick. I think that she began to suspect that I had something to do with her condition, and she wouldn't let me make her cups of tea or fetch her glasses of milk. "Come on, Connie, let's go down there and check it out," she said, jumping up from her chair and walking to the edge of the yard where the land dropped off 200 feet to the craggy shore below. I thought, how easy it would be to gently push her off. Her legs were tan in her cut-off shorts and her blonde hair hung down to the middle of her back. She was 15 and people said that she was the pretty one. I don't know which one that made me. People never said. I was on the short side and I kept my brown hair cropped short. I preferred to stay inside and read, but she was an athlete. And you could see the muscles in her legs from all the running she had been doing for lacrosse all summer. We had arrived late the night before. Every summer we would spend a couple of weeks at the coast. When the temperatures soared inland, our parents sought a respite from the heat. It was a maddening time for me. I couldn't stand being stuck so far away from the world with only Charlotte for company. It was a really old place that my mother had inherited from her great aunt. She liked to call it rustic. It was really just a step away from camping. There was no electricity, but there was a generator that my dad filled with gas that we brought in from town. And there was an outhouse surrounded by blue hollyhocks down a trail from the cottage. As usual, it had been cold and foggy that night when we arrived from the city. I remembered from previous years how the fog seemed to roll in at the same time every afternoon. It was like clockwork, and the night that we first arrived, the drive had taken longer than we expected because visibility was so low. The fog blanketed the dirt road in for the last few miles, so that Dad had to practically crawl along. We finally pulled up to the place, and when Dad turned off the car, we were enveloped in darkness. We made our way into the cottage where we were overcome by the smell of rot and mildew. Even though it was July, we made a fire in the old stove after my father got the generator going. We ate peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as we pulled out our sleeping bags. We all fell asleep quickly. Every year, when we returned, we would have to clean the dust and mouse droppings from every surface. Some years, animals broke into the cottage while it sat empty. Raccoons, sometimes even bears, looted any food supplies we tried to leave over for our next visit. The place would be a mess, especially in the kitchen or what passed as the kitchen. It was just some bare wood shelves and grungy cabinets. We used a cooler for a fridge and a camp stove for cooking. All morning we were supposed to be cleaning while our parents went into town for supplies. I was thinking about how I had heard that consuming mouse droppings was supposed to make you really sick when the sun started to cut through the clouds. That's when we decided to take a break and pull out the old lawn lounge chairs. I thought about last year, about how every morning Charlotte would walk by herself. How she would pick up little bones of seabirds and fish that washed up on the craggy rocks and were strewn across what passed for our beach, little tiny spines of fish picked clean by the gulls and washed white by the salty water. Sometimes she'd run home excited by a small bird skull or little white fish vertebrae that looked like butterflies. She would bring the little butterflies and skulls up to the porch and put them on the railing, and I would knock them off into the dirt. Sometimes I would step on them and break them into tiny little pieces. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I told her. And then I heard it. A scream. I was sure that I heard a scream. I looked at Charlotte and she looked at me. We shared a moment and our eyes locked for the first time, not in hatred, but in fear. "Fine, let's go," I said. I grabbed a hoodie and we were off down the narrow trail that led to the rocky outcropping that we called the beach. Gravel spilled down the path as my tennis shoes struggled to grip the ground. We ran along the yellow gumweed-lined trail. We rounded the corner, winded, and stopped dead in our tracks. There were two boys sitting on the rocks by the water. They were smoking cigarettes and held bottles of beer in their hands. I remember thinking, who still smokes cigarettes? They looked like they were Charlotte's age, or maybe a little older. I thought there was something off about them, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. Maybe it was just the fact that they were there before us on our little deserted beach. Maybe it was that they seemed to have just materialized in this place. They looked like many of the boys at our school. They had on white t-shirts and khaki-colored pants. One was tall and had dark hair and blue eyes. The other was shorter, with a lighter complexion and blonde hair that hung shaggy around his ears. The tide was coming up and I could feel the spray on my face as the waves hit the black rocks. The wind blew and the fog rolled in, and I thought that I could hear something, but it no longer sounded like screams. It sounded like music playing. It sounded like a faraway party with laughter and voices and music. "What are you doing down here?" Charlotte asked them. "Hey there, want a beer?" the blonde boy asked me, holding out a brown bottle. "No, I don't want any of your beer. How did you get down here?" I asked them again. At 12, I still wasn't really into boys. I had few friends at school, and they weren't the type to swoon over boys like Charlotte and her friends did. I naturally distrusted these two. "We're ghosts. Come and sit by us," the taller, darker of the boys said to us. His friend laughed. "Bullshit." I practically spat at him. The only access to this beach was the trail that started in the backyard to our little cottage. We had been sitting in the lawn chairs for over an hour and hadn't seen anyone pass. And then something strange happened. Charlotte walked slowly to the boy with his hand outstretched and took the beer from him. Charlotte never drank alcohol. She abhorred alcohol and the kind of kids that partook in that sort of thing. She took the beer, which was already opened, and took a long swallow. Then she walked up real close to the boy and looked him in the eye in a way that I would have called sexy if it wasn't Charlotte, and said, "What's your name?" So I took a beer from the other boy. He smiled at me and something warmed inside of me. I drank the beer. Then I drank another. I wasn't used to drinking beer. My head started to buzz in a way that wasn't unpleasant. The whole time Charlotte sat close to the boy with the steely blue eyes and the black hair, and they whispered to each other. I wondered what they could be saying to each other. It's hard to tell how much time passed with us like that, Charlotte wrapped in hushed conversation with that strange boy. Then she got up and started towards the water. And I watched her walk into the ocean. I was confused and I called to her, "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? The water is freezing!" The world started to spin and I thought about all the times that I had wanted her dead. I thought of the times that I had tried to kill her, and I didn't want her to go. My head was heavy from beer, but I tried to call for her again. I felt like I was in a dream and I couldn't scream. I don't know if my words formed or if she couldn't hear me. She just kept walking. It was cold out now and dark. Her legs were in the water, her shoes would be wet. Her hair hung down to the middle of her back. And now I was yelling her name, yelling for her to stop, to come back to me. A monstrous wave crashed onto the shore and she was gone. Everyone was gone. Charlotte and the boys. It was just me sitting alone on the beach. I was so cold. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you have just stumbled upon my realm, be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit that bell icon as well if you're watching this on YouTube. This will help you be notified of new uploads. To those of you who would like to follow me on social media, search LadyMCreepsta on Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram. If you have enjoyed this tale, my dears, and are watching this on YouTube, hit that like button and leave me a comment below. For everyone else, reach out to me on social media. Till next time, my dears, sweet dreams. Good evening, my dears, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Has the Maps application on your phone ever taken you to a wrong destination? In today's tale, from the Creepypasta wiki by author PacersNation16, we find that our protagonist experiences exactly that. Now, a warning, my dears, this tale does have some graphic imagery of animal mutilation, so if you're a little queasy about that, perhaps seek out some of the other tales in my realm. For the rest of you, it is time, my dears. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. It was rather late at night, and I was returning home from a party. As exhausted as I was, I somehow stumbled to my car, navigating my way through a dark route. Once there, I popped my phone into the charger and set the map for home. I would say it was around 1 to 2 a.m. at this time, and I was ready to pass out, but I trekked on into the night. Listening as Siri told me, I got onto the highway that normally takes me home and prepared myself for the half-an-hour voyage. It was odd. As I merged onto the expressway, there was an absence of cars, and this wasn't some abeyance of traffic either. After driving for 15 minutes, I didn't witness another vehicle. I guessed this could have been just a coincidence and kept on following the route home. Thoughts from the hectic night began racing through my head, and, admittedly, I wasn't entirely sober enough to be behind the wheel. Regardless, I was aware of what was happening enough to recapture the night. I was catching up with old college friends, and we spent our time reliving the events we relished so much together at our university. It was refreshing. It felt like being a student all over again. Unfortunately, my tangent of anecdotes was interjected by that robotic emanating voice from my phone. In 1 mile, take exit 21 to merge onto Murphy Boulevard. As always, I was a bit annoyed by Siri's constant reminders, but I knew it was for the best, as she was my only guide home. After taking the exit, I began scanning the radio for songs. Particularly, I was looking for the best of the 90s to accentuate the get-together with my buds. I wasn't getting too many stations on the receiver and continued to fiddle with it. Some hazy, fuzzy clamor seemed to almost spill from the speakers. It wasn't the standard sound produced by a non-existent channel, but rather it was the sound of rustling leaves and the frequent break of a twig. Trying to eliminate the irritating cacophony, I continued to tweak the dial. Pulling harder on the knob, it popped off and fell onto the passenger side of the car. I reached over to grab it and once again was interrupted. Turned left onto Simon Road. Out of instinct, I slammed my foot on the brake. With the position I was in, my body rocketed forward as the car briskly came to a halt. In the process, my head jeered into the glove compartment, and I was left with a severe migraine. "God damn it," I said to myself as I rubbed my face and sluggishly shifted my body back into my seat. My eyes darted left and right. They examined each mirror, but once again, no one was on the road. In my 20 or so minutes on the road, I hadn't witnessed one other person. This was truly peculiar, I thought. Despite the oddity, I let my hands fall back on the wheel and pressed onto the accelerator. Just a couple more minutes, I thought. I made a sharp left turn and headed down the road back home. Once driving down this road at a slower speed, I felt more comfortable. It would have only been a few miles till I was home, and my headache was beginning to subside. Siri began to dictate once again, but my focus refused to acknowledge her as a lifeless blob on the side of the road distracted me. As my car rolled closer to it, I noticed the object attempting to inch its way off the street, yet in some sort of struggle. I couldn't discern much of what was happening, so I turned on my brights. I felt as though a new realm, previously invisible, had just been revealed. With clear vision, this puzzling creature became fully visible. I first noticed a trail of dark, almost colorless blood smeared across the street. This streak originated from a location beyond my area of visibility. However, it had a distinct endpoint. The painter of this river of red was a dog, or maybe I should say half a dog, for that matter. The poor pup was dragging what remained of its torso along the pavement, stretching out its two front paws and desperately grasping for new ground with each reach. Its exposed ribs barely managed to retain its intestines, which were strung out several feet behind the animal, yet still attached and being carried along in its battle for life. Hushed whimpers escaped the dog's vocals as it continued to meander across the landscape. Initially, I sat in my stopped car thinking this was the most grotesque roadkill I'd ever come across. However, at a second glance, I noted the tracks it had created with its own remains and outpouring of plasma. I also analyzed the creature and could see deep scratches that exposed its fat and clearly torn muscles that appeared ripped rather than mushed. This was no result of a tire. This dog had met its fate from a predator, and something else was out there in the woods that had devoured it as prey. As the dog nearly found its footing on the other end of the asphalt, a ringing began blaring from my radio. I figured I must have left it on full volume on some blank station. As much pity that I felt for that dog, it was late and I needed to return home. About a minute after leaving the gruesome scene, Siri was imminent on giving directions. She stated over and over again for miles, "Make a U-turn." I ignored her. As usual, Apple Maps was giving me false directions. I wouldn't be able to disregard her for long. The roads I was sure I was familiar with. Good evening, my dears. Welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have another tale by the truly talented and possibly demented mind of Jay Deshane. Be forewarned though, my dears, this tale is probably not safe to listen to at work, nor is it suitable for your younger demon offspring. With that said now, for the rest of you demented souls, it's time. So come now, my dear. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. How did you meet her? The woman asked. I smiled as I recalled the story. It all started off so normally. I put an ad in one of those online dating sites. I knew exactly what I wanted. I just had to figure out how to word it. I finally went with cute little blonde seeks BBW, that's big beautiful woman, for companionship and maybe more. And then I think I added a winky face, or something like that. It's hard to remember the exact wording with all that's happened since. And so it was Joan who responded? Yes, indeed. I still remember the first time I saw her. She was really big and beautiful, and she reminded me so much of my mother. Her hair and eyes were the same color as Mom's. She even smelled like her. I knew she was the one I'd been hoping for. Then what happened? She asked, leaning across the table where we sat. Well, I continued, I admit it was weird at first. I'd never been on a date with a woman before. I didn't know what to do or how to act. Was I supposed to be the boy, or was she? I had no idea. I just knew I needed her to trust me. It was the most important thing in the world to me. What did you do together? Well, we started by going out to eat, of course. I realize now that I was kind of stupid because I had the bright idea for us to walk to the restaurant. Joan was game but had to stop and rest a few times. I didn't think to account for her size. I guess a 500-pound frame can't travel as easily as a smaller one. But like I said, she was perfect, and I really wanted her to like me, so I didn't mind at all. When we finally got there, I made sure I ordered whatever she wanted. My treat, of course. It was a date after all, I suppose. So you met up and you ate. Then what? Well, we talked a lot over dinner and really got to know each other. We had so much in common. In fact, it turned out that we had both lost our mothers at around the same time. What a coincidence, I remember thinking. Could this be any more perfect? I was so happy to have found her. What happened after dinner? She asked. I could tell she was waiting for me to get to the meat of my story. Her eagerness amused me. We were supposed to see a movie, I continued. But when we left the restaurant, Joan turned to me, and I'll never forget what she said. She said, "You know, I really like you. Like, really, really like you. And I'm wondering if we might go somewhere more private?" Well, I could hardly contain myself. I mean, of course I was nervous, but I was so happy the evening was going so well. So I got us a ride to my apartment, which honestly I should have done for the restaurant, but I wasn't thinking before, you see. But anyway, we get to my apartment and I take Joan to the bedroom. This is the part you were waiting for, isn't it? You want all the details, don't you? "Are there details for you to give me, Sandy?" she asked me. "There so are," I exclaimed. We go into the bedroom and immediately Joan sits down and starts taking off her clothes. I start doing the same thing. Of course, I was a little faster, so once I was done, I just started helping Joan with whatever else she still had on. And so there we were, naked as the day we were born. I told Joan to lie back, and she did. And there it was. Oh my God, I'm shaking just thinking of it now. It was what I'd waited for so long to see. I put my finger inside it. It was warm, wet, and soft. It was perfect, everything I'd dreamed of. And I knew Joan was happy, so I kept going. I used both hands and tried to stretch it open as far as I could. I frowned and bowed my head. It was never quite enough. I wish it had been. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get my head to fit. And if my head wouldn't fit, I knew the rest of me wouldn't. What was Joan doing this whole time? I sighed, remembering the unpleasant parts of the evening. Well, she was uncomfortable. She kept yelling for me to stop, but I wouldn't. I couldn't. I had to keep trying to get in there. I knew it was where I needed to be, the only place that would make me feel safe, happy. But finally, I guess she had enough. She pushed me off and got up and started grabbing her clothes. I begged for her not to leave, but she called me so many horrible names. Again, just like my mother. It only made me more certain than ever that Joan was the one I needed. I kept begging her to stay, but she pushed me aside and headed for the door. I couldn't let her leave, not after all I'd gone through to make this happen. I had no choice but to grab the knife from under my mattress. "And you stabbed her?" I could tell by her expression that I had her full attention now, if I didn't before. "Yes," I said. The shame rose up within me, spilling out as a sudden flood of tears. I stabbed her in the back. I had to. I needed her. I needed her to stay. She leaned back in her chair. "So tell me what happened after you stabbed Joan." I took a deep breath and continued. "She fell backwards, thank God," I said. "If she had fallen onto her stomach, I know I would have been screwed. I wouldn't have been able to roll her over. Not a woman of that size. Not by myself, anyway. But there she was, on her back, looking like the blessing she was. I knew by then that I couldn't fit, in there, so I decided to try another way. I took the knife in my hand and I sliced through her belly. There was a lot to cut through, but I was determined, and so I made it eventually. This is going to sound so stupid, but when I opened her up, I realized that I hadn't quite accounted for all the organs that would be in there. Ridiculous, right? I mean, intellectually, I knew the human body was filled with stuff. I don't know, maybe I was just too focused on my goal, with it being so close and all. Anyway, I continued, naturally I had to make some room for myself. That's what all that mess was. I've never been a very tidy person. Another thing my mother hated about me, so on the floor it all went. At last, though, she was empty, and so I tried again. My tears flowed freely as the memory of that horrible moment returned. I could fit more of myself inside her, I said, but there still wasn't enough room. I sighed. I really thought she'd be big enough. I really thought I'd be able to just crawl inside her and pull her skin all around me like a blanket. A sob fought its way out of my throat. I was still too big. There still wasn't enough room for me. It was like my mother rejecting me all over again. The tears blurred my view of the officer sitting across from me, but I still managed to read the look of shock on her bloodless face. Though she remained seated, I watched as she leaned away from me, as far as her chair's back would allow. In my pitiful state, this only meant one thing. Rejected again, I thought. I buried my face in my arms and wept as I heard her gather the crime scene photos and shuffle out of the room. Jay Deshane never fails to shock and thrill us, don't you think? If you enjoyed this tale, check out my playlist of all her stories I have narrated. A link to them is in the episode description. If you've just stumbled upon my realm, welcome, my dear. Feel free to have a peek around, and before you leave, remember to hit that subscribe button as well as that bell icon if you're watching on YouTube. That's all I have for you this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have a tale by friend and author Jay Deshane. Be warned though, my dears, this tale does depict child abuse and sexual violence. If these are triggers for you, do skip this one and have a listen to some of the others in my vault. For the rest of you though, it's time. So come now. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. My uncle used to take me fishing. At least, that's what he would tell my mother. And the first few times he wasn't even lying. We'd actually roll up to a quiet little pond somewhere off the beaten path. Always off the beaten path. He put a rod in my hands and watched me struggle with it for a bit before coming up behind me and gently guiding my arms. "There you go," he said in his easy drawl. "That's the way to do it." Many times he would guide my form. As our fishing trips went on, his hands gradually found their way from my arms to other places. Before long, there weren't even ponds. Only secluded areas in the middle of the woods, miles away from any road or campsite. In these places, we'd make a day of it. I didn't like it, but I knew my options. "I'll tell your mama you wanted it," he said. I believed him. I didn't stop to realize that this would incriminate him too. All I could see was my own shame and the surest way to make it worse. Once, on a cold, grey afternoon at the beginning of fall, he took me deeper into the woods than usual. The chill in the air didn't faze him. "It'll be invigorating," he said, "the breeze against our skin. Besides, we'll keep each other warm." He chuckled lowly and brushed a rough knuckle against my chin. My heart sank. Twigs and pebbles scraped against my bare back as our fishing trip began in earnest. I broke away from a sloppy, beer-soaked kiss for a bit of air, but what filled my lungs wasn't much better. Mingling with the yeast and hops was an odor of a different kind, half vegetation, half meat, all decomposition. Something had probably died nearby, I reasoned. My uncle didn't seem to notice or care. If I hadn't turned my head to the left at that moment, I might not have seen it. Two eyes, small, black, and squinted, peered out from the brush. For a moment, I just stared at them, unblinking, unsure of what I was seeing. All was still. What the hell am I looking at? I wondered. A trick of the light? No. A moment later it moved and its full face came into view. It was dark and covered completely in horse hair except for the flesh of its nose, mouth, and around its eyes. These had a shiny, black, leathery skin. My breath left me as I realized all too clearly that this, whatever it was not human. Instinct took over. "Uncle! Uncle!" I shouted, tapping his shoulder with a free hand. He turned his attention away from the flesh of my neck. "What the fuck are you hollering at?" he demanded. I pushed him off me and pointed to the brush. "Over there!" I shouted, but it was too late. The thing had disappeared. The only evidence it had been there was a gentle shake of leaves as they slotted back into place. "What?" he asked. "What in the hell are you pointing at?" Good question, I realized. What in actual hell was I pointing at? "Some kind of animal," I stuttered. "You dumb bitch," my uncle savagely replied. "There ain't no animal over there." He turned sharply to face me. "Are you fucking with me?" My fear over what I had seen was gone in an instant, replaced with something sharper and more immediate. "No, I just..." "You just what?" he spat. "You thought you could get out of it? You thought you could put one over on me?" The back of his hand smashed against my jaw. My head hit the ground. The stars in my eyes barely had time to fade before he grabbed my face and forced me to look at him. His cheeks flamed and his eyes bulged with rage. "This is what happens when you fuck with me," he said. The next few moments are a blur. I hope they stay that way. Later, as I pulled my sweater back down over my scratched back, I tried to ignore the throbbing in my cheek. "What are you going to tell your mother?" I heard him ask through lips that clamped on a cigarette. I paused. Tell my mother? What did he want me to say? Nothing, I guessed. "About your face, genius," he snapped. She's gonna notice. I hesitated, keeping my eyes trained on his. I'll say I fell. I waited to see if this was right or wrong. A smile crept over his lips. I was flooded with relief. Good girl, he said. That night, I sat at my bedroom mirror, trying not to feel. It was a losing battle. The reflection in the glass seemed broken to me, disgusting. The longer I looked, the more tears threatened to flow. It was time to call in the reinforcements. I reached down and opened a drawer. The gleam of the razor met me, and I nearly began to salivate at the thought of the numb relief that was so close at hand. Turning my attention back to the mirror, I raised my arm to examine its underside, revealing the tiny scabbed lines I'd left there so recently. 1 or 2 for each fishing trip. I frowned. There was so little room left, but I was sure I would find a spot. I always did. The blade had just barely made contact with my flesh when I heard a sound. What was it? Rustling? Shifting? I turned swiftly towards its source, my bedroom window. Instinct overpowered judgment, and I raced to look out. Nothing. All I could see was the darkness of the night. And then it hit me. That smell that was somewhere between cabbage and corpse. The same one I noticed before. It was there on the wind, hanging all around me. The memory of those black eyes came flooding back. My breath came out in heavy pants. My muscles locked in terror. My eyes darted around in the darkness, looking for any sign of movement or the glint of moonlight of any shape that shouldn't be there. There was nothing. It was several minutes before I could move again. I looked down at the razor, still clutched in my hand. The urge had passed, so back into the drawer it went. After that, there was nothing left to do but to turn out the lights, climb under the covers, and pass out until morning. The next weekend, my uncle came calling again, and I braced myself for another fishing trip. It was another cold, grey day. This comforted me. It seemed to promise that winter was on its way, and maybe the colder months would put a stop to our outings. I could hope, at least. We landed at a secluded spot at the base of a cliff. "This is the place," my uncle said. "It's nice, quiet. No one around to bug us." I shivered. Whether it was from the cold or the sentiment, I couldn't tell. Then the words came up from somewhere within me. I didn't know where it came from. I hadn't planned to say them, but they were out before I knew it. "I don't want to." My uncle abruptly stopped undoing the buttons on his shirt. He narrowed his eyes at me. "What did he say?" I swallowed. No turning back now. "I said I don't want to." Twigs snapped under his feet as he inched towards me. His voice was low and even. "What do you mean you don't want to?" Instinctively, I moved backwards. "I don't like this," I said as my body began to shake. "It's wrong." My uncle closed the gap between us so quickly I lost the air from my lungs. He seized my wrist and thrust my back sharply against the rock face. I could feel his sandpaper skin scrape against mine. His sour breath assaulted my nostrils. "And just when did I ever ask for your opinion?" he asked. "Stop it," I begged meekly. "You're hurting me." He laughed. "You have no idea how much you're gonna hurt." As he pressed his lips violently to mine, there was a change in the air. I don't know which I noticed first. It could have been that rotting smell or the pounding of feet along the forest floor as they headed straight for us. Before I could react, my uncle was ripped away from me, and there it was, the creature I had seen before. It couldn't have been less than 8 feet tall and covered in hair from head to toe. Even so, I could see the rippling muscle that bulged beneath its fur. It grunted ferociously as it gripped my uncle's neck and hoisted him into the air. For all the blurry moments I spent in those woods, I will never forget what happened next. The creature slammed my uncle to the ground with a bestial roar. My uncle screamed and flailed, looking more like a rag doll than a man. Wasting no time, the creature pounced on him. I watched, frozen, as it took my uncle's head in its hands. With one quick and deliberate jerk, it was all over. A loud crack echoed off the rocks. A family of birds bolted from a tree. My uncle fell limp. Silence fell over the scene. For a moment, neither of us moved. The beast was the first to act, rising slowly from the ground where its handiwork lay. It slowly turned to face me, and my body tensed to throbbing. All the while, that putrid smell hung in the air. This was it, I thought. This was how it would all end. Moments passed. Nothing happened. The creature did nothing but stare. Feeling my muscles start to loosen, I let myself take in and process what I was seeing. The creature's eyes seemed soft. It was almost as if it were asking me something, begging. I looked again at my uncle lying still in the shadow cast by the cliffside. There was no sign of life. My uncle's reign of terror had come to an end. Meeting the creature's gaze once more, the strangest thought occurred to me. Did it look sorry? Worried? I don't know what made me do it, but I took a deep breath and spoke to it. I'll say he fell. At this, the creature's shoulders relaxed. Apparently needing nothing more, it turned and lumbered back the way it came. Just before Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today we have a Creepypasta tale by author Scarjo. Now this is a tale that is an oldie, but definitely a goodie. I myself heard this by another narrator a while ago, and it's just one of those stories that sticks with you. Let me know if you've heard this one before. Come now, my darlings. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. Have you ever forgotten your phone? When did you realize you'd forgotten it? I'm guessing you didn't just smack your forehead and exclaim, "Damn," apropos of nothing. The realization probably didn't dawn on you spontaneously. More likely, you reached for your phone, pawing open your pocket or handbag, and were momentarily confused by it not being there. Then you did a mental restep of the morning's events. Shit. In my case, my phone's alarm woke me up as normal, but the battery was lower than I expected. It was a new phone, and it had this annoying habit of leaving applications running that drained its power overnight. So I put it on to charge while I showered instead of into my bag like normal. It was a momentary slip from the routine, but that was all it took. Once in the shower, my brain got back to the routine it follows every morning, and that was it. Forgotten. This wasn't just me being clumsy, as I later researched. It's a recognized behavioral function. Your brain doesn't just work on one level, it works on many. Like when you're walking somewhere, you think about your destination and avoiding hazards, but you don't need to think about keeping your legs moving properly. If you did, the entire world would turn into one massive, hilarious QWOP cosplay. I wasn't thinking about regulating my breathing. I was thinking about whether or not I should grab coffee on the drive to work. I did. I wasn't thinking about moving my breakfast through my intestines. I was wondering if I'd finish on time to pick up my daughter Emily from nursery or get stuck with another late fee. This is the thing. There's a level of your brain that quietly deals with routine so that the rest of it can think about other things. Think about it. Think about your last commute. What do you actually remember? Little, if anything, probably. Most common journeys blur together, and recalling anyone in particular is scientifically proven to be difficult. Do something often enough and it becomes routine. Keep doing it and it stops being processed by the thinking bit of the brain, getting relegated to another part dedicated to dealing with it. Your brain keeps doing it without you thinking about it. Soon, you think about your route to work as much as you do keeping your legs moving when you walk. As in, not at all. Most people call it autopilot, but there's a danger there. If you have a break in your routine, your ability to remember and account for the break is only as good as your ability to stop your brain going into routine mode. My ability to remember my phone being on the counter was only as reliable as my ability to stop my brain entering morning routine mode, which would dictate that my phone is actually in my bag. But I didn't stop my brain entering routine mode. I got in the shower as normal. Routine started. Exception forgotten. Autopilot engaged. My brain was back in the routine. I showered, I shaved. The radio forecast amazing weather. I gave Emily her breakfast and loaded her into the car. She was so adorable that morning. She complained about the bad sun blinding her, saying it stopped her having a little sleep on the way to nursery, and left. That was a routine. It didn't matter that my phone was on the counter, charging silently. My brain was in the routine. And in said routine, my phone was in my bag. This is why I forgot my phone. Not clumsiness, not negligence, nothing more than my brain entering routine mode and overwriting the exception. Autopilot engaged. I left for work. It was a swelteringly hot day already. The bad sun had been burning since before my traitorously absent phone woke me. The steering wheel was burning hot to the touch when I sat down. I think I heard Emily shift over behind my driver's seat to get out of the glare. But I got to work, submitted the report, attended the morning meeting. It wasn't until I took a quick coffee break and reached for my phone that the illusion shattered. I did a mental restep. I remembered the dying battery. I remembered putting it on to charge. I remembered leaving it there. My phone was on the counter. Autopilot disengaged. Again, therein lies the danger. Until you have that moment, the moment you reach for your phone and shatter the illusion, that part of the brain is still in routine mode. It has no reason to question the facts of the routine. That's why it's a routine. attrition of repetition. It's not as if anyone could say, "Why didn't you remember your phone? Didn't it occur to you? How could you forget? You must be negligent." To do would miss the point. My brain was telling me that the routine had been completed as normal, despite the fact that it hadn't. It wasn't that I forgot my phone. According to my brain, according to the routine, my phone was in my bag. Why would I think to question it? Why would I check? Why would I suddenly remember out of nowhere that my phone was on the counter? My brain was wired into the routine, and the routine was that my phone was in my bag. The day continued to bake. The morning haze gave way to the relentless fever heat of the afternoon. Tarmac bubbled. Direct beams of heat threatened to crack the pavement. People swapped coffees for iced smoothies. Jackets were discarded, sleeves rolled up, ties loosened, brows mopped. The parks slowly filled with sunbathers and barbecues. Window frames threatened to warp. The thermometer continued to swell. Thank fuck the offices were air-conditioned. But, as ever, the furnace of the day gave way to a cooler evening. Another day, another dollar. Still cursing myself for forgetting my phone, I drove home. The day's heat had baked inside of the car, releasing a horrible smell from somewhere. When I arrived on the driveway, the stones crunched comfortably under my tires. My wife greeted me at the door. "Where's Emily?" Fuck. As if the phone wasn't bad enough, after everything, I'd left Emily at the fucking nursery. I immediately sped back to the building. I got to the door and started practicing my excuses, wondering vainly if I could charm my way out of a late fee. I saw a paper stuck to it. "Due to vandalism overnight, please use side door. Today only." Overnight? What? The door was fine this morning. I froze. My knees shook. Vandals. A change in the routine. My phone was on the counter. I hadn't been here this morning. My phone was on the counter. I'd driven past because I was drinking my coffee. I'd not dropped off Emily. My phone was on the counter. She'd moved her seat. I hadn't seen her in the mirror. My phone was on the counter. She'd fallen asleep out of the bad sun. She didn't speak when I drove past the nursery. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine. My phone was on the counter. She'd changed the routine and I'd forgotten to drop her off. My phone was on the counter. 9 hours. That car. The baking sun. No air. No water. No power. No help. The heat. A steering wheel too hot to touch. That smell. I walked to the car door. Numb. Shock. I opened the door. My phone was on the counter. And my daughter was dead. Autopilot. Disengaged. Have you heard this one before, my dears? I heard this tale years ago and it somewhat never left me. If you enjoyed it, leave me a comment below if you're watching this on YouTube and be sure to give the video a like as well. Now, if you have a story suggestion or a story of your own that you'd like considered for this podcast and YouTube channel, send it to lady.mcreepsta@gmail.com. As usual, before we leave, I want to thank my dark family on Patreon for their ever-loving support. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Laura Harp66, Kira Powell, Leslie Robinson, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Eichenser, Taylor Fluth, and Bill Thornsley. If you too would like to learn how to support this channel for as little as $1 a month, I would really appreciate it. Go find some more information about how to do so at patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta. As usual, my dears, there is never enough time. Till next time, though, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have a tale by Grey Owl of Creepypasta Wiki. A word of warning, though, my dears. This story does have depictions of sexual violence and abuse. If these are triggers for you, my lovelies, go seek other stories in my realm that perhaps you haven't yet listened to. For the rest of you, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. I awoke shivering. As I rubbed my eyes, attempting to adjust them to the darkness swallowing my bedroom, I noticed an open window across the room. The curtains danced delicately as the chilly night's air gushed through them. For a second, I relished in the beauty of it, smiling weakly as I did so. The smell of the air was intoxicating as it rushed towards me, causing goosebumps to rise all over my body as I threw my exposed legs over the edge of the bed. A hint of dewy grass permeated through the air as my feet slowly met with the cold, hardwood floors beneath me. I muttered to myself as the moon's rays seeped through the window's glass, creating a shadow that appeared upon my skin as I approached it. "Mom?" I whispered, recalling the countless nights she would invade my room as I slept, opening my window. She had a strange obsession with turning off the air conditioner at night. As all parents swore by, she felt the cold of the air conditioner caused illness, although that theory had long been disproved. Still, even if her theory was justified, and I would be fall to pneumonia eventually due to my exposure, why on earth would the cold of the night be excluded from the disillusioned hypothesis? After a brief debate within my own mind, I turned my attention back to the open window. As I closed it, I looked out over the sleeping neighborhood. It was so peaceful to look out upon. Knowing everyone slept, oblivious to the beauty surrounding them as they dreamt, was mind-boggling to me. Even though I was awoken prematurely from my own dreams, I was proud to have at least gotten the chance to see the beauty of the night so many missed out on. Once the window was secure and locked, I turned back towards my bed, hopped into its diminishing warmth, and closed my eyes. Once the darkness of my own eyelids enveloped me, I heard something strange. The sound reminded me of the countless days in school when everyone shuffled through their bags, attempting to find a book they knew they had left at home. Immediately, my eyes shot open and I rose from my stunted slumber. There, at the edge of my bed, was a darkened figure. Shock immediately rushed through my body, alerting the hairs on the back of my neck into action. "Alexandra," it spoke, its voice a deepened rasp. As if I wasn't already frightened enough, its horrifying, dry voice and the fact that it knew my name added to my increasing anxiety. As my heart raced, beating against my chest as a hammer to a nail, the being grew close, slithering towards me as a snake would its prey. "What?" I stuttered, as a black mist surrounded us. The hood over its head, providing a sufficient shadow to hide its face within, seemed to move as agile as running water. The iridescent glow radiating off its cloak captivated me momentarily as I stared upon it. Once my trance had broken and the amazement was once more replaced by overwhelming fear, within its hands a dusty book came into view. Though I was trembling, choking on the thick black fog within the air, I couldn't take my eyes off the archaic book resting in the being's hands. "I wish to read you a tale," it said, looking down at the book. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, almost as if a running car was present. The creature conveyed no signs of discomfort, and it, in no rush whatsoever, nestled into a cozy position as it cleared its throat, releasing a heap of dust into the air. I sat still, unwilling to make even the slightest of movements, in fear of what the peculiar creature would do should I reject its reading. All logic would suggest I was experiencing some form of lucid nightmare, but the chills down my spine felt real, and so did the thing sitting adjacent to me, even though I know it couldn't have been. "There was a girl that lived in a sleeping town. She snuck out of her house, meeting up with her friends against her parents' strict curfew. After too much to drink, she hitched a ride with a boy she had met at the bonfire. Her friends were much too drunk to take her home. As they drove, the boy decided the ride home would not be free. The girl explained she had no money, but the boy shrugged his shoulders. He explained money wasn't the only way to settle debt. Immediately, the girl shook her head, asking the boy to stop the car, but he didn't comply. Instead, he slapped her across the face, threatening her as he did so," it said, its tone darkening as it turned the page. The girl didn't have much of a choice in the matter as the boy pulled over to the side of the road, locking the doors of his car. No matter how hard she screamed or how much strength she put into fighting back, the boy did not let up. Her efforts were fruitless, it said, glancing at me dramatically before turning back to the book. After the debt was settled, the boy unlocked the car door and let the girl go. Once she was sure he was gone, she wiped away the freezing tears falling from her face. Being that she was miles away from home, she began walking, clutching onto her sides as she proceeded down the street. She began to wonder why no one else was around as she walked the barren road, the wind flowing through her raven hair as she did so. The chilly night's breeze traveled up her nostrils, causing her to wrap her shivering arms much tighter around her torso in an attempt to keep warm. She continued walking aimlessly, searching for someone to assist her. Her efforts were fruitless, it said, turning the page of the book. As it spoke, I stared intently upon it as if I was a child being read a bedtime story. I couldn't look away, I couldn't move. All of my will had been removed and placed within its hands. The girl wandered around the neighborhood, the street lights flickering overhead as she began shouting. She wanted so badly for someone to answer back her calls, but her attempts were fruitless. It said, turning the page once more. Finally, she saw lights approaching from afar. Instinctively, the girl ran towards it, waving her arms in the air frantically as the lights grew close. It said, clearing its throat as it turned the page. But the girl's happiness quickly disintegrated as she recognized the car. It was the same vehicle she had been held captive within minutes prior. Flashbacks of the vicious attack replayed in slow motion within her head as she began crying hysterically. She wanted so badly to run, dodging the car driving recklessly towards her, but she was hurt. She didn't have enough time to respond. She only had time to blink before the lights blinded her and an indescribable pain initiated at the back of her pelvis. It said, licking its bony fingers before turning the page. She laid on the asphalt-paved street, choking on her own blood, as her eyes searched for someone to help her. All she could do was watch as the light diminished from the neighborhood, leaving her to die alone within the darkness. It said, before closing the book. Slowly, the being stood up, lowering its hood as it revealed eyes without irises. I'll be on my way now. I have others to read to, it said, stretching its elongated arm towards me before caressing my shivering cheek with its index finger. Just as swift as the words escaped its mouth, it flew out the open window, a black mist trailing closely behind it. Once it vanished from sight, the black mist evaporated within the air. I regained control of my body. I let out a loud cry, shaking uncontrollably as I stared out of the window the creature had escaped from. "Mom!" I yelled, afraid to get out of bed. No answer. "Mom!" I repeated, slowly lowering my feet to the cold floor. But it wasn't the wood beneath my feet that I felt. The ground was rough, almost like asphalt. Quickly, I realized I was standing in the middle of the street. "Hello?" The street lights overhead flickered as a cold breeze blew through my air. I crossed my arms, attempting to harbor any warmth my body once sought refuge in. "Hello!" I shouted, my voice cracking as anxiety washed over me. In the distance, a faint light approached. I wandered towards it, waving my arms in the air to attract the passers-by attention. Hey, I need help!" I yelled, walking towards the light. The light grew, expanding its illumination throughout the neighborhood. Worry began seeping out of my skin as I noticed how fast the light was approaching. Rather. Good evening, my lovelies. Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today's tale is a listener submission. Today's tale is called Black Marigolds by Oliver Dace. So let's dive straight into it, shall we? Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. My cousin Ryan Maygiver was in love with my twin sister, Marielle. She was a spoiled, demanding girl with bright brown eyes that matched her side ponytails. And when she died 5 years ago, our cousin was found asleep on top of her coffin. He had always been a little weird. I remembered my dad wrenching him off my sister's coffin and giving the poor sob an hour's worth of lecture. It was not as if it was going to change anything. Scolding the ancestral bastard was like throwing water on a rock and expecting it to melt. Ryan was not going to change anytime soon. He wasn't a bad kid. Dad said that he acted the way he did due to a messy divorce between Aunt Sally and her husband. There was a rumor among my older cousins that Ryan was a quote and unquote main source of support for our estranged aunt. I had no idea what that meant in my early adolescence. Ryan, for me, was the short, chubby kid who spent most of his time near the buffet table with a full plate in one hand and using the other to push a slice of cake into his mouth. Marielle thought that he might end up as one of those hoarders she had seen on TV. That turned out to be half true. Ryan's home, located in a small seaside village called Makara, 20 miles west of the capital, was easy to spot. No other house was a castle for metal sculptures. I counted 50 last year. Now, the number doubled. Not that his habit gave off an I watch you sleep vibe. I, myself, enjoyed collecting bird feathers to create miniature Christmas trees. The problem with Ryan's hobby, however, was that many of his collections were cheap $10 trinkets that he bought from a nearby scrapyard. It was a big hassle when 80-kilometer winds kept blowing his toys into a wide stream beside his property. 10 tin statues had piled up against a thin chicken fence by the time I parked in front of his car. "I'll smack you with a full bill if any of your cheap dollies scratched my car, Ryan," I said as I removed a small suitcase from the back seat. He waved me welcome from his porch wearing the standard local yokel uniform, a black hoodie over brown baggy cargo pants. "No love for your relative, Mabel?" he said while munching on a half-eaten strawberry cake on top of a guardrail. 2 seagulls squabbled nearby. "The only love you're getting from me is like the metal statue you gave me last year. Cheap and plastic." "You didn't have to chuck it off in a ditch," Ryan replied as he stuffed a handful of cake into his mouth. He pointed to a small metal statue of my twin holding a netball. A corner of her head was scraped off. A wooden pole replaced the statue's right leg. There was a deep gash on the chest that formed cracks along the body. "You actually took the effort to haul the rubbish back. Cute," I spat. "Next time try hauling that rubbish inside your car. Mark my words, it will sound like nails on a chalkboard." "It would have been a better addition to your parents' place," he said and licked the plate clean. "My mom doesn't need it," I shrugged. "My parents hang up so many photos of my sister that there's barely spare space for me. I don't even know what I look like sometimes, so what made you think that I'll take a dumb statue of my twin?" "Because I can't tell you two apart." I stared at the statue. Looks better with rust. "It wouldn't be Mari without her signature look." He tossed the plate past the front door. "I can polish it, Mabel. I can paint it with black and gold, Marielle's favorite color scheme." I made my way towards his house. "I am surprised that you're not pissed at me for chucking a prime example of contemporary art." "Is that a yes?" He walked down the porch steps, arms outstretched for a hug. "Do you think my parents want to be reminded of what Marielle looked like after she fell off a goddamn cliff?" I stopped in front of him with a finger against the tip of his chin. His breath was molded Hawaiian pizza with a dab of mint and wine. "At least you're here for her anniversary. Mari really wanted to see you." He enclosed his stocky arms around me. The scent of an unwashed, stained sofa clung to his hoodie. I let him, wiggling my nose away from the scent of his clothes. "Just don't hump on coffins while I'm here, dead sleeper." I don't have to, Mari. I mean, Mabel. Yes, Mabel. He squeezed tighter. I pulled myself away. I threw my bag at his hands to cease any further comparison on how my dimples weren't as deep as Marielle's. Tell me you've cleaned my room properly this time. I found 3 cockroaches last year, not to mention that you forgot to give me my breakfast in bed. Anything for Mari's sister, Ryan said as he hugged my luggage close to his body and walked back inside late Aunt Sally's home. Only Ryan could live in a place that should have been a decent wooden bungalow. The sub-bastard barely changed. My first encounter with my weird cousin was when I was 12. There was a rumor that our older relatives spread that Ryan had a thing about my sister, Marielle. As a naive 12-year-old, it made sense why he liked my sister, Marielle. Mari had always been a family favorite ever since I decided to play at our local pool rather than be at home in time for my late great-grandmother's visit. She wasn't prettier. If you held a glass panel between us, both of us would believe that we were staring at our own reflection. No, Mari had more attention. Mari this, Mari that. I got called Marielle more times than my actual name. I decided to assert who I was after my sister refused to sit beside Ryan. It was a dare. Our older cousins decided to check if the rumors were true. Would our short, weird cousin say or do something if he found Marielle sitting right next beside him? $50 were at stake if Ryan did something. A touch on the shoulder, sharing his meal, or granting an invitation to walk with him to the buffet table would be more than enough to win the money. Marielle refused. I decided to go instead. I was so sick of being referred to as Mari that I thought I could make our family realize that I, Mabel Maygiver, was braver. To prove the point, my older cousin tied my ponytail to the side and asked me to dress up in black and gold, Mari's signature colors. Smiles and twirls were the last ingredients to mimic my twin. I had seated myself beside him. My cousin signaled at me to scoot closer. I complied. Not a word came from the chubby boy's lips, except for the smacking and slurping sounds of the food that he was devouring. The house that his mother had given him was consumed by his new obsession. He had a metal table and a crafted steel sofa set on his lounge. The kitchen counters had bright silver paint layers that fit well with his metal stools, dining table, and a cutlery set that hung underneath a top drawer. Corrugated tin panels covered the dark brown walnut timber that Aunt Sally had preferred. Ryan nudged me when he walked inside. "Do you like the new project?" he said, pointing to a series of metal lips or buds that lined the walls of his hallway. They were positioned above eye level. Each was jet oil black with a touch of yellow that complemented a small black and gold gown that hung in my room for the night. "It's stupid," I said aloud. "And please don't tell me what you were thinking when you made them." "Mari told me to make them." He pulled out one of the metal lips beside the door. "Really?" I gave out a small laugh. "Mari? She always said she had excellent taste in art. I guess being dead has left with 2 choices, rot and ugly." "What? She told you to make these?" "She did." He nodded as he passed me. I followed, stepping over empty pizza boxes and soda bottles. I wanted to ask if Marielle had ever called him a pig. If she had ordered him to clean up his act and get a proper job rather than be the oldest trolley boy in the country. I doubt it. The only advice that my sister gave me was to take on a scholarship to prove how much cleverer she was. It was a smart move if Marielle had indeed demanded that Ryan clean up his act. A whiff of passion fruit and vanilla wafted out and flew up my nose. It commanded my feet to walk faster. Empty chip bags were stepped over until I stood before a 5-star room amongst the clutter. There was no trace of litter. The sheets were dusted off. The towels were rolled tight on top of a counter. A bar of soap, a small bottle of shampoo, and a dozen lollies were tucked under a pillow. It was the only space where the timber walls were immune from the metallic disease that infected his home. That bastard even had a wrapped Dom Perignon champagne, something that went over his budget. Ryan prepared well. He must have been determined to get me inside that tight little dress I pulled from the doorknob. "Do you like it?" He raised his head with a smug smirk. I pointed to a metal lip above my bed. "Get rid of that thing." "But it wouldn't be perfect. Marielle said she needed it in each room." "Yeah, nah. I'd rather have Aunt Sally's corpse than that cheap tin over my head," I laughed. Ryan grabbed my arm before he backed me against the doorframe. Alcohol oozed off his breath when he muttered, "I can't. Marielle told me to keep them when she visited me last night." I grinned, shaking my head. "Was she crying again?" I asked. "Screaming? Moaning? You can tell her to piss off next time you hear her." "She's excited to see you again." He leaned his head forward. "What, so she can ask me to dig out her coffin and hump its side, as you did 5 years ago, Ryan? I mean, dead sleeper," I said. My cousin grinned in response, lifting the dress in front of me. It was new. The poor sob hadn't pulled off the $100 price tag on one of its straps. I pushed a finger on his forehead and threw back the dress towards the bed. Ryan watched as it landed at the edge before falling off outside of sight. "Don't force me, dear cousin. I know our little bargain. You will have your kink tomorrow night, I promise." "Good." He winked. He backed off to the lounge, picking up a bottle, and set himself upon a thick, dusty recliner. I shut the door, grabbed rags from inside a drawer, and threw them over the metal buds I found inside. I had always enjoyed jumping out of our parents' car and running alongside the Macara shoreline when Marielle and I were young. My parents usually brought us there every few weeks. Each time was spent racing my sister to the top of a cliff, playing hide and seek amongst the ruined houses, or walking along a stretch by the shore in hope of finding a seal or a penguin. Dad explained that the reason behind the visits was to connect with our Aunt Sally. She lived next to a wide stream at 13 Estuary Street. A strange woman with thick black hair and an apple gut. I confessed that I never saw her outside of a witchy light. Dad said that his sister had stopped contacting the family after her divorce. No other relative except my father was willing to take back the past. That was what he claimed each visit, but Marielle and I knew that that was all nonsense, even way back then. Half an hour was the longest record our dad spent inside his sister's house. He spent much of his vacation time flying his handcrafted kites. He had always told us that Macara was an ideal spot because the beach was a raw essence of nature. I choked up whenever my mind replayed my father's words. He wasn't wrong. The place was very much in touch with nature, that the whole village was as developed as a mud brick. The location barely had anything to offer. It was a backwater site, one of those middle-of-nowhere places to the west of Wellington. Wooden cottages with black lawns the length of a bus was a common architectural staple. A small seaside cafe that fed the local inhabitants was as old as the songs that the 50-kilometer winds enjoyed singing every night. I can hear them. Anyone could. If you rolled yourself towards the window, you could hear a siren choir of 100-kilometer winds lowering the corrugated metal roof to join them in flight. Pebbles steam through the roof valleys like boulders. Branches from nearby trees scraped its corners. Pounding waves from a nearby stream joined in a chorus that sang to the tired roof. Fly, join us, sing with us, lift your bearings and soar. Sleep became useless after the roof creaked for an encore. I rolled to either side of the bed. The fluff of my pillow was a poor tool to block the whistles and applause that the window emitted in reaction to the siren winds. I threw a towel at it. I sat up. I wrenched my phone from its charger. 1 a.m. It notified me before its screen darkened. Above me, the metal lips greeted me with a curved smile that seemed to stretch the wall upon which they were attached. Ryan rarely has a way with his obsession. Who knows? Maybe I will find a set of metal boobs hanging on my room's wall next year. It didn't help that lights streaming from a gap under the door illuminated all his sculptures. The little perv was awake. Who was I kidding? Of course he was. He must be rocking himself on his recliner with the same amount of dribbling drool as he had when he had been found sleeping on top of my sister's coffin. The dead sleeper sleeps again. I shook my head, making my way for the kitchen drawers with a small hope that there was a clean wineglass for my Dom Perignon champagne. Enjoying my sister's concert? I asked. He forced a finger on his lips before he cupped his hand over his ear towards the window. Can you hear it, Mabel? The winds, the waves, it's always the loudest on the night of her death. Marielle has always been a noisy brat. She can't keep her mouth shut for a second, I swear. See? Hear that? A break in the wind? That's her taking a pause between her sobs. Tell her to text me. I don't answer calls from strangers or dead siblings after midnight, I said, taking out a small wineglass with a smudge near the bottom. You should try and have a go listening. Why? I turned back at him while rubbing the smudge off with my shirt. Don't you miss Marielle? I gave a short laugh. I walked to my cousin, who was slumped on his seat. 2 metal lips rested on each leg. They weren't coated in Mari's signature colors like the rest, but were painted in rose, carmine pink, and a touch of desert sand on the edges. I hear that spoiled harlot's name every day. Do you? What is she saying? He turned his head towards me. Hear this? I pointed to my lips. You're listening to her every time I speak, Ryan. What's the point of listening to some deadbeat corpse when I got myself to remind me of Marielle? No remorse for your sister? Remorse? I pulled back his recliner until his face was centimeters below mine. You listen here, dead sleeper. People are still calling me by that hoe's name even after she died. You know how much it pisses me off that she's still infamous? I can't say a word before some random idiot calls me by that. Ryan pushed my chin until I stared at buckets of stream waters thrown against the window. Calm your little pecker. I brushed his hand off, releasing my grip on the recliner. The poor sob nearly jerked out of his seat. Pity it didn't happen. It's just the wind tossing out leaves and shit like dumb drunk pigeons. I know you can hear her. He narrowed his eyes and mouth. Mabel, if you really wanted to mourn, you should have gone where her body is buried, but no, dear cousin, we both know how she died. That's why you come here. She is still calling you, isn't she? I moved to the side, knelt, and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Is it? And here I thought we were creating an anathema between 2 relatives. I still must get into that outfit. Maybe with side ponytails and roseberry lipstick to complete the look? Can you sing? I brought my hands on his cheek and held it tight. Mabel, not Marielle, Ryan. Am I not good enough for you? Here, another kiss. I gave you what you desired all these years, but I guess you won't be satisfied until I end up possessed by that witch. Not that it won't be a problem for you, eh? You'll be ecstatic. See, you're smiling already. I miss her, you know, he mumbled. His eyes were glazed as he turned to me, then to the two metal lips on his leg. He brought his arm over one and caressed his fingers at the valley between the two lips. I walked back to the kitchen to pour myself a glass full of champagne. And thank you again for sitting beside me all those years, Mabel, Ryan said. His voice was low and mumbled. The banging winds drowned the words that came after. Thank my sister for refusing, I whispered, brushing my lips before I took a sip. He was asleep after I drank half a bottle. His head slumped. The wind breathed its last not long after. There were no cries or wails of a long-dead family member. It was going to be a quiet night, an odd turn of events in this wind-swept little village that lay at the very edge of the country's capital. Mari, he mumbled. Drool dripped from his lips. The siren choir stopped playing. She will be here tomorrow, I whispered, giving him yet another peck on the cheek before I left. I tucked him into his chair with a duvet that I pulled out of my bedroom. I didn't need it anyway, and despite the weirdness of his fetish, Ryan deserved more than the soiled, unwashed blanket found in his room. If only he had known what kind of girl my sister was. I guessed Ryan was just a stubborn, naive mule who perceived Marielle as everyone's favorite niece at each family gathering. She was everything that he was not. Marielle was loved, cherished. She got what she demanded. Marielle had a future. I couldn't say the same for our cousin. Yet, Ryan still loved her, despite all the shouts, the name-callings, and the pebbles that Marielle had thrown at him. He would walk outside his house each time we visited and wave. Neither Mari nor I understood what he was saying under his lips because, for both of us, Ryan was a socially awkward boy with no one aside from his mom. That was what Marielle had taunted him with on the day of her death. She had stopped her car in front of his house. As fate would have it, Ryan walked out with an arm already raised. Sweat had fallen to his upper lip as he tried to utter another dribble. He held something in his hand, a rock or a metal sculpture. Marielle hadn't cared what it was. "Go die, basement dweller!" she shouted before she grabbed a full can of Coke from the back seat and threw it at him before he reached the fence. Our cousin trampled back. Aunt Sally rushed forward, screaming. "Mari!" I shouted as my sister raced away and sped up until she parked to the edge of the village. "What the hell was that for?" I raised my voice louder.
Good evening, my dears. Welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. It's a cold, wet, and rainy day in my realm today, so I think this story is quite fitting. It is a tale by one of my favorite authors, J. DeShane. Let's get straight to it, shall we? Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. The snow fell gently outside, making no sound as it came to rest on the roof of the cabin. Inside, the roaring fire cast its warmth and glow onto the pair that sat gazing intently into each other's eyes. John rested his hand on Leslie's abdomen and tenderly touched his nose to hers. "What should we call him?" she asked after a time. Him? John repeated, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Or her, Leslie added. She fell silent, her eyes focused on nothing in particular. It was as if she had stepped out of the room for a moment and simply left her body behind. When she finally spoke again, she said, "Yes, she. That feels right." "Does it?" John asked, hanging on her every word. "Yes, it does," Leslie replied. She smiled down at her stomach and rubbed it slightly. "I think we're going to have a girl." She brought her eyes back up to meet John's. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "Of course I would," he said. He leaned in and kissed her sweetly. As his forehead rested against hers, he tried the words on for size. "Daddy's girl." A sudden percussive noise from outside interrupted them. They jumped apart from each other and turned towards the sound's point of origin, the cabin door. All was silent once again. "John," Leslie began, "you don't think—" "Shh," he said, embracing her warmly. "I'm sure it was nothing. Ice falling off the roof. We're just jumpy, that's all." "Yes," she said, "that's all." She smiled up at him and had just begun to laugh when the sound came again. "What the—" John uttered, more annoyed than frightened. "John, what's happening?" Leslie asked. "I'm scared." "Don't worry," he said. "I'll go check it out. Just wait here." He stood, immediately regretting his attempt at heroism. How did he know they weren't being stalked by a bear or some horror movie serial killer? In a cabin, out in the middle of nowhere, and on a dark winter night, both seemed equally possible, along with the full range of possibilities in between them. Still, he had promised to investigate, and now he was standing, so he had no choice but to follow through. Gingerly, he approached the door. Once there, he grasped the knob, turned it, counted to 3, and pulled it open. Only the darkness of the forest and the starless, snow-heavy sky met him. Feeling some minor relief, he next challenged himself to step into the doorway. He did so and poked his head out, looking first to the left and then the right for some sign of what was going on. That was when he saw it. There, stuck into one of the logs to the right of the door, was an axe. Someone had driven it hard into the side of the cabin, and John was sure he hadn't seen it there when they arrived. Beside it was a slender gorge, evidence of previous swinging. This, John thought, must have been what had caused the noises. Before he could think any further, another sound rushed to his ears. Glass could be heard breaking on the other side of the cabin. Leslie's scream came next. John rushed back inside, leaving the door open behind him. "Leslie!" he shouted. Before he could receive an answer or even get a read on the situation, a swift blow came from behind and sent him instantly into black unconsciousness. The first of John's senses to return upon waking was feeling. The pain in the back of his head was strong, but it paled in comparison to the chill that covered his exposed skin. He made a move to get up and find something to cover himself, and found that he could not. Something bound each of his hands, forcing his arms out to each side as if he were being crucified. His scratchy restraints felt familiar. He wondered to himself, rope? Sight was the next to return, and John found himself staring up at his bedroom ceiling. Something was wrong. Memories rushed in. There had been a sound, an axe, glass breaking, a scream. Leslie! He fought hard against the ropes that held him, working himself into a panic more and more as they refused to loosen. "Leslie!" he shouted. "Leslie, where are you?" "She can't hear you, John." A familiar voice floated from the corner of the room. John shivered, though whether it was from the cold or the realization that he wasn't alone, he couldn't tell. "Sarah?" he asked incredulously. "Of course," Sarah said softly. John flinched as he became aware of another figure in the room. This one was clearly male. He towered over the bed where John lay. A ski mask concealed all of his face except for a pair of painfully wide and vicious eyes. "What the hell?" John muttered. Sarah seemed to know what he meant because she answered, saying, "This is my new friend, Jackson. He's been kind enough to help me this evening." She approached the bed and sat. John could see her fully now. She looked thinner and somewhat more haggard than when he saw her last, but she smiled nonetheless. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "What the fuck are you doing here?" John demanded. "Where the fuck is Leslie?" "Come now, John," Sarah said. "The divorce isn't final yet. We're still technically co-owners of this beautiful little cabin." She looked around the room and sighed. I did so love it here." The sadness in her voice and in her faraway stare would undoubtedly have touched John's heart under a different set of circumstances. "Where's Leslie?" he asked again. "What have you done with her?" "Relax," Sarah insisted. "You really love her, don't you?" "Yes," he said. Dread began to fill him. Where had they taken Leslie? "I can tell," Sarah said. "I've seen how you are with her. So warm, so sweet." Her eyes began to glisten, and she swiftly turned her head away. The implication of her words set in. "You've seen? You've been watching us?" Sarah kept her face hidden. "Yes, love." "Don't call me that," John snapped. "I'm sorry," Sarah said, turning once more to face him. "It's a habit. I've been trying to break it. I should have stopped years ago. I should have stopped the second I knew you'd never call me that." Her voice trailed off as she seemed to retreat to some place inside herself. "What the fuck is going on here, Sarah?" John hollered, snapping his soon-to-be ex-wife out of her reverie. "Don't be impatient," she scolded lightly. "That's you. You always want to just get to the point. You never— Fuck you, Sarah. Tell me what you want and where you took Leslie." Sarah looked defeated. She took a breath. "Fine," she said, casting her eyes downward. "I'm scared, John. I'm scared to go through with this divorce, not just because I love you and we won't be married anymore. That's bad enough, but there's another piece to it." Her voice began to shake. "The prenuptial agreement you made me sign." "Made you?" John interjected. "Yes, John, you made me. You know you did." He fell silent. This was the truth, and he knew it. Sarah continued. "Anyway, because of that agreement, I have to leave this marriage with only as much as I had when I came in. That was nothing, John. When you found me, I was a diner waitress working 2 shifts a day just to try and make ends meet. I was a bad tip away from selling myself on the street when in walked this very handsome, very wealthy man who swept me off my feet and gave me more than I could ever have asked for. You gave me such a luxurious life, John. So much of it was wonderful." She paused. "Well, not having to worry about money was wonderful. I can't say the same for how you treated me." "How I treated you?" John thrashed, attempting once more to free himself. "Yes," Sarah insisted. "You got sick of me, I guess. All I wanted was a little warmth from you, but you got colder and colder." Her tears began to flow. "You were so cruel. All I did was love you, but and you met her, that girl. She's practically a child." "Leslie is more of a woman than you'll ever be," John spat. Sarah was quiet. Her body shook with silent sobs. It was quite some time before she spoke again. "John, I love you. And I'm so sorry if I did anything to make you hate me. And I'm sorry for what else I need to do." John's heart began to race. "What are you talking about?" Sarah stood and moved to the foot of the bed. I can't go back to the life I had, John. That's why I can't let the divorce go through. You have no choice, John insisted. Sarah took another breath. That's where you're wrong. Because I'm still your wife. If you were to die tonight, everything would be left to me. John's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel his face redden. No, Sarah, please. And so, she continued, I know what I have to do. She continued to speak absent-mindedly, seemingly unaware of John's protests. The only question was how to do it. And then I got an idea. For so much of our marriage, you were very cold to me, so I thought, it's the dead of winter, and he's up here with that woman. Wouldn't it be poetic to tie him up, douse him with water, and then open all the windows? She gave a frail smile. I'm rather proud of my creativity. I looked up what hypothermia does to the body, and well, I'm sorry to say that it won't be fast or pleasant. If I'm honest, though, that thought kind of makes me happy. No! John writhed and wriggled. Let me go! You can't do this, you crazy bitch! Where's Leslie? Leslie! Sarah's smile faded. She turned to Jackson and gave a nod. Seeing this, the man moved to the side of the bed and reached down for something on the floor. What he produced sent John into a frenzy. Leslie's lifeless corpse dangled before him, held aloft by Jackson's brutal grip on her delicate neck. John screamed in utter agony as the boy let his lover's body fall once more to the floor with a sickening thud. Yes, said Sarah, you did love her. That makes this easier. Sarah and Jackson produced buckets which had previously been kept just out of sight. John could barely hear their contents sloshing around in between his own screams. The impact of the cold water shocked him, causing him to gasp and take some into his lungs. Screaming gave way to choking and sputtering, and through it all came the sound of the nearest window being opened. Hell hath no wrath like a woman scorned. If only mortal men knew how true those words really are. If you enjoyed this tale, be sure to check out other tales from Jade DeShane on creepypasta.wikia.com. Also, pop me a message on Facebook or Twitter. I'm LadyMCreepsta on both. If you're new to my realm, welcome, my lovely. Be sure to subscribe before you leave, and if you're watching on YouTube, hit that bell icon too. That's all I have for you this evening, my lovelies. Till next time, sweet dreams.
Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today we have a tale from author Tewaway. Before we begin, though, I'd like to thank my dog family on Patreon for their continuous support. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Taylor Fluth, Bill Fawnsley, Laura Setter-Penry, and everyone listed in the description below. If you too would like to support this channel and podcast, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. But now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. The cabin in the woods had been abandoned for years, but one night, a candle burned in the window. In the dead of night, it served as a beacon for the desperate father and daughter. Lost and terrified, a malevolent creature pursued them. The dancing flame tickled in the candle's wick, its light magnified by the shiny tin dish on which it stood. The fragmented family burst through the old yet sturdy door and fell to their knees. As the terrified little girl began to beg her father for answers, he hushed her with 2 fingers over her lips. He knew that whatever pursued them was still out there, still hunting. Just as the thought of dousing the candle entered the father's mind, it snuffed itself out, as though the cabin knew. Through the pale moonlight that pierced the window opposite them, they could see the meager furnishings of the cabin. There was a single chair under a dusty painting and a spongy off-white cot. After what felt like an eternity of sitting in silence and darkness, the man believed that whatever was pursuing them had given up. He stood, took his daughter's hand, and led her to the cot. As she lay down, he sung a lullaby to soothe her fears. Lay down, sweet lily, lay on the river's bed. When you sit up and rise again, the sun will kiss your head. Haggard and tired, the man made his way over to the chair. A strange sense of serenity came over him as he leaned back into its soft cushions. It was as though the chair was made for him. Lily laid sleeplessly on the dingy cot, too scared to sleep. She went to her father for comfort, but found that he had drifted off. As the sunlight pierced the scraggly, bleak and bare tree line, Lily hurriedly ran to her father's side. Daddy, wake up! It's light out! Can we go look for Mommy? Can we go home? As he was roused to consciousness, the man looked to the patch of sunlight on the floor. Straining against the overwhelming exhaustion he felt, he peeled himself from the seat. He gazed out to the window for many minutes, barely able to brace himself upright on the sill. Let me rest a short while longer, he said, preparing himself to lie. We'll search for your mother when I regain my strength. Deep down, he knew that his beautiful wife was gone. His daughter had not seen what became of her, hadn't seen what he had. The mental image of her losing her footing before whatever hunted them descended upon her overcame him. And yet, as he sat back down in the plushy embrace of the chair, he felt strangely at peace with his loss. Many hours passed as Lily's father slept deeply. Looking around the cabin, anxious and scared, the little girl's thoughts were disrupted by hunger. How long had it been since she had eaten? Suddenly, a movement caught her eye. The painting over her sleeping father seemed to twitch. As she peered closer at it, she noticed that the painting was of a small house, remarkably similar looking to the cabin. As she stared into the picture, it began to distort. The upper windows began to open slightly as though they were eyes prying themselves from slumber. The porch began to twist and curve into a grin. Daddy, wake up! The painting's moving! The father fought hard to open his eyes and turned his head to face the painting. He saw nothing but a happy-looking house on a hill. Sweetie, it's okay. It's your imagination. Just let me rest and please don't leave the cabin. For the next few hours, Lily sat against the wall opposite the painting. She stared hard into its sly and knowing smile, but it moved no more. She turned attention away from the painting and saw the sun beginning to set. The curiosity she once held for the picture above her father became overshadowed by her fear. With the darkness growing, maybe the thing would come back. The sun had fully set, but the cabin was strangely illuminated. Turning toward the window, Lily noticed the flickering candle. Did I light that? She thought to herself. It could not have been her father, as he was still fast asleep. And then she heard it. A tapping at the window. She fought to ignore it, but its consistent pattern told her that it was not just a tree branch beckoned by the wind. As she approached the window, the young girl's heart skipped a beat. "Come play outside, sweetie," the familiar and gentle voice called from the darkness. The pristine and clear face of her mother stared back at her. "Daddy, Daddy, Mummy's back!" she exclaimed as she raced to the door. Fighting a desperate battle for consciousness, the father locked eyes with the being outside the window. He knew it was not his wife, not the mother of his child. Something was playing with them, trying to lure his daughter. "Don't go out! Not your mother!" he managed to gasp out before falling back into the throes of slumber. Lily stopped after hearing her father's words. She stared at the latch on the door for a few moments before walking back to the window. "Come outside, honey. We'll go home together and eat some supper," the woman outside softly cooed. Lily stared at the woman. She was far too clean for someone who had spent so much time lost in the woods, too calm for anyone who had been chased by a monster not one night prior. "You're not my mama," Lily croaked. The pleasant smile of the woman outside began to dissolve, transforming into a sinister scowl. It looked as though her face was melting into a mixture of anger and desire. The woman slinked back into the darkness, disappearing into a thicket of trees. The little girl ran to her father's side, grasped his arm, and began to weep. The candle's flame extinguished itself once more. The girl snapped into consciousness many hours later, woken by the eerie feeling that she was being watched. It was still dark, almost pitch black in the cabin. She was surprised that she managed to fall asleep, but she was worn out and exhausted. In the subtle illuminating flickers of the moonlight seeping through the breaks in the clouds, she could see the layout of the cabin. Feeling her way around, she reached where the door was, or where it should have been. It was as though the cabin had shifted its layout. As her heart sank, she desperately began to feel her way around the walls of the cabin, gradually increasing her pace. "Daddy? Dad?" Her calls were cut short as she bumped into something soft and spongy. The familiar scent of copper and dirt filled her nostrils. She fell to the floor, desperately trying to see what it was.
Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today's tale has been flagged on the Creepypasta wiki as not safe for work, so take that warning as you will. After all, this is a horror podcast. Also, my dears, as a bit of a thank you, as I announced on YouTube not too long ago, last week I think, I will be giving away some of my haunted dollies
my one-of-a-kind hand-painted haunted dollies. They're all looking for homes, so as a thank you for those of you who have supported me through the years, unwavering even when I disappear for a while, I will be sending these home to you. No adoption fee waived. The only thing that you would have to pay for is the postage. So stay tuned. At the end of this episode, I'm going to tell you exactly how all of that is going to work. Okay? But for now, though, my dears, it is time for our tale. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. All children are born with a soft spot. Even you were. It is an undeveloped mark on a baby's head and contains no bone in place of the skull surrounding it. When a child grows, the soft spot, as it is called, will eventually go away. This wasn't the case for my little brother. I wasn't happy, even though everyone else was ecstatic. When my baby brother was conceived, all the attention vested in me had been transferred to his soon-to-be arrival. It angered and frustrated me to see him pull the attention away. Though I was only 7 at the time, I felt major emotions of hatred already towards my little brother, who hadn't even been born yet. Leading up to his birth, I only became more and more irritated. On a daily basis, my parents ignored my performance in school, didn't manage to find time to speak to me, and couldn't set aside a specific meal to eat together. They severed their connection with me and only drew themselves at a further and further distance from me every day. By the time my mother's water had broken and my father had left with her, I felt very little connection to these people. They, of course, hired a babysitter who seemed to express just as little care for me as my parents had. By this time, I was independent enough to feed myself and clean up after my own messes, things that my parents found themselves incapable of doing. For months, my irritation had built up and grown. Every day my father had shown more and more sloth, and my mother only spent more time than ever indulging in herself. Both of them had utterly sickened me, and all of it stemmed from their new, highly anticipated baby. They didn't know it, but I watched them. I watched my parents every day and noticed how much they began to change, all from one simple child. Interesting, I thought, how something not even alive had issued so much conflict. My parents soon burst through the doors with their beloved newborn. My mother held the child high in her hands with a look of joy and love in her eyes. My father greeted my new brother with a stretching grin across his face. I could see newfound happiness in their eyes that before had seemed impossible to obtain. Once again, my parents were overjoyed, and this bothered me. I had grown feelings of abandonment and hatred towards these people that I no longer considered family. They felt no purpose to call me down to see my new sibling as I watched from the stairwell. The bastard parents of mine and their most beloved possession headed upstairs, directed straight towards where I was sitting. As if I were covert, I silently snuck behind my door, though I'm sure I would have remained unnoticed regardless. I peered through the crack in my door, watching them rest the child to sleep in his crib. Though elated, I could also tell my parents were exhausted and would soon be in need of sleep. They headed off, leaving my baby brother vulnerable to any impending dangers they may have been able to earlier fend off. Perhaps, in other words, I was one of those dangers. While my parents made their way down the hall to their bedroom, I crept quickly over to my brother's crib. Though I moved hastily, I put in some effort to ensure they wouldn't hear me as I silently tiptoed to his room. I gazed over his bed. The crib he lay in left him entirely helpless to me. He had no defense up, no protection from my doings. I felt powerful at this moment, as if I had taken complete control and finally would be able to have an impact. Suspiciously scanning around the room to ensure no one was watching me, I stretched my hands down to the crib. My sleeping brother, just inches away from me, seemed almost motionless. When I finally had reached him, I felt the warmth of him emanating as I watched his stomach fill with air and exhale. I held the child high in front of me as he still remained trapped in his slumber. I watched in interest as his heart pulsated and I could see the rising and fall of his chest. However, when I peered closer, I noticed his chest wasn't the only body part pulsating. I saw a lump nearing the back of his head. It grew, then shrunk, and continued to do so. It looked as if there was some sort of balloon under his skull as I watched the child's head grow and shrink in that single spot. I was intrigued at this point and felt curious to touch this patch of skin on his head. Rather than a hard, robust plate of bone, I felt a soft, mushy piece of cartilage. Out of surprise, I jutted my hand away from his head. I held my hand and looked back to the boy in confusion. Still sleeping, I attempted once again to feel the soft spot of flesh. The hole in his head that I had just discovered was his soft spot. As I explained earlier, he differed from other children. His soft spot never went away, and I was the one to thank for it. Since that night, I had continuously paid my brother a nightly visit to study the spot on his head. Other routines remained the same. My parents treated me as if I didn't exist, my brother was the focal point of the family, and I only grew more indifferent to them as a whole. With the exception, of course, being my brother. In fact, all my attention was invested in him. Not because I cared for him or liked spending time with him, it was merely due to that intriguing soft spot. I played with the mush bunch of cartilage every night, almost to the point of experimentation. My brother never cried, nor, oddly, never woke. To my surprise, no one had figured to this point what I had been doing. Months passed. My brother's soft spot began to gain bone. I wouldn't allow this to happen. I panicked as soon as I began testing things on his soft spot. I used the hole in his brain as an entry point for my experimentation. Now, with his soft spot fading, I would have no such chance. In the middle of the night, when I made my routine trip to my brother's room, rather than simply planning for experiments, I brought tools with me. I held a tiny yet capable small metal hammer. Looking at my brother's head, I was now sure I would wake him. I left the room and gathered duct tape. Covering his mouth, I wrapped several rolls around his tiny head, making it impossible to speak. I firmly held the hammer in hand and looked directly at his soft spot. I gave one last touch to it, feeling the notion of growing bone. I raised my right hand high and looked directly at the target. Slowly, my arm extended tall and rose before his head, tightly gripping my weapon. Then, with a swift whoosh, the hammer hastily sped through the air, humped forward by the muscle in my arm. It accelerated quickly. Then right away, it came to a complete stop as it whacked my brother's skull. I heard the thin bone shatter over his muffled cries for help. Looking at his head, I saw blood fill beneath his skin as he internally bled. His screams and cries only heightened, and I feared they would wake my parents despite the tape around his mouth. Rather than hiding, I stretched my hand and grabbed his mouth, ensuring no sound would escape. He thrashed back and forth, pleading for help, but I wouldn't allow him to get away. Only being months old, he was easy to hold. I hoped he wouldn't alert my parents, but hoped more for his survival so I may continue feeling his soft spot. I somehow had grown some obsession over his soft spot. It was as if it were the only thing that comforted me. Something about having direct access to the brain pleased me. I dreamt of experimentations, though I was far too young to create any sort of formula. Months passed, and eventually years as I continued this ritual. My brother seemed accustomed to the pain as he grew. Each time I smashed the growing tissue in his skull, he appeared to suffer less and less agony. By the time I reached my adolescence, he had still no ability to speak. My parents believed he was mentally challenged, though I knew exactly why his brain hadn't worked. My parents still expressed equal, if not more, indifference towards me than before. My feelings for them had, however, drastically changed. I didn't feel indifferent towards them. I now resented them. I held strong hatred towards them for their lack of presence in my life. The next night, my baby brother wouldn't be the only one in the family with a soft spot. I sluggishly meandered my way down the creaky hall that led to my parents' room. After paying the routine visit to my brother, I stretched my limbs into the crack in their doorway. Making as little sound as possible, I entered their bedroom. Filled with the echoing sounds of my father's yawning, I stood before their bed. I held an unbroken gaze at them now while I held my hammer in my hand. The same hammer I cracked my brother's skull with now lay inches behind my father's skull. Just as before, I slowly pulled my arm back. I locked it in position, grasped it firmly, and pushed it forward with full throttle. When it smashed my father's head, his yawn morphed into a resounding yelp. I quickly repeated the process. I smashed and smashed his skull repeatedly with the hammer, bashing his cranium. His screams soon halted. His brains lay splattered around the bed, and the shell of his head rested in shattered pieces around the bed. Thick, sticky plasma spewed from the rest of what was left from his head. My mother gave me a look of awe and was unable to move or speak. I analyzed a look of terror within her. Approaching her, I held my hammer in pan. My hands were now soggy, drenched in blood. I did not change the direction of my eyes. I fixated them solely on her. I raised my hammer, slowly and steadily. I once again released it with full rein on her skull. Both my parents died that night. I, of course, fled my home, regrettably leaving my brother behind. I have roamed the world for years now, looking for that coveted soft spot, so I may once again feel the soothing texture. I have restlessly searched and only had a couple of chances. Babies are too difficult to come by and much more difficult to reach. I have resorted to any form of soft spot available, sometimes visiting strangers in the night. After a quick and sharp crack to the skull, the brain has a strange way of healing that open area of cartilage. Put your hand on your head, move it to the back center. Do you feel a dimple, an indentation? If you do, I once visited you and created that soft spot. If a story makes you do something physical after listening to it, for example, reach out to the back of your head to see if there is indeed a small indent in it, that is a pretty good video or story. Would you agree? Now, I did say I was going to tell you how you can put yourself into the draw for my Haunted Dolly giveaway. So basically, I'm going to give away one Haunted Dolly, handmade, or rather repainted by myself. They all come with a little death certificate with their name, their date of death, and how they died. So think Cabbage Patch Kid, but a little bit morbid. So these are basically the official rules. This is how you can win yourself a Haunted Dolly. You'd only have to pay for shipping, and I promise I will keep that as low as possible. I've even got pirate ship to ship it as cost effectively as possible, so I promise you that. So these are the rules on how to enter. Okay, so I will be giving away one Haunted Dolly every 2 weeks. Okay, so the name of the Haunted Dolly that will be given away will be in the description of the podcast and the video for that 2-week period. Now, all you have to do is simply leave a comment on any of the YouTube videos during the 2-week giveaway period. There will only be one eligible entry per video that you comment on. Now, multiple comments on the same video will not earn additional entries. No matter how many comments you leave on a single video, you will only receive one entry for that video. However, if, for example, 3 videos are released during the 2-week period for that particular dolly, and you comment on all 3, you will receive 3 separate entries for the draw. So basically, what I'm trying to get you to do is comment on all my videos, right? Each video and each comment on each video will get 1 entry, but multiple comments on one video just qualifies for 1. Okay? At the end of the 2-week giveaway period, I will select one winner at random from all the eligible entries, and you will receive a Haunted Dolly. So thank you for this, and this is just my way of saying thank you for supporting me and being a part of this community. Speaking of community, I, of course, cannot end an episode without thanking those of you who have continuously supported me on Patreon. Family members such as Laura Harp 66, Kira Powell, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Eichenser, Tay the Fluth, and all of you who listen in, who like, comment, share. I really do appreciate it. That is all the time we have this week, my lovelies. Until next week, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Trying to get back to somewhat of a regular schedule here for my lovely ghouls and gals out there. So, a slightly longer tale for you this evening. This one is by author Imperial Elective off the Creepypasta wiki. If you enjoy this tale, as usual, be sure to give the story a like if you are watching on YouTube, and leave a comment below, as this helps others find this podcast and channel as well. Well, no time to delay now, right? Let's dive right in. Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. I gotta type this out. The people out there don't want to listen to the full story about what happened. They just want to focus on that one part. They're the type of people who flip to the end of a mystery novel to make sure their theory was correct. They're the type of people who love to talk about what they would do in a situation but hate to listen to anyone's experience. I'm writing this because I want someone to understand. Those people want to condemn me, screaming, "How could you?" And my response, "I only did what I had to do," doesn't seem to satiate them. I have to explain myself and be heard. I guess that's why I'm typing this. I can already see that this is going to take a while. I am only allowed 1 hour of time with the computers before the guards shove me back in my cell. For the sake of honesty, I will confess that I am typing this from a correctional facility. I am not incarcerated yet. I am waiting to be tried, and from the disdainful looks I have been earning from the jury, I have no delusions as to the nature of the verdict. My daily 1 hour limit on my computer time is really going to prolong this, but after all, the trial is going to take a while due to the media circus this case has generated, so I do have time. I am also writing this because I am quite lonely. The guards want nothing to do with me, and I have been placed in isolation until the hearing is over. I am alone in here, and I am put in solitary when my multimedia time is up. There has been some speculation as to why this is. The court reasoned that it was for my safety. I could believe that if I hadn't seen the way they look at me. They want me isolated due to their disgust at my appearance and my actions. Ever since the accident, I have had this ghoulish appearance, which I don't feel much like talking about, and since there are no mirrors, I don't really have to confront the damage done to my body. I'll start at the beginning. I wanted a new start. I wanted to get away. I packed my belongings, which was not a whole lot, into 2 suitcases and hopped a cross-country flight towards Colorado. I was in a rut in my home state. I'm going to gloss over the reservation in which I was born. I don't really consider it at all to be part of my heritage. I wanted a fresh start and new experience. I watched snowfall outside the window and thought of my dreams. I was granted that fresh start and new beginning by laughing and cruel gods. The engine stalled mid-flight. Our plane fell out of the sky and collided with a mountain. The impact should have killed us instantly, but the pilot had attempted a breech landing. We slammed through the trees that tore the plane apart, and we came to a skidding stop amongst the snow. I had blacked out from the sudden drop in altitude, but the shivering cold revived me within minutes. In a state of shock, I unbuckled my seatbelt and tried to stand up. Everything looked blurry, and I took my first tentative step. I fell flat on my face and would have broken my nose had something not shielded me from the floor of the plane. My hazy vision returned to me in patches, and I recognized I had collapsed on someone. I began to apologize profusely as my vision cleared. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have a tale from the Creepypasta wiki, which is actually part of a series. Some of you may have already heard the tale $1.wave. Well, this tale is part of the series that is from. Now, if you haven't heard $1.wave, leave me a comment in the section below if you're listening to YouTube, and perhaps I may read it on this channel myself. For now, though, my dears, let's get on with the tale at hand. So, come now, lean in closer, and we'll begin. My name is Henry Goodman. Yes, I am related to John Goodman, the blogger that had a rather unpleasant experience with a file called $1.wave. I am his brother. I am the father of 3 kids. I have a wife whose name is Jenny Goodman, and I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm here to tell you about a rather disturbing experience I had involving a used camcorder I got off eBay. It's strange. Both me and John's problems happened when we bought something off eBay. Anywho, on with my story. So, me and my family were planning a vacation and wanted to capture our trip on tape, as well as take some photos. Unfortunately, our video camera was broken, so we would either have to get a new one or just take photos instead. I went on eBay to see if anyone was selling a camcorder. Well, long story short, I found one, bid on it, and won. A few days later, I received a small package which had the camcorder in it. I opened up the box and took it out. It was the typical camcorder with the little small screen on it and such. I had some blank Sony camcorder tapes, so I opened up the camcorder to put one in. To my surprise, however, there was already a tape inside. I assumed it was one that the previous owner forgot to take out. It was a used camcorder after all. I hoped nothing important was on it, otherwise they'd be pretty upset about losing it. I took the tape out and looked at it. There was a piece of yellow masking tape stuck on the front, labeled with black Sharpie, 2006. Just 2006 and nothing else. I decided to play the tape, just to see what was on it. I put it back inside the camcorder and hooked it up to my TV. I rewound the tape, but it was already at the beginning. So I did the usual crap to play a tape from a camcorder to the TV. The tape started with 10 seconds of a blank blue screen. Then it cut to someone filming a school playground on a cloudy day. Kids ran around and played, but whoever was filming seemed to just be interested in one of them. A little girl, probably about 5 years old, with pale skin, brown hair, brown eyes, wearing a yellow coat. Whoever was filming was following her and watching her play. Sometimes the person filming would talk to the girl, and it was a man's voice. He called the girl Alice. I assumed the person filming was the girl's father, and that it must have been some recording of her last day of school or something. If it was, it must have been important to him. I felt bad for him losing something this precious, but I had little time to ponder it, because suddenly a very loud drone buzzing sound burst from the speakers, scaring the living crap out of me. The scenery had changed. It was now nighttime, and the school was deserted except for the girl. All the while, that ear-piercing buzz continued to sound from the TV speakers. I plugged my ears. The girl was turned away from the camera, so I couldn't see her face. She just stood there, motionless. Then, she turned to face the camera. And what I saw, well, I didn't see that one coming. The girl's eyeballs were gone. Just dark, empty sockets where they should have been. There wasn't blood or anything. The eyeballs were literally just gone. Her mouth was drooling some kind of disgusting green slime, and her nose was missing. Not like it was cut off, but simply not there. Only plain skin where it should have been. Think of Patrick from SpongeBob. You get the idea. The scene then burst into static. The buzzing noise stopped, but you could hear the sound of knives slicing against flesh and blood-curdling screams. Then the scene returned, and the girl was hung by a swing in a swing set, with several nasty wounds across her body and a bloody knife laying on the ground below her. Her eyeballs were still gone, and her mouth still dripped the weird green slime, and she still had no nose. The tape was silent. No loud buzzing or anything, just silence as the girl dangled around. My heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst, scared out of my mind because of the sudden buzzing sound and, to a lesser degree, the disturbing footage that accompanied it, I sprinted over to the TV and shut it off. I ejected the tape from the camcorder, shut it off, and unhooked it from the TV. I took a hammer and smashed the tape to tiny pieces. Breathing heavily, still not sure what the heck had just happened, I sat back down on the couch. I just stayed there for a while, staring at the blank TV screen. After I had finally calmed down, Jenny came home from the grocery store. I helped her bring in the groceries. I didn't tell her about the tape because she'd think I was going insane. The dream I had that night was not pleasant. I was in a dark hallway. My throat, it felt like someone was repeatedly flicking my Adam's apple. That loud buzzing from the tape played non-stop. It wasn't coming from any direction, it was just there in my ears, as if I was wearing headphones and the sound was playing in them. I was scared out of my mind. I wanted desperately to get out, to go home, to be in the comfort of my bed. I tried crying for help, but no matter how hard I did, no sound would come out. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. Not having a bucket or toilet nearby, I puked on the floor. But instead of puke, I hurled up a small Sony videotape with masking tape on the front labeled 2006 in black Sharpie. Then, the tape morphed into a girl. No, not just any girl. It was the girl in the tape. Her eyeballs were gone, her mouth oozed green slime, and she had no nose. She slowly walked down the hallway, and for some reason, I followed. All the while, that awful buzzing noise kept playing. She led me down the hallway, and I realized where I was: an elementary school. Kids' drawings and other art lined the walls. Posters saying, "Vote Josh for school president," were everywhere. You get the idea. She led me out an open door and into the playground. It was the very same playground from the tape, and a man was there, holding a camcorder, recording us. But not just any camcorder. It was the very same camcorder that I had gotten off eBay. He just stood there recording us. The girl led me over to a swing set. She pulled a knife out of her pocket. My body then became frozen in place. I couldn't move my eyes. I couldn't move my head. I was forced to watch in horror as the girl sliced herself up with the knife, giving her the same wounds as in the video. The buzzing sound stopped, replaced with the girl's blood-curdling screams of agony. Then she put her neck into one of the swings as if it was a noose. The swing pulled up on its own accord, killing the girl. She dangled from the noose just like in the video. After a few moments, I could move my body again. I sprinted over to the man holding the camcorder. He just looked at me and smiled. "That's my girl," he said. "I'm so proud." I jolted awake. My heart pounded, my forehead was sweaty, and I was breathing heavily. Jenny lay next to me, apparently still asleep. I sat there for a long while and finally calmed down. I lay back down in bed and closed my eyes. I couldn't fall back to sleep. My tossing and turning finally woke Jenny up. She got mad and went to sleep on the sofa. She opened the door, but then she froze. She just stood there, and I could see her hands trembling. I asked her what was the matter. She just stuck a trembling finger out the door. I got out of bed and looked where she was pointing. My blood ran cold. There was a hallway outside the door going out to the living room, where the TV was. From down the hall, I could see the TV. It was on, and on it was the little girl's face, missing eyeballs and all. But then I realized that the TV was in a corner of the room I could not see from where I was. My sleep-deprived brain mistook what I saw as the TV. But it wasn't the TV. It was the window. I do love these classic creepypasta tales. If you enjoyed this one, let me know in the comment section below if you're listening on YouTube. And if you'd like to hear $1.wave, let me know as well. Before I leave, as usual, I would like to thank my dog family on Patreon for their continuous support. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Laura Seta-Penry, Kira Powell, Leslie Robinson, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Eichenser, Taylor Fluth, and Bill Thornsley. If you'd like to find out how you can support this podcast and channel as well, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. If you have a tale, be it your own or a tale that you've heard from somewhere else that you'd like to be considered for this channel and podcast, send it to lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. If you'd like to follow me on social media, I am Lady McCreepsta on Facebook, Instagram, as well as TikTok. Unfortunately, my dears, that is all the time we have this evening. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. This evening we have a tale from the Creepypasta Wiki by author Grey Owl. Now, is this a work of fiction or non-fiction, my dears? I guess half of you can let me know in the comments after this story is done. For now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. I'm not a fan of altering my appearance, but it's what I have to do to blend in with society. Most males claim they dislike the charade most women allude to. They claim they want a natural beauty, but drool over the over-processed and overdone celebrities that aren't any different from the girls walking around within their own town. Because of this standard, because we are told we must resemble the unrealistic beauty of the women of Hollywood, girls lather on the makeup, blurring out their imperfections daily with various makeup brushes. I'm no different than those girls. I love makeup, I really do, but it's a hassle. My boyfriend has to wait in the living room for hours as I get ready for a simple movie date, attempting to perfect some imaginary caliber of aesthetic. Like many women, I refuse to leave the bathroom until I am fully made up, smiling cheerfully within the mirror's false reflection of myself. Unbeknownst to my boyfriend and the male population in general, natural is no longer in. Anyone within my community that is without the props and the gimmicks are no longer sought after, regardless of the beauty they may display. If you do not display the sultry eyes, the plump red lips, the radiant skin, or the long, luscious hair, you are a nobody to the world. You are but a monster. Even though as women have come to this shallow conclusion, we are often pressured by our mates to appreciate our raw beauty, though we, including myself, have undergone severe torment countless times in the past by boyfriends who have witnessed our natural selves. I want to be able to love my appearance. I want to be self-confident and shout to the world that I am beautiful. But reality will not allow such blasphemous speech. Regardless of my fear, regardless of the unknown reaction my mate would have of me, I broke down enough to allow my boyfriend to stay the night. How silly of me. As I showered, I heard the bathroom door crack open. To anyone else, that was an invite to more adventurous routes of intimacy. But to me, it was fear-inducing. Just as I expected, the familiar sound of shock filled the air. What the fuck? He said shakily. I turned the water off, slowly pulling the shower curtain open with hesitant hands. Once exposed, my boyfriend's gaze met mine, and though his eyes traveled up and down my nude body, the one he was so in love with previously, the look he displayed when he met my face, was heartbreaking. Can we talk about this? I questioned as he began backing away, his eyes wild with horror. He shook his head, trembling as he stumbled over his own shoes. Where the fuck is your nose? What the fuck are you? He questioned hysterically. I let out a deep sigh, extending my arms out towards him. Please, don't do this, I said, pleading with him. He continued backing away, turning his head swiftly towards the door, calculating how far a run it would be to make it out. You can't leave, I said, shaking my head as tears fell down my cheeks. Because of my sudden, deepened voice, his attention turned back to me, his expression even more horrified with the swift change of tone. As they all have in the past, he sprinted towards the door, hectically rotating the knob, forgetting to unlock the countless locks bolted on the frame. I watched on for a while, observing his horror, shock, and obvious repulsion of me. The anger began to swell as it had for years. The disappointment I felt as I witnessed him try to abandon me, forgetting the amount of courage it took me to reveal myself without the added hair, the fake tan, the prosthetic nose and ears, the hazel contact lenses, and the collagen-filled lips. He didn't appreciate my efforts to please him. He thought I was just hideous, just as his predecessors did. So, as he struggled with the last lock, screaming for help, I walked over, helping him unlock the door. Once outside, he began running down the hall, unaware of the growing population of women in the halls. Once he ran up to one of the women, pointing at the monster he pegged me as. The woman reassured him, lowering him to the ground as various others gathered around him. Slowly, the realization sunk in of his dire situation. The women all removed their masks. The ones my fellow sisters were confined in because of societal standards, and began ripping him apart. Did the author just reveal some of your secrets, my mortal dears? Let me know in the comments below if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're listening on the podcast, let me know on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and also TikTok. That is all the time we have this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Before we begin with this tale from author Tewaway from the Creepypasta wiki, I'd like to take a moment, as per usual, to thank my dog family on Patreon who make this podcast and YouTube channel possible. Family members such as Bill Thornsley, Laura Setapenry, Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, and everyone listed in the episode description below. If you too would like to help support this channel and podcast, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. To all of you who have supported this channel and podcast, be it through Patreon or just by watching and sharing this podcast and YouTube channel, I would like to express my eternal gratitude for you, my dears. And now, though, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. What an adorable looking dog, my mother said as she picked up the DVD case from Walmart's bargain bin. Don't you think it's cute, honey? I was about 6 years old at the time. I remember desperately trying to peer over my older brother's shoulder as she showed him the front of the box. It wasn't until he enthusiastically nodded that she thrust the DVD. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. Today we have a tale by author Cyan Writes from the Creepypasta wiki. Before we dive into it though, I would like to remind you, if you'd like to follow me on social media, my dears, I am Lady McCreepsta on Instagram, TikTok, as well as Facebook. I release shorter tales of horror, micropastas if you will, on those platforms as well. But now, my dears, it is time to get on with today's tale. So, come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. It was about 4 weeks ago when it started. I have a subscription to receive my town's local paper by mail, as I like to get caught up on current affairs over breakfast. Every Thursday for the past 10 years, this has been my routine, except one day, the paper arrived a day late. I was a little annoyed, but I didn't particularly mind. I just went without on Thursday morning and read it on Friday instead. The front page story was about how a crazed serial killer had escaped from a maximum security prison on the outskirts of the town belonging to our neighboring city. This was a little worrying, but I had faith that he would be caught quickly. A crazed serial killer would stick out like a sore thumb in this quiet little town. The same thing happened the next week. The paper did not show up Thursday. I rang my delivery man, and he promised that it had been delivered. I found this odd and decided to wait until the next morning, where, sure enough, the paper was delivered. As I read through it, I noticed that certain words had been circled throughout the issue. They didn't make much sense, so I wrote down every single word in the paper that was circled. They read, "You, thanks, the home, living." This puzzled me. I began to suspect that somebody was vandalizing my papers. It then clicked in my head that this was the reason they were late. Somebody was taking them from my lawn, circling random words and then giving them back the next day. It was probably some punk kid's idea of a prank. Next week, I was going to catch this punk. On Thursday morning, I got up extra early and kept a lookout from my bedroom window, waiting for 8:30, the time the papers usually arrived. When my clock hit 8:30, there was still no sign, but a margin for error was only to be expected. That's when I heard something smash in the kitchen. I stormed downstairs, wondering if it was that kid. All I found was that a window had blown open and knocked over a vase on the window ledge, but it wasn't windy. It had been a diversion. I ran to my front lawn, but the paper was gone, and I could still see the delivery man driving away down my street. I should have called the police there, but foolishly, I decided to wait until the next morning to try and catch this kid then. I kept watching from my bedroom window, able to see most of my front lawn and the street beyond. If he approached, I'd see him. But at about 8:35, I heard something slide through my letterbox downstairs. How could I have missed him? I sat down over breakfast as per usual and opened the paper. Many more words were circled this time. On the first page alone, they read out, "Sorry for the break. Cannot let you see me." The second page message read, "Going to gut you like a fish." The third page had nothing, and there were no circled words in the rest of the paper, but written inside the crossword puzzle were the words, "Please God have mercy on me." At this point, I called the police. This was no longer a prank. I had been threatened. I told them all that had transpired, including the messages and my address. As I sat at the table, unmoving, I thought I saw a shadow pass by outside my window. I froze for what felt like an eternity, and then, arming myself with a claw hammer, ventured outside. There was nobody there. Nevertheless, I raised the hammer, the hand holding it shaking. After a while, I went back indoors. My fears of an outsider had not receded, but I was too afraid to stand outside the security of my own home any longer. When the cops arrived, they searched my house top to bottom. They told me these circled messages were the calling card of the serial killer that had escaped 2 weeks ago. The police found the man hiding in my bedroom with a knife, waiting for when I would go up and get ready for work. He was going to kill me. Further search of my house revealed that he had been living in my attic, and eyewitness reports from my neighbors told of how he would climb from the attic window, snatch up the paper, and climb back up before dropping it back down the next day. Even though it was all over, I still had trouble sleeping, knowing how close I had come to being murdered. It gave me some relief to see the paper delivered on Thursday the following week. I took it inside and started to read. I stopped in my tracks and stared down at the headline. It felt like my heart was going to stop beating. The story was about how the serial killer was caught, but slaughtered his detaining officers and is now on the run again. I turned to the second page, and scribbled all over it in black pen was the word "sorry" in gigantic letters, covering the page entirely. It was the same on every page, except the last one, where there was a drawing of my house and a stick figure with a knife standing where the back door was. Then suddenly, a knock came from the back door. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. Now, if you have a story suggestion of your own, be it original or a suggestion by another author, send it to me at lady.mcreepsta@gmail.com. Before I go, my dears, I would like to thank my family on Patreon for their continuous support. Dawn Fritzwater, Laura Harp, 66, Kira Powell, Leslie Robinson, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Eichenser, Tay the Fluth, Bill Thornsley, and Laura Setterpenry. If you'd like to support this podcast as well, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. That is all we have time for this evening, my lovelies. Till next time, sweet dreams.
Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. Tonight we have a tale from Creepypasta Wiki by author Gomez Capulet. Before we begin, though, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my dark family on Patreon for your continuous support. Family members such as Danny White, Nicholas Correes, Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, Karen Parrott, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Bill Thornsley, Laura Seta-Penry, and all of those listed in the episode description below. If you too would like to join these ghouls in supporting this channel and podcast, go to patreon.com/LadyMcCreepsta for more information. But now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. I like monster movies. Sure, I'll hit up the occasional rom-com or superhero blockbuster, but I like something I can relate to. Sure, the creatures are often a bit cartoony and bland, but it's a representation and I can appreciate that at least. I go to the movies almost every day. I never get a drink or popcorn. Sometimes I'll buy a pack of breath mints or gum for flavor. I like to sit at the very back, but the front is also acceptable if it means I can keep my distance from others. I usually go to showings around 8 or 9. I get there half an hour before the trailers start and watch as the flies come in to rest and relax in my web. I always come alone, but I'm not actually alone. My children line my gut. I think they're into the movies too. They like the music, at least. My children have been with me for as long as I can remember. They squirmed beneath my pale skin even as a toddler. I always knew instinctively never to mention to family or anyone else for that matter. They would be taken away and cut up, and none of us wanted that to happen. It was when I reached puberty that they began to emerge from my mouth. They are what you would call leeches, but I'm not certain that is accurate, as they and I are one and the same. I don't eat food anymore. They do the eating for me now. They slither on and off unsuspecting humans faster than can easily be noticed. They collect the blood and return it to me for sustenance. Usually, they're harmless. Not always. Their first meal was my sleeping parents. They didn't sleep the whole time, actually. They were very loud as well as being very tasty. It was jointly the saddest and most pleasurable experience of my young life. It's been 35 years since then, and I have gotten quite good at what I do. I keep a low-profile job as an accountant. I'm not popular with co-workers or clients, but no one suspects I'm not one of them. By night, I feed while enjoying the very best Hollywood has to offer, and occasionally an Adam Sandler flick to criticize on my blog. It's a good life, and it's without complications, except for yesterday. I hadn't eaten for quite a few days. I had come by a rather nasty cold dealing with a client and stayed in a couple nights.
Work went very slowly. After, I decided to head to the 7 o'clock showing of Grendel 5, Bloodstorm. The Grendel franchise is a personal favorite of mine. It's about the legendary beast as he kills teenagers in Canada while shouting swears and puns. Anyway, I showed up a little less early than usual. It was 5:45 when I arrived at the cinema and purchased my ticket. I considered the 3D option, but it's usually cheap and pointless, in my humble opinion. I took my seat in the back left corner and meditated for a bit until I heard the trailers begin. Nothing really caught my eye. By that point, most of my fellow moviegoers had arrived and taken their seats. I counted them one by one. There were 27 people and an infant, which I don't think should really count as a person. Then again, maybe the same applies to me. The movie started. The first scene was a real bloodbath. It made the few thin blonde hairs on my almost completely hairless body stand up in arousal. I waited about 10 minutes before stirring my children from their slumber. All it took was holding my breath for a moment. They noticed the change and began to rapidly make their way up my throat. There was no one close enough to see, so I was able to cuff them one by one onto the seat beside me and watch as the long, slimy black creatures wiggled away. I then turned my attention back to the film. It's hard to describe, but I could feel the warmth as the leeches quickly removed blood from our prey, and they in turn could feel my hunger. I was so hungry. It felt so good taking the blood and making it mine. It feels so good, and always shockingly amazing. You feel like God, like the first person to do speed on the moon. Then I heard the screaming, and I realized tonight I was the god of death. There was a young woman 3 rows in front of me. She clutched her arms in a limp bundle of cloth. The baby had fucking died. Luckily for me, my children were all accounted for as they quickly slid up my pant leg to hide from sight. Needless to say, the paramedics were called and the screening ended quite abruptly. That was kind of stupid on the part of the theatre. It's not like showing fictional teenagers getting their arms and heads ripped off will somehow restart a real baby's heart. They didn't even give us our money back. I read in the paper that they put it towards the funeral. How inconsiderate. I waited until I was in the men's room stall before gulping down my bloodsuckers. I caught the whole movie earlier tonight. It was a true masterpiece. They finally gave Grendel a mate, and there was what I suspect will one day be considered a classic scene involving a flamethrower. I'd give it a solid 9 out of 10 at least. The soundtrack might have been a bit heavily influenced by previous installments in the franchise. Still definitely worth the price of admission. Would recommend. Might even see it again. Just do us all a favor and don't bring your fucking kids. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you too have a story you would like to submit for consideration of this podcast and channel, or you have a story suggestion, reach out to me at lady.mcreepsta@gmail.com. For those of you who have just stumbled upon my realm, welcome, my dears. Do feel free to have a look around, and be sure to hit that subscribe button before leaving. Additionally, those of you who have found me on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well to be notified of new uploads. If you'd like to follow me on social media, I am LadyMCreepsta on Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram. That is all the time we have this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening, we have a tale from Creepypasta Wiki by author Icy Dice. Before we dive in, though, my dears, I would like to take a moment to say a special thank you to all my dog family on Patreon for your continuous support. Beautiful people such as Danny White, Nicholas Corries, Dawn Fritzwater, Cyanide Jack, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, Karen Parrott, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Hunter Daly, Bill Thornsley, and all of you mentioned in the description below. Your support helps keep this channel and podcast going, and I truly appreciate it. Now, though, on with today's tale. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. You there, sitting behind the computer screen reading this. You clicked on this page expecting a ritual, right? It's all in the title, of course. Well, I've got an interesting one for you. A ritual that I myself created and am willing to share with you. Now, imagine this. Babies within a room screaming and crying at the top of their lungs. A busy subway train where nobody seems to know how to keep their damn mouths shut. Perhaps your apartment neighbor is too busy playing his loud, obnoxious music upstairs to realize that people like you need their beauty sleep. See a common trend here? The world is so full of noise these days that it seems like there's never a place on earth where one can relax. But what if there was? What if there was a place you could retreat to any time you like and escape from reality? Well, perhaps I could offer a solution to your problem. There are no catches or drawbacks. You'll be getting exactly what you desire, and if you follow my instructions, you should be relatively safe. Ready to try it? Well, here goes. Firstly, you'll want to set up your preparations. You shouldn't need much to practice this ritual, and you can set it up with common household items. You'll want to make sure you have a decent pair of soundproof headphones, a rose, a blindfold, or any material that can cover your sight, and a bag of ice. Also, although not required, I recommend you bring some duct tape. See, I told you it didn't take much to perform this ritual. Now, it doesn't matter when or where you perform this ritual, but it is imperative that you go alone. If you go in groups, believe it or not, the trials will become harder and more dangerous for reasons which will become more obvious as you go on. Now, in order to make this whole wacky ritual work, you're going to need to start performing it as soon as I read off the procedures. As soon as you have completely read the procedures, you have officially Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening, we have a tale from friend and author Jay DeShane. If you enjoy this tale and would like to listen to other tales of hers that I have performed, go to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/LadyMCreepsta and search for her playlist. But now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. "What's your name, boy?" Phillips asked the young man sitting across from him. "Walker," said the man, keeping his eyes down and focusing on his food. For the month or so they had been at sea, Phillips hadn't heard much from the fellow. Still, he couldn't complain. The lad seemed clean and focused, and he did what he was told to do. He didn't seem to get into much trouble either. The other shipmen his age would get drunk and cause a fuss, but never Walker. Phillips could appreciate discipline in a young man. "Come on now," said Phillips. "You needn't be formal here. Loosen up. What's your Christian name?" For the first time, Walker's eyes met the older man's. The purity of their icy color startled him. "Tom," he said. "Well, hell," said Phillips, shaking off the strange feeling. "What do you know? That's my name, too. Good, strong name, ain't it?" Walker smiled. His eyes twinkled. Phillips caught himself staring into them for a little too long. He took another swig from his bottle of beer and pressed on. "How old are you, Tom Walker?" 20, sir," Walker replied. Just hearing the number sent Phillips years back into his memory. "Good age to be, son," he said. "What I wouldn't give to be 20 again. Hell, I'd even settle for 30. Walker stifled a laugh. Phillips noticed and seized the moment. "Oh, you think that's funny, don't you? What can I say? I'm an old shit." He shifted gears suddenly. "What's a young fellow like you doing on a ship like this anyway? Shouldn't you be in school or something?" "School didn't have what I wanted," Walker said. "And what is it you want?" Phillips leaned forward. Walker was silent. He appeared to search for the word. "Adventure," he said at last. Phillips gave a hearty laugh. "Well now," he said, "be careful, son, or you just might get it." There was no more work to be done for the evening, and so the two men continued talking and drinking bitter ale. Before long, they found themselves on the deck, leaning dizzily over the railings, staring down at the churning blackness of the sea below. Phillips had let his thoughts wander back through his own history. Faces, places, pains, and joys, all years or even decades old, floated in and out of his consciousness.
Soon, though, he was aware of something that rose above them all. A song of some kind. He had never heard it before, but it was beautiful. The haunting sadness of the melody nearly brought a tear to his eye. All at once, he became aware of his surroundings. Walker stood beside him, eyes cast downward toward the sea. He was the young man who sang so beautifully. Phillips waited for Walker to finish before asking, "Where did you learn that?" Walker was silent for a moment. "Someone used to sing it to me," he said. "Someone?" asked Phillips. Even in his state of drunkenness, he read the meaning in Walker's words. "You've got a sweetheart," Phillips said at last. "No, I don't," said Walker definitively. "But you said—" "I used to," said Walker. "Not anymore." He looked at the older man. "What about you? Do you have a wife?" Phillips chuckled. "Never. Ain't never had a wife and never will." "Why not?" asked Walker. "There just ain't no living happily with a woman," Phillips replied. The younger man's piercing eyes locked intensely with Phillips. For the first time, Phillips realized that they were standing very close to each other. Were it not for the ale, he might have called it uncomfortably close. At last, Walker spoke. "I feel the same way," he said. Before Phillips knew what was happening, lips were upon lips. The taste of another man swam on his tongue. He felt Walker's hard muscles pressed against him. His hand explored the young man's shoulders, his back, and lower. No! With a sudden show of force, Phillips pushed Walker off him. The young man looked stunned and red in the face. Before he could say anything, Phillips hit him a second time, right to the jaw. Walker stumbled. He lost his balance. Everything happened so quickly. The reality of the situation didn't truly hit Phillips until he heard the splash from below. Sobered by the horrifying realization of what had just transpired, Phillips hurried to the spot where Walker had fallen. When he looked down, only the inky black water met his gaze, occasionally displaying a distorted reflection of the full moon above him. Walker was nowhere to be seen. The next morning, the rest of the crew discovered Walker missing. When they'd searched the entire ship for him, the only thing to conclude was that he'd gone overboard, either by accident or his own hand. Neither of these possibilities were met with sympathy by the irritated men who had spent half a day looking for the missing man. Whether he'd been drunk enough or unhappy enough, his fate was his own problem, they decided. Through it all, Phillips hung in the background and never said a word to anyone. Months passed without further incident, and at last, the ship returned to shore. The first thing Phillips did when he got his pay was to head to the nearest inn and tavern. There, he ate supper and drank his fill of ale. When he had finished, he called the innkeeper over and asked if she had a room for the night. "Aye," she said, the exhaustion perceptible in her voice. "But it's on the very top floor and you'll have to go to it yourself." "I'm not afraid of a few stairs," Phillips barked. "Suit yourself," said the innkeeper. She gave him a price and he paid it willingly. After pocketing the money, she leaned in close. "Do you expect you'll be wanting some companionship, sailor?"
she asked. Then she looked across the room. Phillips followed her gaze over to a beautiful young woman. The innkeeper went on. "Me daughter, Katerina. She's lovely, ain't she? Won't cost you much more." Phillips let his gaze linger over the lovely figure as he gave the matter some serious consideration. It was then that the young lady turned to look at him. He could see from that distance that her eyes were blue, the same ice blue he had seen on young Walker. The memory of that night came flooding in, and Phillips shivered. Even if he'd wanted the girl, and he did, he could never make love to someone with eyes like that, not without feeling the searing guilt of what he had done. "No," said Phillips to the innkeeper. "I'd like to sleep." The innkeeper sighed. "Suit yourself, sailor," she said before turning away and attempting to sell her daughter's affections to another traveler. The hours ticked by and Phillips grew more and more tired. The time came at last for him to climb the stairway to the room he had rented. Halfway up the stairs, his knees began to ache, and he regretted being so proud in his conversation with the innkeeper. He had half a mind to stop right where he was and sleep there, but still he pressed on, eventually reaching a cracked wooden door that stood right at the top of the stairway. Past this door was a modest room with a bed in one corner and a window directly above it. Other than this and a bedside table, the room was bare. Not so much as a rug was present to warm the floor. Phillips laughed a little to himself in his tired state, thinking of the money he'd spent on such meager lodgings. "Oh well," he thought, "I'm here now, and here I shall sleep." He didn't even bother to undress, but flopped hard onto the mattress and fell asleep almost immediately. When Phillips awoke, it was completely dark inside his tiny room. The first thing to stir his senses was the rhythmic pulse of waves washing ashore far below. Each swell of the ocean brought with it more and more awareness of where he was and what had brought him there. For a moment, he simply lay in the dark, letting the surf soothe him. It was then that a different sound rose to his ears. It was faint but constant, barely perceptible above the sound of the waves. What was it? It was unusual to say the least. A whale song? Certainly not this close to shore. As the seconds went by, the sound became more defined, as if it were getting closer. It wasn't long before Phillips could plainly hear that it was music, but not that of whales. No, it was the voice of a man, one he had heard before. His blood ran cold. "No," he said to himself, "too much to drink." But the song continued, growing louder and closer. It was the plaintive melody that Walker had sung on board the ship just before the accident. It seemed to echo softly and sadly in the swirling wind. Well now, Phillips thought, young Walker can't have been the only one to know that song. It must be a fellow in the street. I'll tell him to keep to himself. Folks are sleeping. He opened the shutters on the window beside his bed and peered out. The street below was completely devoid of all signs of life, but a clear view of the beach beyond shook Phillips to the bone with fright. Standing just at the water's edge was a tall, lean figure illuminated from behind by the pale moonlight. The face could not be seen, but Phillips knew who it was. There was no mistaking that this was young Walker, standing still as death and staring, Phillips was sure, up at the very window through which he peered. Perhaps he survived the fall, Phillips offered himself hopefully. As little as he desired to see Walker again, the prospect of coming to blows with an angry living person was far preferable to the alternative, a thought which could not help but raise itself in Phillips's mind as he stared back at the moonlit man. As much as he wanted to believe that none of this was out of the ordinary, something inside of him could not. All the while, Walker's song, sweet and mournful, floated steadily through the air. Suddenly, the figure began to move. Phillips shuddered. Within his sight, the man lurched forward, taking step after awkward step, as if he were learning to walk all over again. It was no use wondering where Walker was headed. Phillips knew there could only be one possibility. "No," he cried out instinctively. He slammed the window shut, pulled his limbs close, and began to pray. As Walker's song grew louder, so did Phillips's prayers. He tried to drown out the younger man's voice with his own desperate hoarseness. A sudden bang on the door made him yelp in surprise. All was silent. Phillips could not move. He could only wait. The bang came again, this time followed by a voice from the other side. "Sailor?" Relief washed over Phillips as he recognized the familiar rasp of the innkeeper. Fearless now, he rose and opened the door. "Ma'am," he said, as politely as a tired sailor could manage. The innkeeper peered at him through a mask of tired annoyance. "As much as I can appreciate you being a man of faith and all," she began, "would you mind doing your prayers a little quieter? I can hear you all the way downstairs." "Apologies, ma'am," he said. The innkeeper thanked him and departed, muttering insults to herself, which amused Phillips as he could hear them even through the closed door. Once again, he was left in the dark silence of his room with nothing to stir the senses but the pale moonlight coming in through the open window. Gradually, the rhythm of the sea returned to his ears, bringing with it no dreadful song this time. All seemed quiet. Even without any clear and present cause for alarm, Phillips was not completely without apprehension. After all, how could he be? Even a man with the strongest constitution is occasionally rattled by a nightmare, he reasoned. Still, to be sure he was entirely safe, he decided to take one more look out the window at the street below. What awaited him sent a fresh wave of terror down his spine. There, once again, stood Walker, only now he was positioned in the street, directly below Phillips's window. The moon revealed him fully now. Phillips could see the light reflected in those pale blue eyes. They peered up at him from a face that was much whiter and more gaunt than he'd remembered. The young man's clothes were drenched and seemed to remain so, no matter how much dripped off him. As Phillips watched, Walker stood deathly still for a moment, as he had on the beach, before lowering his head and stepping closer to the door of the inn. Phillips was paralyzed with fear, unable to move even after Walker disappeared from sight. The only thing that pulled him from his frozen state was the strangest of sounds coming from the base of the stairs. Instinctively, he scrambled down from the bed, threw open the door, and looked down to the bottom step. Water gushed all around, rushing in from some unseen source and covering the bottommost step. It was as if the inn had become a ship, and that ship's hull had been punctured. Phillips marveled at the sight, almost forgetting his fear, until once again, above the water's rush, he heard the ghostly song of the dead sailor. It was then that Walker himself stepped out of the blackness below, stepping out of the water and onto the staircase. He ascended slowly but steadily, with broken, jerking movements that would have been painful to look at had sheer terror not had a firm hold of Phillips. He let out a yell, ran back to his room, and slammed the door. Once there, Phillips nearly leaped onto the bed. He cowered in the corner beneath the window as the sounds of rushing water and Walker's deathly voice grew nearer and louder. Before long, water began to trickle in from beneath the door. It sounded now as if Walker was just outside. Suddenly, all noise stopped. Phillips could only hear the heaving in and out of his own breath as he waited still and silent. A loud bang on the door suddenly made him yelp. It was followed by 2 more bangs, then more silence. Perhaps, he thought, it's the innkeeper come to complain about the noise. I have been making a fair bit of it. But his own thoughts were not enough to completely convince him. The answer came soon enough. The door swung open without warning, and dark water rushed in. Phillips could feel it splashing against him. It was freezing cold and smelled of salt and decay. Bits of seaweed floated in with it. In the middle of the flood stood Walker, his formerly handsome face twisted with rage. The spectre's ice-blue eyes glared at the older man as if demanding some kind of retribution. He lurched forward and Phillips screamed. He pleaded with the dead man to let him be, but the ghost came closer. Before long, he was within striking distance. Phillips eyed the window. "No," he said to himself, "I won't let him touch me." The dead man lunged forward for a final time. In almost a single motion, Phillips rose and heaved himself out of the window. The scream and the sickening thud that followed were enough to wake the innkeeper and several of her neighbors. Before long, a crowd had gathered around the body in the street. "He was a crazy one, he was," said the innkeeper to the people there. "I heard him praying up a mighty storm just before it happened. This is what comes of too much drink, I suppose." Nothing was ever found to go against her belief. The room, when it was inspected, was clean and bone dry as it had ever been, as if no water had ever flowed there, and there was certainly no sign of Walker. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. Now, if you have a story suggestion for this channel and podcast that you would like to submit, send them to lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. And before we leave, my dears, I do want to take this opportunity to thank my beautiful dark family on Patreon. Your support means the world to me. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Bill Thornsley, Laura Setapenry, and everyone else listed in the episode description below. Until next time, my dears, sweet dreams. There are winds of destiny that blow when we least expect them. Sometimes they gust with the fury of a hurricane. Sometimes they barely fan one's cheek. But the winds cannot be denied, bringing, as they often do, a future that is impossible to ignore. Nicholas Sparks, Message in a Bottle. Do you remember your 6th birthday? You were probably uncontainably elated, diving into a mountain of delicately wrapped presents, exhuming each and every one with more excitement and joy than the last. Maybe you remember sitting in a dark room, lit only by the faint incandescence of 6 glowing candles, giggling and kicking your feet as your entire family sung to you, before blowing them all out and making your wish. Or perhaps you have fond memories of being chased around the house by a firing squad of party poppers, becoming almost entombed in a cascade of tinsel and confetti, much to your delight. I truly hope that that is the case. If it is, I am happy for you, and I'm glad your early years were filled with happiness. Unfortunately, I remember turning 6 for an entirely different reason. Don't get me wrong, my 6th birthday party was great. Probably. I don't really remember it, so I can't tell you. I do recall eating smashed cake from off the top of my head, if that's any indication. And it was really windy that day, like gale force. I guess turning 6 isn't particularly memorable for anyone, but it's almost as if what happened to me that night made the day's events seem so insignificant that I didn't commit them to even the vaguest of memories. By shocking contrast, what happened that night is something I will never, ever forget. You see, that was the night that I was visited.
Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. This evening, we have another ritual pasta. This one is from Creepypasta Wiki. So let's dive right in, shall we? Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. People have a desire to know things that they really shouldn't know. I think it's part of being human to knowingly seek out information that normally would be unavailable, no matter the cost. I don't condemn or condone this behavior. I am merely here to explain how someone possessing sufficient determination and courage, or stupidity, might come by some of this information. Specifically, how someone might learn everything they need to know about their future. It won't be easy for you, fair warning. The future is a complicated matter, so you won't find what you're looking for on any street corner. But if you follow these instructions, you might be able to find out what you need to know without any serious consequences. The first matter of importance is the time of the month. There needs to be no moon in the sky on the night that you seek your answers, but the weather is unimportant.
cloudy skies obscuring the moon will not do. Don't start looking for loopholes already. It must be a new moon for you to find the object. You will need to go to an abandoned building, one much bigger than a house. It could be a factory, refinery, hospital. You get the idea. It must be away from an urban area with lots of noise and traffic, as being interrupted would be a very poor idea indeed. This means you must do this alone. This cannot be stressed enough. It would be a good idea to decide on a suitable building before the new moon. You see, the building must be quite specific in its design. You need to find a room within the building that is situated below ground level with no windows or other source of light of moderate size. I am not quite sure of exactly what moderate size means, but basically no aircraft hangars or broom cupboards. The room you select must have a door in the southern side of the room. This is of utmost importance. Please do not get your sense of direction confused. Doing it in a room with a northern situated door would be a very poor way to spend an evening. The room must have a storage unit of some description in it, possibly a desk, drawers, cabinet, or sizable box. The storage unit must have been in the room already. Do not bring any such item in with you. Whatever you do, until it is a full moon and you have committed fully to your quest, do not open the storage unit. If you do, you will not find what you're seeking. You see why identifying a suitable room and building before the new moon is ideal? It might take a while, but seeing the future shouldn't be easy. When you go back on the new moon, you must be prepared to enter the room completely naked. That means no wristwatches, nothing. Try to remember where the storage unit is within the room and practice gauging time with no phone or watch. The task will only be able to be completed between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Opening the drawer or unit before 2 a.m. will simply result in failure. Having the drawer open after 3 a.m. will be more of a problem. If the storage unit is definitely not where it was the last time, get dressed and leave. Never try again. You'll be happier for it. If the unit is about where you remember, you are ready to go. Open the drawer after 2 a.m. and reach inside of it. You should feel a small candle and a box of matches, as well as a larger item. The larger item is a Polaroid camera of no distinct brand or design. Light the candle and place it against the eastern wall of the room. Again, please don't mess up your sense of direction. This particular ritual could be likened to an occult game of operation, where any deviation from the desired line results in failure. Not just an angry buzzing, but I'll leave that to the imagination. You probably won't immediately notice that you've made a mistake, so keep your wits about you. With the candle lit, you can proceed to ensure that there are no extra items in the drawer, particularly coins. If there are coins, leave immediately and do not take them. If there is nothing else in the drawer, you may take the photos. There are 12 Polaroids in the camera, but you do not need to use all of them. Stand with your back to the western wall and take a photo of the candle. Wait for it to develop fully before taking another. This rule applies to each photo you take. Despite the lack of light, the Polaroid should develop quickly. You will notice immediately that the photo is not of a candle. If it is, I'm so sorry. It will be a photo of you, but a reasonable distance into the future. This could be 20 years or 200, it really depends, so don't be too concerned if you see a crumbling tombstone. That will be most of us in 200 years, unless you place the candle against the western wall. This is where the quest becomes interesting. You may use as many or as few Polaroids as you like to find your answers. Each photo you take will be closer to the present time, but the time difference between the photos will be random. They may show your future house or car in the background. They may show your future wife or children. The most important thing here is to keep count. You do not want to use the last Polaroid, no matter what. Trust me. There are many ways to grant eternal suffering from this quest, but by far the worst is using the last Polaroid. Using the last Polaroid will invite an entity into your world that is as old as time itself. It may not kill you immediately. In fact, it may never lay a hand on you. It will, however, ensure the most horrific suffering you can imagine. This could mean watching everyone you love be flayed alive every day for all of existence. Maybe it will possess you and let you watch it do horrible things. This is not an entity that you want to have tea and biscuits with. With that in mind, most people use 5 or 6, get a few answers, and leave. Daring ones use 11. I appreciate their bravery and concentration. Care should be taken to look at each photo carefully. If there are any obscure shapes hiding in the background, it is time to conclude your quest. If each photo is of the same tombstone, it may not be worth continuing until you can see the inscribed date. You wouldn't want it to be too soon, particularly if you're not 100% confident of all the previous steps being completed correctly. If you use less than 11 Polaroids and the photos are all devoid of peculiar shapes, good on you. You are done now. Just make sure you conclude your quest before 3 a.m. Place the camera and all the Polaroids back in the drawer. Blow out the candle and place it in the drawer too. Leave the building and get what you can from your answers, but don't try the procedure again. I hope you got what you desired. If you used 11 Polaroids, I have an apology to make. I did say earlier there were 12. I think I put one less in this time. Let me know if you try this ritual out, my dears. If you're watching on YouTube, let me know in the comment section below how it turns out. If you are listening on the podcast, let me know on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on both Facebook, Twitter, and now also on Instagram. If you are one of my dark family on Patreon, once again, thank you so much for your support. If you haven't joined our dark family yet and would like to, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta, where you can support the production of this channel and podcast for just $1 a month. There are also other ways to support this channel, my dear. LadyMCreepsta.creator-spring.com hosts a whole bunch of merchandise. If you'd like to show your love for this channel and podcast, go there and have a look at the merchandise available. Direct links to both my merchandise site as well as the Patreon site are in the episode descriptions. That's all I have for you this evening, my lovelies. Till next time, sweet dreams.
Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Even in my realm, I do find the conveniences of Amazon hard to pass up, don't you? Now imagine if they became even more convenient. This evening we have a tale about a possible soon-to-be-launched service from Amazon by author Stex85 on Creepypasta Wiki. Let's dive in, shall we? Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. I got an email from Amazon about a month ago saying I had the opportunity to be part of a trial group for Amazon Ultra. The spiel promised access to all the regular Amazon Prime stuff, Amazon Video with some extras for some of the shows, making ofs, etc., Amazon Music, which, to be honest, I never used. I've got Spotify for that. And a new delivery plan. For a hefty monthly fee, I could get unlimited immediate delivery on everything. Drones, apparently, hence the cost. They said it was fast and discreet. It also said that it could link to my emails, social media, and phone to be able to predict what items I would need and automatically order them. It would even anticipate the time I would need them. Well, obviously I signed up. I mean, it was expensive, but I had to try it. Emma, my wife, was definitely not very happy. We had a bit of an argument about that one. I'll sign her up for her own account. That way, she can see for herself. It took a while to get set up. I had to download the app and give over the passwords to my Facebook, Twitter, and Google. When the app was installing, it also asked for some weird permissions I hadn't seen before. I only skimmed it before clicking OK, so I can't remember what it said off the top of my head. I just remember thinking it was odd. After a month of monitoring my habits, the app then advised me to leave all the doors in my house open and at least one top floor window for optimal delivery access. I went with the bathroom because, it's probably the one room you want air out. My wife wasn't a fan of the draft though. Anyway, to start with, it was amazing. I woke up the next day and went to brush my teeth and realized I was out of toothpaste. I hopped in the shower and as I got out, I heard a whirring sound, felt a slight breeze, and lo and behold, there was a new tube of toothpaste in a little package on the sink. I had a curry on my own last night. Emma was out at an office party, and suffice to say, I was especially pleased to see a parcel containing a new pack of soft toilet paper chilled by the very early morning sky. The drone was hovering by its gifts, waiting for me to acknowledge the delivery. I pressed the green button to signify I wanted the product, and it flew off, back to wherever it came from. When the missus said she was going on a business trip, there was an 8-pack of beer and a Blu-ray waiting on the coffee table for me without even a thought, all accompanied by a soothing whir. It had started to anticipate my wants. If you'd asked me then, I'd given the service 5 stars, no question. There were restrictions, however. You couldn't just order yourself items to anywhere. It had to be your designated shipping address. A safety feature I rather enjoyed. If they couldn't find a way in, they would leave the item on the doorstep and bump against the door till someone pressed the green button. I thought it was strange, but the email did stress how discreet the service was, so I didn't complain too hard. After all, these things were so convenient. So when I heard a gentle knocking on my door, I knew what to expect. Instead of some treat I hadn't thought of in its delivery basket, it was a long box. The box was ripped slightly. This wasn't unusual with some of my packages. The items were always okay, so I just assumed it was due to the speed of processing. I saw a metal glint through the hole. I unwrapped it and realized that what I held was a long, sharp butcher's knife.
I saw a torn portion of the label. It was addressed to Emma. Now, Emma doesn't cook, perished the thought, so needless to say I was puzzled. She was on another work trip and said she would be unreachable for the next week, so I accepted it. A few days later, 2 more packages turned up, also addressed to Emma. I shouldn't have opened them, but my curiosity got the better of me. It was a bone saw and duct tape. I had no idea why she would want them. The tape I could understand, but who needs a bone saw? She works in an office, for God's sake. Slowly, more packages arrived, each one filling me with an increasing sense of dread. A pair of ladies' black leather gloves. Emma never wears gloves. Rat poison. We have no rats. And a huge jug of drain cleaner. The industrial kind. The kind that melts flesh. I checked the label. I tried calling her to check that these were legitimate deliveries, but as promised, her phone cut straight to the answer machine. So I accepted them. They were easily returned, and despite my nagging sense of unease, there had to be a reasonable explanation for it. I was just letting my imagination run riot. I awoke on the day of Emma's return with a sick feeling in my stomach. I hadn't been sleeping for the previous few nights and was exhausted. I groggily opened my eyes and saw a drone hovering at the foot of the bed. I looked in its delivery basket, and what I saw made my stomach drop. It was a plain, square cardboard box addressed to Emma. The corner was ripped. Through the rip, I could see a black, sleek barrel of a pistol. I tore the box apart and looked at the invoice. This delivery had a time attached. It had arrived an hour early. My heart lurched. Everything else I could dismiss as an error or a glitch, but this gave me a time. This gave me a method. Amazon was doing its job as advertised. It knew she planned to kill me and wanted to make things as easy as possible. I was just lucky to have signed us both up. As I hit the reject button on the drone, I heard the key in the door. My relief at watching the weapon fly out of the open window was swiftly replaced by rage. That fucking bitch. After all our years together, she would do this to me? She was probably fucking someone else as well. She's never in the house. As she walked up the stairs, I imagined her with 1,000 lovers, drinking champagne and laughing as they plotted their lives after the minor inconvenience that was my life had been removed. She walked into the bedroom and I screamed at her that I knew what she planned to do. That slut laughed in my face. In my face. The red mist of my fury descended, and through the rush of blood in my ears, I heard a faint whir. I felt the drone put the hammer in my upraised hand, and as I brought it down onto my former lover's head, I see her smile turn into a look of fear. Grey matter slowly oozed from the wound as she fell backwards onto a tarpaulin that was already being pulled into place by 2 drones. They really were so convenient. As I poured the drain cleaner onto the body, a thought gave me pause. You know what? I don't think I did ever sign her up for an account. How many of you want to sign up for that new Amazon service, my lovelies? Let me know in the comments below or on social media. My handle is LadyMCreepsta on both Facebook and Twitter. If you have just stumbled upon my realm, do feel free to have a look around, my dears. And before you leave, be sure to hit subscribe, and for those of you watching on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well. That's all we have for you this evening, my dears. Till next time,
Sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Do you have a celebrity crush, my darlings? If you do, leave me a comment below and let me know who it is. Today's tale, by author Red Nova Tyrant of the Creepypasta wiki, tells of one boy's crush and how he finally did get to meet the woman of his dreams. Or was it his nightmares? Come now, my dears, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Kelly Royale was the woman of my dreams. Her flawless pale skin captivated every guy in my grade at the sight of her image. Even just mentioning her name brought on ravings from each of us in the locker room, bragging on about how we'd bone her if given the chance. Alas, it was just another dream of your typical hormonal high school boy. To actually meet a celebrity like her was highly unlikely, even if she had grown up in our hometown. I wasn't really into her music. Pop wasn't exactly within my realm of taste, but with Kelly, I indulged in her angelic voice and sexy movements on camera. Her baby blue eyes stood out from the makeup and blush, and her strawberry blonde hair trickled down her perfect shoulders. Each new glamour shoot and music video only made me more delighted to see her. I wasn't a stalker type, though, let's make that clear. It's just every guy has their ideal woman, and she fit the bill to a T for me. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Before we begin, I would like to thank my dog family on Patreon for your continuous support. If you would like to be like these wonderful ghouls and support this channel and podcast as well, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. So, a very big thank you to family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Jacob Schaefer, Bill Thornsley, Laura Setterpenry, and everyone else listed in the episode description below. And now, my dears, it is time for today's tale. This one comes from author Terrorway. If you're keen on listening to more stories by Terrorway that I have performed, go to my YouTube page where you can find a playlist of all the previous stories that I have read for this channel. A warning though, my lovelies, this particular tale may not be terribly suitable for the younger ghouls amongst us. But now though, my dears, it is time for tonight's tale. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Tell me again, why do you shave your head? Greg asks, hardly trying not to sound rude. You used to have such luscious flowing hair. The ladies definitely liked it. It's just so much easier, you know? A hell of a lot less maintenance. I shrug as I try to make a clean cut from the topic. I guess. It's just weird to see you without it. They were iconically you. I guess what they say about doing time changing you is true. Greg sighs as he shrugs and begins to shut the door. Bye, Dee. See ya, Greg.
I walked down the driveway, releasing the tension in my shoulders and letting loose a shiver in an attempt to reassure myself. Shake it off, Des. It's all in the past. I get asked about it a lot. Everyone who knew me back then wants to know what happened to my trademark long hair. Strangely, it's as if no one even remembers who I was before it, or cares for that matter. About 11 years ago, I wanted to dedicate myself to growing out my hair as long as I could. My family and friends always told me how nice my hair was, but I'd never really paid it much mind. It was so much upkeep to have it long, but I decided I might as well try it out. At the time, my hair was around my ears, the longest I'd let it get. I was previously concerned about it getting in the way, especially when eating. I also had a strange worry that someone would try to grab me by the hair if it was long. For the first few months, nothing seemed different. It grew quickly. My mother would always say how astounded she was at how fast it grew. After about a year, I started noticing strange, habitual changes in myself. I don't know how long they'd gone on before I'd taken notice, but most were pretty small. I first recognized it when I ordered guacamole as a side with my nachos at a bar. It may sound trivial, as apparently it did to everyone else, but I hate avocados. To me, they taste like light, squishy clumps of grass or malnourished vegetation. Guac was no different. As I sat at the table, confronted with my thoughtless choice of wasting a whole $1 to add an ounce of guacamole, I figured, why not? Go ahead, try it. It wasn't bad. Not as bad as I remember, anyhow. I still didn't like it that much, but I felt compelled to eat it, and not just because I'd paid for it. I know that little anecdote may seem contrived, but it was just the first of many instances where I'd felt myself strangely compelled to do unusual, uncharacteristic things. I started buying expensive conditioners, only shampooing once, maybe twice a week, eating a high-fat, moderate-protein, super low-carb diet. It started gradually until I realized, due to a friend's comment, I'd been basically eating a ketogenic diet. I couldn't put on a hat. I simply found myself unable to do it. I'd never been a hat person, but the thought of wearing one now made me physically ill. The vain side of me blinded my concerns of these strange habitual changes. Every time I'd leave the house, absolute strangers complimented my hair. I'd see heads turn, jealous girls, children who just wanted to feel how soft it was. I was content enough with all the changes in my lifestyle. They weren't causing me harm, really. Or so I thought. I'd gone to my doctor's for an annual checkup. As thorough as he is, we did some routine blood tests. He called me about a week later with the results. Your biotin, vitamin E, and vitamin D levels are low, supremely low. These aren't the levels I'd expect to see in someone your age eating a balanced diet. Do you think I ought to take supplements? I asked, worried about what the impact could be on my long-term health. Supplements can help, but it's more important that you get these sources from your food. Supplementation is okay, but in the long run, it can cause other vitamin or mineral imbalances. For now, see if you can get a hold of some, but try to make a conscious effort towards making things like dairy, mushrooms, avocados, and nuts regular parts of your diet. I scratched my head, considering exactly how to respond. You basically highlighted my entire diet in 4 words. That's peculiar to say the least. Try the supplementation then. We'll do more blood tests in 2 weeks. If the tests don't improve, we'll see about putting you on a specialized diet or consider medication. I woke up in the night later that week with a terrible headache. It felt like my brain had thousands of tiny needles stabbing into it. I went to the bathroom, turned on the light, and opened the medicine cabinet. Holding the weak painkillers in my hand, I noticed something peculiar. I froze. I was standing completely still, but through my peripherals, I could see my hair moving. Not a gentle swaying or a lift caught by a draft. Actual movement, as if it was wriggling. I closed the cabinet and stared into the mirror. The hair was visibly growing, both in thickness and length. I started to stagger backwards, afraid to even touch the hair. A small voice in my head said, "Calm down, it's just a bad dream, lay back down." I did. As soon as I laid down, the headache began to soothe and my eyelids felt heavy. Just before passing out, I thought I saw a lock of my hair creeping toward the multivitamin bottle on the nightstand. When I woke in the morning, I wasn't sure if last night's events was a nightmare or reality. I was desperate to shrug it off, but the luxury of ignorance didn't last long. I walked to the bathroom once more and looked at my reflection. No wriggling, no spontaneous spurts of hair growth. Although, it did look longer than I remembered. I reached for a pair of scissors to trim a bit. As I reached for a lock of my hair and held it taut, my body froze up. I could feel the hair begin to wrap around my fingers. "Stop!" the voice in my head began. "That's not yours to cull." I felt powerless, paralyzed. Fear cascaded over me, from my head to my shoulders, down to my toes. Was this the hair? Was it somehow able to stop me? I fought against the paralysis with all the strength I could muster, edging the scissors slowly towards my hair, watching this peculiar scene of a man struggling against himself in the mirror. Then I felt it creeping. Before I noticed it in the mirror, a large python of hair snaked its way around my neck, forming a firm collar. "Don't struggle. Let it be." I forced the scissors open with what control I had left. The cord of hair around my neck began to constrict. The voice in my head began to grow louder. "This body is ours now, but we may share it for a time. If you fight, you will suffer." I tried to scream, but with my throat bound, a gaspy squeal was all I could muster. I dropped the scissors and fell to my knees. The loud thump of knees against the floor was muffled. I hardly noticed it. My vision began to darken, muscles relaxed, as I let the lightheadedness grow into unconsciousness. I regained my awareness sometime later. I was standing upright in a park halfway across town. I wondered how long I had been there. Reaching for the phone in my pocket, I felt it was damaged. I slowly removed the useless brick of heavily smashed technology, attempting to rationalize all of this. Was it drugs? Alcohol? I didn't touch that kind of stuff normally, only on special occasions. Perhaps the effects of the vitamin deficiencies? Listen to me now, my puppet. You have proven an apt host, and for that you are in our graces. Do not forget, it is we who pull the strings now. I could feel a disgusting wriggling all over my head and down my back. The hair seemed as though it was relishing the moment, laughing even. I'm insane, I thought. I've lost my mind. I need to be institutionalized. I began to walk, only I wasn't doing it. My legs moved, my feet carried, but I had little choice in the matter. Then I blacked out again. That was my life for about 2 months. I'd gained consciousness for small snippets of my life. Sometimes in the middle of conversations with people I knew, in which the moment I tried to talk about the hair, I'd choke up and eventually lose consciousness once more. I felt as though I was little more than a husk, a vessel for whatever strange creature my hair had evolved into. I began to feel so hopeless. It didn't appear as though anyone took notice or knew what was going on with me. Somehow, the hair was living my life. The day I finally broke free was bittersweet. Again, I regained consciousness. This time I found myself in the middle of intimate relations. I knew the girl, but not well. I think I went to high school with her many years ago. Blonde Stacy, everyone called her, due to there being 2 Stacys. We weren't in contact, so I have no idea how any of it happened. I stopped thrusting and hastily withdrew from the bed we were on. I didn't know this room. I had no idea where I was. Whoa, what's wrong? She asked me, genuine confusion in her eyes. Where am I? How the hell did I get here? Why am I with you? I clamored for answers, no time to explain. Wow, here's a question for you. Why are you being such a dick? She exclaimed as she pulled the bedding up around her neck to cover her naked body. No, I'm sorry, you don't understand. I'm not in control of my life. I was cut short. My tongue stopped wagging. I'm still surprised it let me get that far. Was it toying with me? I heard soothing words, apologies spew from my mouth like spoiled honey. I returned to the bed, peeled back the blanket, revealing her bare form, and proceeded to mount her once more. I kept fighting, but was powerless. I saw from the corner of my eye a thick lock of hair extending down toward her, mingling my auburn locks with her blonde curls. Then another, and another. Her head was curtained by my long hair. She grabbed a handful in a lover's passion and began to pull. The remaining hair quickly wrapped itself around her neck and began to tighten. She smiled at first and pulled harder. So too did the hair squeeze more intensely. She began to panic as she realized that it was the hair itself doing the choking. More strands appeared, erect in front of her face, slowly piercing down as if to penetrate her facial orifices. She began to kick and struggle. Finally, the hair withdrew me from the coitus. My body had finished, much to my disgust. The hair seemed only to focus on whatever it was trying to do to her. I could feel her panic. I wanted to help her. I fought for control as hard as I could until finally I regained some semblance of power. She had ripped the clump of hair out of my head, and strangely, it was painless. It must have somehow weakened the hair's hold on me, but it hadn't stopped strangling her. I saw a picture frame on the nightstand. I reached out and smashed it against the smooth wooden frame of the bed. Grabbing a piece of glass tightly in my hand, I began to hack and slash at the hair. Blood streamed down my hand from where I gripped the raw, jagged chunk. With every single strand, I sliced through. I began to feel more and more in control until finally I cleaved off all of the hair connecting my head to her neck. I fell back on the bed. Relief began to tingle through every inch of my body I fought so hard to reclaim. I felt whole again. I sat forward, grinning. I must have been a twisted, bloody visage. My meager moment of glee was severed the second I looked back at blonde Stacy. The hair was still firmly wrapped around her neck, some strands slowly wriggling towards her nostrils. Her thrashes and struggles became little more than pathetic convulsions. I could see how powerless she must have felt. I knew it all too well. I leapt forward, grasping at the hair and trying to tug it loose. It was compact and wound like a hemp rope. I struggled for an idea. Once again, I grasped the blood-drenched piece of glass and began to cut at the hair. I tried to wedge between the soft, pale skin of her neck and the auburn leash that bound her. I cut desperately, trying not to harm her. My attempts grew more reckless and aggressive until finally I split the choking leash. She laid unconscious. I wish I could say everything was okay from there, but it wasn't. I didn't know then, but Stacy would never open her eyes again. I spent almost a decade in prison. Stacy suffered severe brain damage and last I heard was in a coma. I'm prohibited from looking more into her fate, though. It was hard to argue against the charges when she'd suffered such severe asphyxiation and cuts all around her throat. In combination with the evidence of a sexual encounter, it painted a pretty vile scene. I wish she hadn't been the cost of my freedom, even if I hardly knew her. I've been out for the better part of 2 years now, trying to adjust to normal life. At least in prison, they obliged my need to keep my hair as short as possible. I've not had thoughts, commands, or any sign of whatever was on or in my head since. But I'm always wary it could be there. Sometimes I see my arm hair move, although I feel the wind blowing against it. I shave it down anyway. Can never be too sure. Now that I'm out, I've been in contact with a lot of my old friends. I'm still learning about stuff I did when the hair was in control. Apparently, I was very socially outgoing and spent time with a lot of different ladies. I almost wish I could remember. As I finally arrive home from my visit to Greg's, my first time seeing him since I got out, I see a curious envelope has come through my mail slot. No return address. I open the package and the first thing I see is what looks like a small clipping from some magazine article titled 7 Things to Eat for Healthy, Luscious Hair. The article has a picture of a woman with shiny auburn locks reminiscent of mine. My heart sinks. Is this a cruel joke? I tear open the rest of the small envelope. A thick lock of hair falls to the floor. I'm petrified. If someone was trying to scare me, they're succeeding. I stare at the clump for what feels like an eternity, waiting for it to move. I swear I see it twitch. I begin to fill with dread, not because of the movement, but because it isn't auburn. It has a familiar curl to it, and it's blonde, just like Stacy's. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you yourself have a story that you would like to suggest for this channel, or an original tale you have penned yourself, send the suggestion to lady.mcreepsta@gmail.com. Though I cannot guarantee every tale will be performed, I do promise I will read your stories. If you have just found me, my dears, welcome. If you're listening on the podcast, be sure to hit that subscribe button. For those of you who have found me on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, but additionally hit that bell icon as well to be notified of new uploads. And that, my dears, is all the time we have this evening. Do come back soon. Till then, sweet dreams. I married a clown. This isn't the setup for a joke. I really married a clown. That is what my wife does for a living. She dresses up in the big, goofy white outfits and entertains people with the age-old art of slapstick comedy. I have never been much of a clown person, but they are a big deal in my wife's family. Clowning around, as she calls it, has been a tradition that started with her great-great-grandparents who emigrated from France. They came to the States hoping to make it big as stage actors, but so was everyone else. With limited experience outside of acting, they had no choice but to take jobs as clowns in a traveling circus to make a living. Today, there are more professional clowns in her family than any other career. Most of them are standard clowns, but there are a few harlequins, jesters, and mimes. She even has a cousin who has an evil clown act, but most of the relatives find that disrespectful to the family's legacy and don't socialize with him very often. He is very popular at Halloween, though. When we were dating, I was a little put off when I learned that she worked as a clown. It is hard to take someone who spends their time acting like a fool seriously, but I soon learned how ignorant my perspective was. She was in the business of selling smiles and laughter, and she was really good at it. How could I not fall in love with her? I have since come to respect her abilities as an entertainer and the legacy her family has created. I won't admit this to her, but I am in awe of her juggling skills and amazed at the number of things she can't twist out of a balloon. Last week, my wife's father passed away. It is an understatement to say her family doesn't treat death the way everyone else does. They don't stand around and grieve. Instead, the family gathers together to perform in honor of the deceased. Even the evil clown cousin was invited to do his act. If you drove by the cemetery during the funeral, you would have thought there was some sort of strange clown convention taking place. Everyone was dressed up as their clown persona. Even her father was dressed in the outfit he performed in. Out of respect for my father-in-law, I let my wife dress me up in one of her old costumes. When it came time for the family to say their final goodbyes, instead of placing flowers, each person placed a clown prop of some sort on the casket. My wife placed one of the rubber chickens she uses during her juggling act. None of this was a surprise to me, having already gone through it when her mother died 7 years earlier. A few days after the funeral, we found ourselves going through her father's house, trying to determine what things we were going to keep and what we were going to get rid of. It took us a couple of days, but we managed to go through every room in the house, except the attic. We decided to donate most of the clothes and furniture to a local family crisis center where her father used to do volunteer work. All of his clown paraphernalia and associated collectibles and keepsakes my wife was going to keep. She already owned a small museum worth of her own clown stuff, but I knew better than to protest and just loaded everything into the car. There wasn't much in the attic worth keeping or donating. Most of it was damaged and had to be thrown away. The attic wasn't sealed off from the elements very well, so the stuff stored up there became a nest for rats and other pests. What the vermin didn't destroy, the leaky roof and fluctuating seasonal temperatures did. We did, however, find one thing up there worth keeping. It was an old painting. I found it tucked away back in a corner, covered with a thick quilt. I was surprised it had survived, considering how badly damaged everything else around it was. "Who is it supposed to be?" I asked, holding up the picture of the clown so my wife could see it. Given how important clowns were in her family, I figured it was some old relative. She scrunched her face up as she looked at the painting and tried to come up with a name. "I have no idea. I don't remember ever seeing that painting before in my life, but that clown looks so familiar. I'm sure I've seen him before." "Maybe he was a friend of your father's?" I offered in explanation. "Someone he performed with that wasn't part of the family?" My comment was enough to knock the appropriate memories free from her mind. "I do remember him now. I was 5 or 6 when my father invited him to stay with us. Something happened to his family. There was a fire or something. He was the only one who survived. I remember he was kind of slow, like a little kid trapped in an adult's body. Everyone called him No, they called him Ono, the clown." "Ono, the clown? What kind of a name was that?" "I believe it started out as a nickname. I don't think he understood the other clowns were making fun of him when they started calling him that." "I didn't think clowns could be so cruel." "Some are. I think that is why my father took him in. He felt sorry for him. He didn't stay with us very long. One day he was there, and the next he was gone. I guess he left that behind." She pointed at the painting. At the time,
Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome to Lady McCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. This evening's tale comes to us by author Robokey from Creepypasta Wiki. Come now, my dears, lean in closer, and we'll begin. In the fall of 1987, local news channel WSB-TV2 of Atlanta, Georgia, was attempting to fill a scheduling gap in their Sunday morning lineup. After a few solicitations by local business owners, they decided to allow the young Reverend Marley Sachs to take the available hour block to do a religiously themed show. It premiered October 18th. With little promotion. The show was standard religious fare and consisted of the Reverend sitting in a simple chair reading passages from the Bible to the camera and discussing their interpretation and significance to our modern day-to-day life. The show received a reasonable number of viewers and continued to be shown into early December. It was then that the studio began to receive extremely strange complaints from viewers of Words of Light with Reverend Marley Sachs. The calls were from women, and women only, who vaguely referred to uncomfortable feelings they had at very specific intervals during the program. They described feelings of nausea, back pain, dizziness, and blurred vision. These callers, for no discernible reason, were convinced that it was the viewing of this program that was causing these symptoms. It was later determined, after 3 weeks of complaints, that these feelings were happening at roughly 12-minute intervals during the course of the program.
The small studio staff checked all recording equipment, both audio and video, and found nothing faulty. When the Reverend was made aware of these incidences, he merely shrugged and stated cryptically that some can't handle the voice of God. The head of the studio, at a loss to explain the cause of these complaints, decided to continue running the program. By February, viewership had dropped sharply, and it was decided to pull the plug on the show. The studio head figured it would be more prudent to spend as much time as possible on the news story that had the other two local news networks abuzz: the miscarriage epidemic. Starting sometime in November, the number of healthy pregnant women miscarrying in the Atlanta metropolitan area had reached over 300. The CDC could find no discernible cause for this terrifying occurrence. The Reverend took the show's cancellation with what could only be described as abject indifference. When informed, he made no protest, merely nodded, almost knowingly. He left the studio after the last episode was filmed without so much as a word and dropped off the face of the earth. No one ever heard from him again, not his former congregation or any member of the church. The studio moved on, filling the slot with an infomercial, and continued to concentrate on the miscarriage story. A year and a half later, an intern at the WSB studios discovered the tapes of The Words of Light and began going through them in an attempt to find stock footage for an upcoming piece the station was doing on the impact religion had on the city. The Atlanta incident, as the miscarriage epidemic became known in medical journals, petered out 3 months after the studio cancelled Reverend Sachs's show and had already begun to fade from the public consciousness. As the intern went through the tapes, he accidentally made a disturbing discovery about the footage. While attempting to stop one recording at 10 minutes and 45 seconds, he mistakenly jammed the fast-forward button down. While the footage whizzed by, he attempted to pry up the button with a screwdriver. Just as he succeeded, the tape stopped at 32 minutes and 1 second. The intern actually fell out of his chair when he looked up at what was frozen on the screen. The image of a badly decomposed severed head filling up the entire frame. After he collected himself, he moved the film back a few times, then forward, and realized that his mind was not playing tricks on him. He began to go through the rest of the recording and soon discovered that at exactly 12-minute intervals, the image would appear for one frame. Thinking it was some practical joke being played on the new guy, he presented it to one of the film technicians, ready to be mocked. The technician was just as puzzled as him. No one had touched the footage since the cancellation of the show. After the studio had closed for the night, the intern convinced the tech to help him go through all the tapes of The Words of Light. They discovered that every single episode had this same horrifying anomaly. They also realized that as the show progressed, the image became more disgusting as maggots began to eat away at the loose flesh, and pieces of hair and skin seemed to have fallen off exponentially. The tech made it clear to the intern that what they were seeing was technically impossible, since the film itself showed absolutely no signs of splicing. And he himself had been at every filming of the show, and he knew of no time when this image could have been inserted into the frame. All of this was presented to the studio head, who, fearing some kind of backlash over allowing this to get on the air, ordered all of the tapes to be destroyed. He told the intern and the tech that he had no interest in knowing who did it at this point, only that covering their collective asses is all that's important now. He demanded that they mention this to no one. The tech easily moved on, remembering the incident as a darkly funny personal anecdote, but the intern wouldn't let it go. He made copies of as many tapes as he could before they were wiped and took them to see if he could find anything else in them that might point to who did this or why they would. A week later, he attempted to rope the tech into helping him again, saying that he believed he had discovered something even more disturbing than the images themselves. When the single frames were edited together in chronological order, the head's mouth appeared to be moving as if trying to form words. The tech, fearing for his job, told him to get rid of the copies and not to talk about it again. A week later, police responded to a 911 call made by an elderly woman in one of the Atlanta suburbs at dusk. She had heard horrible noises coming from her next-door neighbor's house, where a young couple lived. She told the emergency responder that the wife was pregnant and that she was terrified that something had happened. When the officers arrived on the scene 20 minutes later, they found no lights in the windows and the front door ajar. They moved in slowly and made their way into the living room. Inside, they found a young woman dead, with her abdomen slashed open. The wound was jagged and a trail of blood led from the body to the couch on the far end of the room. There sat her husband, the studio intern, naked, the corpse of his unborn child at his feet, dying. In his hand, he held the rusty piece of metal siding he had used to gut his pregnant wife. The television was on and playing an 18-second loop of silent footage of a decomposing head mouthing some unintelligible words. The story at the police precinct to this day goes that the intern kept saying under his breath over and over again as they led him away, "The light of God calls them." Do you live in Atlanta, my dears? And do any of you remember this broadcast? If you're watching this on YouTube, leave me a comment below and remember to like this video as well. If you're listening on the podcast, reach out to me on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on both Facebook and Twitter. A big thank you to all my dark family on Patreon. Your support means the world to me and really does help keep this channel and podcast going. If you have yet to join my dark family and would like to, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. As little as $1 a month really does go a long way, my dears. That's all I have for you this evening. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. Have you ever played any of those quizzes on Facebook? You know the type. Those personality quizzes and those quizzes that supposedly tell your future. Well, there may be reasons why you shouldn't play those quizzes at all. In tonight's tale, from Creepypasta Wiki, we find out one of those reasons. So come now, my dears, lean in closer, and we'll begin. In the wee hours of the night, when I've had too much caffeine, I usually find myself doing those lame personality quizzes that people do on Facebook. I'm sure you've done a few yourself. What element are you? What classic horror villain are you? What was your profession in your past life? That sort of thing. You can usually tell what it's going to give you just by what answers you select, but whatever. It's a way to pass the time. Tonight is like most nights. It's late, I'm bored, and I'm surfing the web. The combination of an excessive amount of Dr. Pepper and a few bowls of some decent weed means I'm not going to go to bed anytime soon, but I'm probably not going to get anything done either. I guess I could clean my apartment, but it's not like I have anyone to impress. I've been single for 7 months now, and I don't have any roommates, and I don't entertain much. I moved out here from my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, to try and pursue school, but after 2 semesters, I heartily lost interest and dropped out. That was 9 months ago. I tried to keep my relationship going with Sarah after I stopped going to school, but I suppose she wants a man with more ambition. I suppose they all do. My job as a delivery driver pays just enough money to satisfy rent and utilities, and maybe a little left over for a few creature comforts, but not much else. And definitely not any amount that would add up to anything meaningful in a savings account. My co-workers are okay, but I kind of keep my distance. They are all mostly younger and are only interested in getting shit-faced every weekend, and I've never been much of a drinker. I guess you could call me a shut-in. I could lay on the couch and watch a movie, but I lost my DVD remote and I would have to actually get up and push the buttons on the player. And besides, I've watched everything I own at least a dozen times anyway. I have cable TV, it came in the bundle, but there's never anything on and I can't stand commercials. Internet prevails. Facebook is proving to be pretty boring, as always. It's the time of night when everyone else has gone to sleep and my news feed isn't showing me anything new. I scroll down for 5 minutes, refresh the page, and start back where I was 5 minutes ago. Maybe I can find something on YouTube that I haven't seen yet. Not likely. I refresh the page again. I see a quiz my friend has done. What type of warrior are you? Is the title of the quiz. My friend is apparently a Viking. I click on the quiz and answer the questions and discover that I am a pirate. Hooray! I could not have gone on living without that precious information. I scroll through some other quizzes, hoping to waste more time before I eventually pass out. I click on one entitled, "What decade of music are you?" But I get a pop-up instead. "Can you fool the all-knowing Ronwy? Play 20 questions now," is the text that appears in the new window. I usually don't click on random pop-ups, but this looks innocent enough. I'm pretty tech-savvy anyway, benefits of being antisocial, and my computer is pretty well protected. I am also very bored, so I figure, what the hey? Sure, I'll play. I click the yes button in the window. Ronwy knows what you are thinking. Ronwy knows all. Is it nighttime where you are? What? This is not a typical question in the game 20 questions. I thought the object of the game was to guess the word I am thinking of. For being all-knowing, this Ronwy sure doesn't know how to play the game properly. Whatever, I'll go along with it. It is nighttime where I am. I click yes. I knew it. Ronwy is all-seeing. Are you alone? Like I would be doing this if I had any company. I click yes. Of course you are. Ronwy knows everything. Are you wearing a grey shirt? I'm a little high, so I don't even remember what color my shirt is. I look down and sure enough, I am wearing a grey shirt. That's a little uncanny. I click yes. Ronwy can see that. Ronwy can see all. Are your eyes brown? Another lucky guess, but I suppose brown is the most common color of eyes. I click yes. Nothing is a secret to Ronwy. Ronwy sees everything. Is your name Stephen? I'm jolted awake. How the hell does the game know my name? This is very unsettling. Unsettling unless this game is accessing my Facebook information. I am logged on to this quiz app through Facebook after all. That must be it. Ha! Very clever, Ronwy. I click yes. Ronwy knows you, as Ronwy knows all. Is your dog's name Lola? Did I ever post that? I don't think I have that in my profile information. I must have listed her as my pet, but I don't really remember doing that. I click yes. Ronwy is ever knowing and ever seeing. Is Lola at your mother's house? Okay, there is no way I ever posted that on my profile. When I moved out here to go to school, I couldn't find an affordable place that allowed pets, so I had to leave Lola back home with my mom, but how could this game know that? I know I never put that in my information. I'm high, but not that high. Hesitantly, I click yes. Of course she is. Ronwy always knows. Is your living room lamp off? Ha! A swing and a miss, Ronwy. A swing and a miss. I turn around with an intense feeling of relief as I look at my living room lamp, which is clearly on. Laughing, I click no. You cannot lie to Ronwy. Ronwy sees. As soon as I read these words, the light bulb in my living room lamp burns out. I seize up with dread. What the hell is going on? Are you out of light bulbs? I pause and think for a minute. No, I am not out of light bulbs. I have a pack of light bulbs in my kitchen drawer. I click no with a smirk on my face. Ronwy knows all. I would check again. I'm about to prove you wrong on this one, Ronwy. I leap out of my chair and rush to my kitchen and find the drawer where I keep the light bulbs. I rip the drawer open and see the familiar cardboard box. I take the box out and see I have one light bulb left. I remove the light bulb from the box. Shows how much you know. What the hell do you call this? I yell at the computer. I triumphantly thrust the light bulb in the air, but as I do, it falls from my hand and shatters on the ground with a pop. I cannot believe it. I stare blankly at the shattered remains of the light bulb before deciding I've had enough. I rush over to my computer and click on the X of Ronwy's window, but nothing happens. I click on the X repeatedly, but to no avail. Do you want to stop playing? Hell yes, I want to stop playing this creepy-ass game. I shout my answer as I click yes. We can't stop playing now. We have to finish. I'll be damned if that happens. I open Task Manager with the intent of closing the process, but it doesn't even show up. I stare blankly at the screen before Ronwee's next question appears. Did Sarah leave you because you are a broke and worthless loser? What the hell? No! I scream at my computer as I feverishly smash the mouse button and click no in Ronwee's window. You cannot lie. Ronwee knows all. Ronwee sees all. Are you angry? Angry is an understatement. I'm fucking livid. I click yes, eager to get this over with. I don't know what the hell is going on, but if Ronwee wants to ask his 20 questions to humiliate and infuriate me, then let's have them. Ronwee senses your anger. Ronwee sees into your soul. Is your phone ringing? No, my phone is not ringing, I shout as I click no, but as I do, my phone starts to ring. My heart sinks. I feel nauseated as a sense of dread sweeps over me. I know I shouldn't answer the phone. Some instinctive part of me begs me not to answer the phone, but I only want to get this over with. I look to Ronwee's window to see if he will contradict me, but no text appears. The phone continues to ring. Hesitantly, I pick it up and answer. Hello? I nervously ask into the receiver. No answer. Only heavy breathing. Hello! I shout, but the breathing continues. It sounds feral, like a wild animal that is anticipating a meal that is long overdue. New words appear in Ronwee's window. Can you hear me? I instantly hang up the phone. I stand staring at. Good evening, my dears. Welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have a tale from Creepypasta Wiki by Fallen Itami. If you enjoy this tale, be sure to give this video a like and comment below. Now though, my dears, it's time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Somewhere in Columbus, Ohio, there lived a young boy. Josh was always a normal child, always doing normal things. At least, that's what it looked like from the outside. Inside, Josh always felt alone. His father was a cocaine addict and his mother not too bright. Keeping to himself in his room and playing with the many toys they brought to occupy him with, it always felt so empty. That's when Josh had a wish for a friend. When Josh was 6, he spent most of the time in the bathroom, playing with the water, or in his room, playing with his toys. One day, a large mirror on the inside of the bathroom door caught his attention. It was himself, he knew that. He always knew that, but there was something about him that was different. His appearance didn't move and smile like he did. The mirror was a long mirror, about half the size of the door, and could easily show his full stature. It was the middle of the afternoon. His mother was sleeping and his father was at work when the young boy he was looking at spoke to him. Want to play? Josh didn't know what to make of it. He didn't feel scared, but it all felt so real to him. The reality overtook him as the boy seemed to move from the mirror in front of him. Josh just smiled as usual and nodded his head. The boy led himself to Josh's room, where the ground was cluttered with Josh's toys. This allowed the two to laugh and play together with ease. Over the next few months, Josh's parents always noticed the loud noises coming from Josh and his room. Always talking to himself, toys moving around as he played. His parents always asked who he was talking to or who he was playing with. Several times assuming he had an imaginary friend, but Josh always answered with absolute certainty, "Jacob." Over the next 2 years, Josh had been focusing more on cartoons and real-life friends than playing with Jacob. Sometimes, when Josh wasn't home, his mother could hear toys dropping upstairs. Jacob didn't appear too often, but there was always a sign that he was there, and Josh was beginning to fear his room. Josh was afraid of even being near upstairs if he was alone. When Josh turned 9, a lot of things were going wrong. He was beginning to feel others' emotions easily. However, it wasn't like empathy. It was more like feeling sympathy and sorrow. Josh was already showing signs of anxiety because of his fears, and now this new turn was worrying everyone around him. No one believed that he had a friend in his own room. Although his father didn't believe him, his father could sense the adamant fear within Josh's eyes whenever he was forced to go to his room alone. Over this year, Josh had forced himself to sleep in the living room. In the fall, Josh entered 4th grade and was beginning to forget all about his young friend. That was when the nightmares began. They were nothing serious at first. Things disappearing, his pets dying, his friends leaving. Things that one day did happen, and not too far-fetched either. But not in the way they were shown. His dreams were over-exaggerated, a lot more gory and frightening for a child his age to even think up, but he kept their existence to himself. Weeks passed and the dreams got more intense as his birthday passed, the next year coming around and everything went by normally. In March, the dreams began again, except this time it showed his father. Someone breaking in and killing him. Repeatedly mutilating his body until there was nothing left. The next day, his mother and father got into a large fight, but nothing too different. There was just so much negative energy in the air. It was as if anger and rage itself was filling the house, but still Josh was scared of his dream and begged his mother to stay home, though she ignored his pleas. Later that day, Josh's uncle had dropped off a computer for his father to fix up. It was so that Josh could have it for school and socializing. Josh's father had stayed up late to finish it after Josh had fallen asleep on the living room floor. A small mattress from a pull-out couch was laid across the floor so he could rest peacefully. The next morning, Josh woke up. His cartoons were over and he was almost late for school. The first thing that he did was to try and wake his father up, screaming at him for making him miss his cartoons. Josh's father didn't wake. No matter how many times his small hands pushed his father's body, rocking it back and forth, he didn't move. Screaming, "Daddy!" over and over before noticing a pale grey bubble form around his lips. Out of instinct, Josh ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife, protruding the bubble and breaking it open. The foam moved, but his father still wasn't breathing. His mother worked the night shift and would be home within the hour, and his mind couldn't even think about the police. His mom was the only thing running through his mind as he ran up the steps, his fear disappearing as he rummaged through his broom for the phone book to call the number his mom had left him. Returning downstairs, Josh called the number, but she was already on her way home. Still in his pajamas, Josh walked outside and sat on the front steps. He couldn't cry anymore. He just couldn't. He couldn't tell how long it took for his mother to come home, but the moment she drove into the driveway, she could tell something was wrong. Asking Josh what was wrong, he replied in a single monotonous voice, over and over. "Dad, dead. Dad, dead. Dad, dead." Running inside, she found his father's corpse on the floor. Josh walked in slowly, keeping still, watching as she fumbled for the phone to call the police. Crying for him to come back, crying for him to be okay, Josh just stood there, his eyes watching the scene. It wasn't long before the police and medics arrived. They said that his father had not died in his sleep, but in fact fell, having a heart attack and a stroke at the same time, as if something scared him. When the medics were there, Josh sat on the top step of the stairs looking down. He swore he could hear Jacob's laughter, however, drowned out by the people. As the medics left, one thing bore into Josh's mind as the medics spoke loud enough so that he could hear. "If your son knew CPR, he could have saved his life." Depression took hold of Josh from that point on. Things leaving and dying around him, disappearing. None of it could even be explained, and anyone that dated him stated that something told them to leave. Josh was forever cursed and haunted by that little boy from the mirror. The little boy now trapped within himself, forever watching his every step. If you're ever lonely, never try to play with yourself. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you've just discovered my realm, welcome, my lovelies. Be sure to hit subscribe before you leave, and for those of you who are watching on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well to be notified of new uploads. Do let me know what you thought of this story by either leaving me a message on social media, or if you're watching on YouTube, by leaving me a comment below. I am LadyMCreepsta on Facebook and Twitter. That's all we have time for this evening, my darlings. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. Today we have a tale from Creepypasta Wiki by author Noah Wilmore. Before we begin though, a quick shout out as usual to my beautiful, glorious dark family on Patreon. Your continuous support helps keep this podcast and channel going, and it is thoroughly appreciated. Beautiful ghouls such as Danny White, Nicholas Corries, Dawn Fritzwater, Cyanide Jack, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Bill Thornsley, Laura Setapenry, and all of those mentioned in the description below.
If you would like to join these beautiful ghouls and support this channel and podcast, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. And now though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. It's almost time. It's almost time. 11:54 p.m. It's almost time. My mother told us what to do during the time it is here. Keep your heads down, cover your ears, and no matter what, no matter how curious you are, and no matter what it tells you, do not look at it. It's now 11:55 p.m. It comes once every 33 years. Every third day of the third month of every 33rd year, as the old folks say. They talk about how their parents told them the same things ours are telling us now. Keep your head down, cover your ears, and all that. They say how they got really close to looking the first time. They say it whispers to you, telling you things nobody else could ever possibly know, saying that it won't tell anybody else if you just look it in the eye and say you're sorry for whatever sins you've committed that it tells you it knows you've done. Of course, they were never stupid enough to actually fall for it, but they had a few friends who did. Some of the kids who got into more trouble than is usual for a kid who couldn't risk their parents finding out about it. But when I ask what happened to their friends, they just kind of shiver and say I'd be better off not knowing. 11:56 p.m. now. I can see the dull greyness of what must be storm clouds starting to form off in the distance. My father said that at first he thought it wasn't going to come that first time when he was little, because of how few clouds there were. It's always preceded by clouds. Doesn't like starlight even when it's full-on nighttime like this. Something about how even the sparkling glimmers of the stars are too bright for it. 11:57 p.m. He said that the clouds don't really start until 11:58, and that at 11:59 they just spill over the mountains into the city like some gigantic hungry mist, just starving for a morsel of human meat that it was restrained from having, except maybe a lone mountain climber or two. He said that before the clouds had enough time to come swallow his house, his parents had already grabbed him and pulled him down to the basement before taping the door shut. He says that it moves through the clouds, being anywhere and everywhere at once, searching through them to find an unguarded human who was naive enough to look at it. 11:58 p.m. Wow, Dad was right. It looks like those clouds just exploded out of nothing. Anyway, before I have to go down to the basement, I should tell you that I managed to convince my grandfather to tell me what happened when you looked at it, in case you happen to live in one of the cities that it visits every 33 years. You become a part of it. He was little, and it was the first time it came. They hadn't managed to seal up the house very well, and the clouds crept in. You stay looking, transfixed at its hungry evil eyes, or whatever it has in place of them. Then you start to shake. You try to look away, but you can't. Granddad says that he heard his friend, Noah, squeaking out through his permanently awestruck mouth something that sounded like, "Help me." 11:59 p.m. geez, it really does just tidal wave over the mountains. Oh, my parents are telling me it is time to go to the basement, so I better finish this quickly. Grandad said that he risked opening his eyes a fraction of a millimeter to see what was happening to Noah. And while he couldn't see anything in front of Noah, it was pretty obvious that he sure did. Okay, I'm going to have to run while saying this last part. The storm's almost to my house. He said that Noah started to shake even harder, so hard he could hear his teeth rattle. Then Noah's clothes started to collapse and he could clearly see scarlet stains spreading in places where his clothes were falling in the deepest. Then Noah's face started to melt. But as it did, it also filled with that cloud. Blood and grey, cold wetness poured from every orifice in his skull as his clothes continued to sink even farther down. Now Grandad could see clouds pouring through his shirt as well, shaking and melting and transforming. With one final, ear-piercing screech, Noah was gone. Only his blood-drenched clothes remaining. Okay, here's where I leave you. Just remember, keep your head down, cover your ears, and no matter what, no matter how curious you are, and no matter what it tells you, do not look at it. 12 a.m. Thank you for joining me, my dears. If you enjoyed this tale and are watching on YouTube, do remember to give this video a thumbs up and leave a comment below, as this helps other ghouls discover this channel too. For those of you who are new to my realm, welcome, my dears. Do have a look around, and before leaving, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Additionally, for those of you watching on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well to be notified of new uploads. If you have a story suggestion, send it to me at lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. That is all the time we have this evening, my lovelies. Till next time, sweet dreams.
Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. Thank you once again for joining me, my lovelies. Today, we have a tale from one of our favorite authors, Shadow Swimmer 77. And I'm sure you'll enjoy this one as much as I do. Before we start tonight's tale, though, my dears, I'd like to give a very big shout out and thank you to my Dark family on Patreon. Dark family members such as Danny White, Nicholas Corries, Dawn Fritzwater, Cyanide Jack, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, Karen Parrott, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Hunter Daly, Bill Thornsley, Laura Setapenry, and all of the beautiful ghouls listed in the description below. Your contribution not only helps keep this podcast and channel going, but it also encouraged me to keep doing this work as well. If you would like to know how to become a Dark family member like these beautiful ghouls, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. But now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today we have another tale from the Creepypasta Wiki, this time by author JRV Unleashed. I'm also still giving away Lillian, my little haunted dolly. If you comment on this video, this would be an eligible entry for the draw. I will tell you more about all the rules and regulations at the end of this video. For now, though, it is time. So come, my dears, lean in closer and we'll begin. It was late in the afternoon when Elijah had finally finished lugging his possessions into his new home. This was his last chance, and he needed a new environment for inspiration. "I've given you too many chances. Your shit doesn't sell. Give me a hit song or you're fired," his producer had lashed during their last discussion. Elijah hated his producer with a passion, and his reluctance to change his style in favor of record sales had to be overlooked if he wanted to keep a roof over his head. Elijah came from an era where great musicians could sell through sheer talent alone, but times were changing, and he was being left behind in favor of what he referred to as overproduced horseshit. He found himself turning on the radio for inspiration, only to lose faith in the pursuit after hearing what people actually listen to. "I can't make this trash. I refuse," he chanted to himself, but after settling down and thinking it through, he'd unenthusiastically flip the radio back on and get back to his chore. Elijah had come into this business with the hope that his creativity and personal expression could shine through, but after years of touring with the band and finally disbanding due to lack of income, he was now forced into the business of writing songs for the new, younger bands. Elijah despised the new generation, as they completely lacked the creativity and musicianship that had originally propelled him to fame. Having someone else write a song for you was an embarrassment in his day, but now it seemed the norm. The music business was a disgusting beast, he thought, but he was already in the industry and he couldn't stop now. After hours of relentless labor, Elijah pummeled into his couch, exhausted and unmotivated. His muscle ached and throbbed with every movement. After a few minutes of motionless thought, Elijah pulled himself to his feet to explore his new home. His tight schedule meant that he had not had a chance to even investigate his property before the purchase, but his producer had promised that the house was amazing and that the previous owner, like him, was a songwriter and had already had a studio installed. Red walls lined the hallways. Dusty shapes littered the walls from what Elijah imagined to be the location of the previous owner's paintings and posters. Nails still protruded from the empty spaces. It was clear that the man's belongings were quickly and harshly removed for the new owner. The house was considerably larger than he had imagined, considering what he had paid for it, and it seemed almost larger on the inside than it was on the outside. As he moved through the lengthy hallways, he stumbled upon a large, impressive hall with a steel winding staircase leading into a basement area. Elijah assumed that this must be where the studio was located. Eager to see the place he'd be spending most of his time in, he hurried towards the stairs. When he reached his destination, he glared in awe at how far down the stairs winded. His studio must be underground, he surmised. Elijah began to wonder how the previous owner could have possibly given this place up. It was simply the most amazing house he had ever seen, and he couldn't imagine why somebody could possibly leave. The producer said the man had just gone missing. The police explained without a doubt that there was no forced entry and no signs of struggle, so they assumed that the man had just moved on, leaving all his possessions behind. Why, Elijah couldn't even surmise, but he wasn't about to question their decision. He cautiously moved down the flight of cold stairs, clawing the railing as he descended into the darkness. The steel was sturdy and sleek, without a creak or vibration during his trek. As he reached the bottom, the light from the hall began to fade, and he lost sight of where he was. After a few seconds of fumbling around in the dark, he happened upon a light switch and frantically flipped it on. It was a small, isolated room with a single red door towering in front of him. An ominous chill ran up Elijah's spine, but he quickly got a hold of himself and moved toward the handle. The door seemed to call him in a way, and after pondering it in his head for longer than he even realized, he began to hear faint notes coming from the room, beautiful echoing notes. Notes from what he thought had to be some sort of stringed instrument. Someone must have left the studio on, he thought, only to realize that he hadn't heard something so beautiful come out of a radio in what seemed like a decade. Overwhelmed with haunting curiosity, he cautiously moved toward the door. He reached for the gold, shining handle and slowly turned the knob. Suddenly, he came to the realization that someone could be inside there, playing the instrument, and he bashed open the door with the fury of his instincts and gazed into the room. It had to have been the most polished and intricate studio he had ever seen. State-of-the-art microphones, tables, and computers littered the room. The moving guys must have completely missed the room, otherwise they would have taken everything. Elijah estimated that the room must have had thousands of dollars worth of equipment. After a few seconds of admiration, he quickly remembered why he had come in the first place and was startled to find that the music had stopped. The room was empty. Man, I'm really losing it, he scoffed to himself and moved toward the equipment. To his surprise, the studio was still recording, as if the previous owner had just got up and left before he even stopped the recording. Elijah moved through the equipment with professional quickness, as years of experience had given him a mastery over the various knobs and buttons, and stopped the recording. Later, he decided, he would go back through the days of recording to see if he could figure out some clues as to why the previous owner had left so quickly, but something else had caught his attention that seemed to pull his eyes and mind away. A white, gleaming guitar, still plugged in, lying on the floor near a fallen stool. Elijah quickly moved closer for further inspection. The craftsmanship was absolutely superb, and despite having the styling of a guitar from 50 years ago, the frets were completely fresh and the strings showed no signs of wear. As he subconsciously examined the find, he quickly realized that something was off. He was so mesmerized by the design that he had not realized that the guitar was missing a string. Only 5 strings, ending with B. Even more interesting, the guitar seemed to be designed for 6 strings, considering the empty spot on the neck for the final missing string. Why would someone go through the trouble of making such an amazing guitar, then neglect the final string? More interesting, he questioned, why was the previous owner playing an incomplete guitar? Furthermore, the guitar had clearly been dropped, but it was still in perfect condition. Elijah, filled with even more questions, moved to grab the guitar. As his hands reached for the neck, the guitar seemed to glow even more than before, as if it were itching to be grabbed, to be played. Suddenly, before he made contact, his pocket began to vibrate. He pulled out his phone. Great, this asshole again. He shrugged and answered the phone. The reception was terrible, so he moved out of the room and headed back up the stairs. What did I tell you, man? Am I right or am I right? I know the studio's a little small, but it should be fine, his producer shouted. The man always seemed to shout when he talked, like he didn't know how loud his own voice was. Elijah didn't know what Bob meant by small, as the studio was much larger than his old one, but he dismissed the error. It's great. It's amazing, actually. You were right, as always, he reluctantly admitted, with a sigh under his breath. I'm expecting great things from you, E. Don't let me down. Don't worry, I'll have a few songs for you in a bit. All right, man. You know, I understand how you feel, he remarked with a hint of fake empathy. You have to understand, though, times are changing, and if you don't get on the train's going to leave you behind. He has the nerve to talk to me about keeping with the times when he's still using archaic phrases from last century. Elijah mocked in his mind. Yeah, Bob, I know. So anyway, I'm not finished unpacking, so I'll catch you up later, okay? Sure thing, E. Peace. Elijah eagerly threw the phone back into his pocket. His back was giving out and he needed to lie down. The guitar, he figured, would have to wait until tomorrow. He hadn't set up his bed yet, so he moved to his couch for the night. Elijah didn't sleep well. He couldn't stop thinking about the guitar. The notes he heard before he opened the door echoed through his dreams. Suddenly, he shot up from the couch. It was 5 a.m. and the sun had not yet risen. Still, Elijah could no longer attempt to sleep, so he got off the couch. He was moving towards the spiraling staircases before he even realized what he was doing. To his amazement, the notes that had been reverberating in his head now could be audibly heard throughout the house.
Again, it was coming from the red door. This time, he wasn't going to take his time. He rushed down the stairs and pushed into the door. Without even looking around, he immediately headed for the guitar. It was still there, and the music, again, had stopped. He reached quickly for the guitar, but stopped himself moments before contact. He didn't know why, but something, his gut he assumed, told him not to touch it. Something was wrong with this guitar, with the whole scene in general. The studio still recording, the stool on the floor, the guitar laying so perfectly gleaming on the floor where it must have been for at least a few weeks, the missing string, none of it made any sense. Still, he would never know unless he inspected further, so he gulped and grabbed the guitar off the floor. Nothing happened. At least, nothing that he could see. The guitar, now in his hands, seemed to lose the glow that had emitted from it when it was on the floor. The warm, smooth neck felt perfect in his hands. He pulled the stool up and sat down, putting the guitar into playing position. He set his fingers and strummed an open E major chord. The guitar was perfectly in tune, though the lack of the high E string left the familiar chord lacking in completeness. Still, the tone was the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. Even before thinking, he realized that the guitar sounded exactly like the notes he had been hearing all night. It was so clean and beautiful that he didn't even realize it was a guitar. The notes, he figured, must have come from some sort of harp, but amazingly, the perfect tone was emanating from this guitar. Immediately coming to his senses, he jumped up and scanned the room. "Where are you? Come out!" he demanded. Someone must have been playing the guitar, and he was so caught in the moment that he had completely forgotten to analyze the situation. He quickly moved through the studio, feeling the walls for hidden doors and scanning the floor for trapdoors. After a few moments of frantic searching, he couldn't find anything. Could it be a recording? He thought, and moved into the previous room to inspect the equipment. It was all off, just like he had left it the previous day. Nothing recording, no playback initiated, nothing. The whole situation was entirely too weird, but Elijah quickly remembered the guitar and immediately moved back to his prize. Fascinated, he went back to playing position and began to accustom himself with the instrument. The lack of a first string was still a little weird to him, but the amazing tone of the previous strings more than made up for it. He began plucking through his repertoire of classics. Never had Zeppelin sounded so amazing. The tone was all-encompassing and perfect for any genre, he soon found out. It fit with nearly everything and made everything sound better. "This is absolutely amazing," he exclaimed. Dozens of possibilities flew through his head. "This could be the break I need," he enthusiastically pondered. "This is absolutely fantastic. I don't care what kind of shit people like nowadays, there's no way they wouldn't dig this tone." He gently set the guitar down on the stool and moved into the other room to set up a recording. "Back in business," he remarked, and began doing what he loved. After several hours of recording, he was confident that he had some great material to show his producer. "Bob, you're going to love this. If you can, try to get over here as soon as you can." "Sure thing, bro. Be there in a bit." Bob arrived the next day, irritated.
Clearly, he wasn't too happy about getting off his ass to come to Elijah's new house, but he was eager to see if Elijah still had it. His shirt wasn't tucked beneath his suit, and his hand was constantly feeling his phone. If this flopped, Elijah would be fired for sure. He wasn't worried about that, however, because he couldn't imagine anyone disliking what he'd made with his secret weapon. Elijah led Bob into his living room, where a surround sound system had recently been set up. "You're going to love this, I guarantee it," he echoed. "It better be good," he retorted, with a grumpy sort of tone. Clearly, he wasn't in the mood to fake a nice attitude. Elijah plugged his MP3 player into the system and played what he had recorded the previous day. The guitar's tone shone through the speakers. Bob was fixated immediately. What is that? Is that a guitar? How'd you get that tone?" "It's something I've been working on for a while," Elijah lied. "Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's good. Great even. Keep this up, and keep up that amazing tone, and you'll be in business. I'll call the band right—" "Wait!" Elijah shouted, with sudden urgency. "Actually, I was thinking of recording an album myself." We've been through this. I know, Bob, I know, but this time I know it'll be a hit, I promise." "I don't like this. But if you keep up this quality, I guess I can give you another shot." "Believe me, sir, you will not regret this," he shouted with enthusiasm. "All right, man, but this is all or nothing, and keep to this new style. None of that old crap." Elijah shook with deep anger, but attempted to ignore the comment. Yeah, sure, of course. You got it." "If you'll excuse me, I have some other matters I need to get to. I'll talk to you soon." Bob headed for the door without a word and left as quickly as he came. Elijah was bursting with excitement. He hadn't been this happy since the first record deal. Finally, another shot. Back in business, back in the spotlight. Fueled by a newfound drive, he immediately headed back towards the studio to keep recording. On his way, he suddenly realized that he had not even finished exploring the house. He was so fixated on the guitar and on recording that he had completely neglected further exploration. He wandered through the red halls towards the section of the house he had not yet looked at. Towards the end of the hallway, he saw another door. Another bedroom? He thought. He opened the door, but he found something he didn't expect. A recording studio. This one, however, was empty. They clearly didn't miss this room. Small and cramped, he quickly realized that this must be the studio Bob was talking about. Why the house had two studios, he could not understand. More interesting, how could the movers have possibly missed the bigger one downstairs, and why was Bob unaware of it? The previous owner was another artist under Bob's label, so he must have been with him at some point when he was recording. Why then would he neglect to mention the other studio? Furthermore, why would the previous owner use this cramped studio when there is a better one downstairs? Suddenly, the music from the room sounded gently through the halls. Elijah was noticeably concerned at this point. Once again, before he could even think, he was moving towards the studio. Before he even realized what he was doing, he stood in front of the red door. This time, he opened the door quietly, hoping to catch a glimpse of the room before whatever it was in there realized he was there. Despite his efforts, the sound stopped as soon as he opened the door. The guitar was still there, this time gleaming in the low studio light more than ever. He moved towards the instrument without hesitation. He eagerly picked up the guitar and began playing. Ideas seemed to flow into his head whenever it was in his hands, ideas that he had previously never even remotely thought about. "Is this thing an inspirational magnet?" he proclaimed. As he continued to play, he suddenly realized that he wasn't coming up with ideas at all. He was just playing them. His fingers moved through the frets with pinpoint efficiency, and songs just seemed to flow from the strings like they weren't even his fingers at all. He immediately dropped the guitar out of complete disbelief and landed with an angry thud. Realizing what he did, he scrambled to inspect the damage. To his amazement, the guitar was perfectly fine. He examined the impact with intense care, and not a scratch was present. There was something very wrong here, and Elijah's instincts began to overshadow his love for the instrument. He backed away, glaring at its perfect body as he moved. The glow seemed to intensify, like it knew it was being neglected. Elijah felt a mental pull from the strings, like he was connected and now was trying to break away. Filled with a sudden drive for survival, he turned and burst out of the recording studio, slamming the door behind him. He remembered the recording and immediately went through the history to figure out what the previous owner was recording. As he rewinded through day after day, he began to lose hope in the endeavor, but immediately jumped back as loud screeching and distorted noises slammed through the speakers. Horrendous screams began to emit from the recording, but was slowly silenced as the sound of the horrible distorted noises overpowered.
Hello, my dears. Welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. Thank you for joining me this evening. Have you ever gone to a familiar place and just felt that something was off, but couldn't quite put your finger on what exactly? If you have felt this way, what did you do? Did you ponder on it until you figured out exactly what was wrong, or did you merely put it out of your mind? In this evening's tale, from Creepypasta.com by author Daniel Z. Miller, we hear the story of what one person did when he felt the same way. So come now, my dears, lean in closer and we'll begin. You wake up to a text one morning. It is 7:03. You blink sleepily. It's from your best friend, Tom. The message reads, "Hey, do you want to hang out sometime today? I'm free whenever." You blink at your phone and then send him a response. "Yeah, I can be there around 10. With that, you turn your phone off, roll over, and go back to sleep. When you wake up, the clock beside you reads 9:26. Instinctively, you check your phone. You have a text. "Cool. See you then." It's from Tom, of course, so you roll out of bed to begin your day. You have some breakfast, throw on a pair of jeans and a comfortable shirt, a red one with the word Adidas spelt boldly across the front, and you head out the door. You have known Tom for a very long time. He is a good friend of yours, and you have a lot in common. He loves music, is into photography, and is, in general, a very laid-back person. Today should be a good day.
You pull up at his house, and once the car is stopped, you text him. "Can I come through the front?" "I guess so. Are you here?" "Yes." "Oh, okay, come on in." With this response, you head in through the door of Tom's house, slightly confused about the conversation. Once inside, you call to him. "Hey, what's going on?" "I don't know, you tell me, what's up?" The response comes from the kitchen, where you find Tom sitting and eating cereal. "You want some?" You shrug and grab a bowl from the cupboard. As you fill it, you ask him, "What's going on, man?" His mouth is full, so he responds with a, "Hmm?" "You asked me to come over. What's up?" He looks genuinely confused for a moment, but then starts to laugh. "Oh yeah, I know. I was just messing with you back there." "Oh, okay. Well, cool. Any particular reason I'm here then?" "No, not really. I guess I just wanted to hang out." "Nice. So, do you want to watch a movie or something?" "Yeah, if you want. It's up to you. You're the guest." As he says this, you notice something peculiar about his shirt. It's clearly supposed to say Walt Disney underneath a blue castle, but the words are backwards. You question him about this, and he responds quickly. "Oh, this? It's not really Disney. I think they just reversed the words so they wouldn't infringe on copyright or something. I don't know. I got it from Walmart." He laughs again, which is odd because you don't find anything particularly funny. It's a nervous laugh. You forgive this and chuckle with him. "Oh, okay, that's weird. Well, you wanna..." "No, it's not weird. It's just the way I bought the shirt." He interrupts you sharply with this thought. It catches you off guard. "Oh, I know it is. It's just kind of funny, that's all." There's an awkward pause. You speak again. "So, do you want to watch a movie?" "Sure. Pick something out on my Netflix. I'm gonna grab some more cereal." You move to his TV and turn it on. You know how to operate it, since you've been over there pretty much every other day all summer. You find a movie, sit on the couch, and scoot to the right to make room for Tom, who plops down beside you. You're more concerned with him than you are with the film, though. Is there something wrong? You look over at him to see if you can discern any noticeable distress. He seems to be enjoying the movie well enough, but you blink. Something isn't right about his face. After looking closely, you realize what it is. There's a mole on his cheek just beneath his right eye. You know that he has a mole on his face, but you realize that it should be on the other side. You look away, and then look back. Are you imagining it? You must be imagining it. Moles don't move like that. You must be mistaken. You go back to watching the film, but you are eventually drawn back to his face. You couldn't be imagining it. That spot was on the other side. A quick glance at a family picture on the wall confirms your suspicion, but you're not quite sure what to do with this information. You try to forget it and go back to watching the film, but your sense of unease grows. You have the irrational thought that Tom has been altered somehow, that someone has taken him apart and put him back together, but made a mistake somewhere. You try to shake the feeling. Tom gets up from his spot beside you for more cereal, which is nothing odd. He's always been able to put away at least 4 bowls of Captain Crunch. He comes back with the box and pours it into his bowl. You blink. He then proceeds to pour milk over the cereal. You can't put your finger on why this is making you so uncomfortable. He lifts his spoon and uses it to carry the cereal from the bowl to his mouth, and you realize what's wrong. He's using his right hand. He should be using his left hand. Tom is left-handed. Why isn't he using his left hand? You feel an incredible wave of insecurity wash over you, but before you can look away, he notices you staring. "What?" he says, in a more threatening tone than you'd expected to hear. "Nothing. I just, You get up from the couch. "I really need to go to the bathroom." You begin to move towards the stairs. "You can't use the bathroom. Don't use the bathroom!" Tom shouts in a dangerously urgent tone. You hear him get up from the couch hurriedly. You move faster, determined to get away and get to the bathroom. "Stop!" he yells after you. He is running now. "Don't go in there!" You sprint to the bathroom door, slam it shut, and lock it. You turn around, expecting to be standing in between his 2 bathroom mirrors, but are greeted with a different sight. The mirror above the sink is smashed. On the ground lays Tom, face up, with the words Walt Disney written correctly on his shirt. The mole is on the left side of his face. He is not moving. You're about to shout something when you hear the sound of glass shattering behind you. Upon turning around, you see a figure springing through the newly broken mirror that hangs on the wall, and the last thing you see before everything goes dark is the word Adidas spelt backwards across its bright red shirt. Brings a whole new level of meaning to the term evil twin, don't you think? If you enjoyed this tale, remember to give this video a thumbs up on YouTube and leave a comment. If you're listening on the podcast, do pop me a message on either Twitter or Facebook and let me know what you think. If you have just discovered this channel, remember to hit that subscribe button, and if you're on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well to ensure that you get notifications of all new video uploads. If you'd like to support this channel and potentially receive discounts on my Dungeon Essentials or merchandise, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. This evening we have another tale from Creepypasta Wiki, titled Accidents Happen. But before we dive into that, I would like to take the opportunity to thank my beautiful dark family on Patreon for their continuous support. Family members such as Bill Thornsley, Danny White, Nicholas Correes, Dawn Fritzwater, Cyanide Jack, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, Karen Parrott, Stephen Aguilera, Hunter Daly, Laura Setapenry, and all of you mentioned in the description below. Your support does keep this channel and podcast going, but more importantly, it encourages me to keep the stories coming. If you too would like to join these beautiful dark ghouls as part of my dark family on Patreon, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. But now though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Like the back of my hand, as the saying goes. She made literal of the saying, for that surface of her hand had become a familiar sight as the days passed. The top side of her hands. During class, while the teacher's voice echoed mindlessly at the front of the room, she'd stare at the top side of her hands that she kept laying on top of her desk. Her mind galaxies away. She was numb to the noise. Numb to it all. To the words thrown her way, to the shoulders she received in the hallways, all of it. She stopped caring long ago, and she couldn't comprehend why they still did. Waylon's, which were laid flat on her desk, to her teacher. The teacher gave her a sharp "pay attention" and continued on with the exercise, like always. She went back to staring at her hands and fell back into the grey oblivion where one's notice was non-existent. There was a unit of chemistry that she'd come to understand. The social world was an invisible circle. At the center, the nucleus of that circle, were the people considered to be attractive. Outside that group was a thin line of geniuses who people only respected in hopes of getting something in the future in return. After that was a scattered group of beings that were targeted for bullying. Waylon was not part of any of those groups. She was on the outside of the circle, in the abyss of grey fog. It was the haze that no one cared about. She was somewhere in that fog, unconsidered and unobtrusive. She used to simply observe the inner circle, try and understand what made her so dissimilar in comparison to them. She eventually gave up and fell in love with the prose of having to worry about nothing other than herself. The empty canvas of a sketchbook paper was all she needed. She didn't need to see the real world when she could create alternate universes of her own. "She never pays attention," someone said. "Yeah, she's probably stupid. There's definitely something wrong with her." Waylon favored darker clothing over lighter. It made her feel warmer in spite the fact that she was always cold. Even when the sun lashed its golden fingers on her for hours, her pale skin would still rise if she removed her black light sweater. Class field trip. Those unusual words caught Waylon's attention. She held her medium-length dark brown hair out of her face to look at the teacher. "We will all be visiting Thread Lake next week to observe the water quality in comparison to roadside streams." Minutes later, permission slips were handed out. The next day, Waylon handed in hers, and a week later she was riding on a bright yellow bus with her classmates towards the location. Due to the fact that it was winter, the bus windows were coated with white frost on the outside, and the blurred trees they passed were loaded with fresh snow. She kept to the window with her legs pulled up, her knees on the back of the seat in front of her. She could faintly make out her reflection in the window and was fascinated by the dimension within the glass. The ability to clone reality was amazing. "You know, Thread Lake," said backwards, "is Death Lake," someone said. "That's stupid and cheesy," someone else responded. What a dumb name, she thought. Besides, if it had any actual meaning, they wouldn't be off on a field trip to it. The most of the day went as she had expected, boring and pointless. The only thing that had caught her attention was the giant reflection of the sky and trees around that the frozen lake portrayed. While the class was taking samples from a near pond, Waylin wandered towards the shore and stared down at the frozen hydration. She tapped her toe testingly on the surface, gradually adding pressure until she was leaning all of her weight onto its unfolding surface. She stepped onto it. Nothing. Not a single crack. She took a few steps forward, and yet it remained stable. She watched her twin under the ice as she traveled further out onto the lake, her classmates' faded voices becoming no more than a murmur in the distance. There was a vast, cold-sucking noise, followed by a sudden noise that resembled thunder. The ice below her was breaking away in an instant. The sound of a scream split the still air like a gunshot in a library. She watched as her reflection suddenly disappeared and she was being sucked into the liquid mirror that waited below the ice's devious surface. Unbearable coldness covered her entire body, pinching her skin like millions of tiny fingernails, soaking her clothes and making them heavy. She pinned her pale lips closed as she felt herself being tossed around as she was sucked under the ice. She tried to swim up for air, but all she could feel was the hard surface above. She clawed desperately at the ice, her lungs aching and her body burning for air. It felt as if her chest was being repeatedly stabbed. Her joints went stiff and she was suddenly sinking. She could see someone standing over the ice, but she couldn't tell who, for their figure was too blurred to make out. She was suddenly seeing the world from behind a different perspective, and it dizzied her. Time itself stopped and she could hear everything. She could hear the creaking noises of the heavy ice above as it gracefully hummed to itself like a massive whale. Her ears and bones began to ache as the water pressure squeezed at her body, the lower she sunk. Then, she couldn't hear anything. She could only feel the everlasting cold, yet she was no longer drowning. Her perspective had risen with her final breath, and she was as light as air. She was staring through the eyes of the ice, watching as her classmates stared in horror from the shores. She stared through the eyes of their reflections. Her body was already beginning to decay at the bottom of the lake. The kids were sent home and Waylin was left alone, trapped inside the ice. People were sent to retrieve her body, but were unsuccessful. She watched as two of the last people searching for her body spoke amongst themselves before they left. "Why do you think she died?" one of them asked, scratching the back of their head. The second worker shrugged. "Accidents happen." What an odd saying. For months, no one visited the lake besides passing animals that licked at or scurried across its surface. As spring came and the ice melted, her vision became blurry with the water. Then, she was staring at the face of a jogger, forced to clone its heavy movements. She moved into their glasses and became the reflection of their eyes. She could make them blink if she wanted to. The jogger went home to their bathroom to shower off, and she leapt into their bathroom mirror. As they shaved their legs in front of her, she decided to test something. She made them add a slight bit of extra pressure to their leg, and like fragile cheese, their skin broke open. Blood trickled along the side of their leg. They cursed and dabbed it up with their towel. Waylin moved into the glass of the jogger's bedroom window and watched them as they slept. She moved into the silver of their fork as they ate breakfast, then the faint glimmer of their nails as they went to work. She became their computer screen and watched them work all day. She observed their lives for weeks, eventually considering herself their friend. That's what friends were, right? Someone who knew your every aspect of life. Then, on the last night, as they were showering off, she no longer became their reflection, but her own, before she died. They stared in shock at their mirror as they stepped out of their shower when they no longer saw themselves. She continued to mimic their movements, still holding the ability to make them do something in a small way by her will. After a while, the jogger downed some pills and went to sleep. The next morning, when they found it was still not their own reflection in the mirror, they began to get nervous. Not wanting to admit psychotics, they resumed their day as normal. At the end of the day, they once again went to shower. When they stepped out, Waylin was standing still, her green eyes being the only moving part on her body as she tracked their every movement. The jogger suspiciously eyed the mirror, yet mindlessly continued their daily routine of shaving their legs after they'd gotten out of the shower. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome to LadyMCreepsta's. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. Today we have a tale from Creepypasta Wiki by author Violet Face. Before diving in though, my dears, I'd like to take a moment to thank my dark family on Patreon for your support. Family members such as Jacob Schaefer, Bill Fawnsley, Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Laura Seta-Penry, and everybody listed in the episode description below. If you too would like to support this podcast and YouTube channel like these wonderful ghouls, go to patreon.com/LadyMcCreepsta for more information. And now, though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Someone near me was crying. I wished she'd shut up before we all got in trouble. I knew it was too late. I heard the man's footsteps behind me, making his way over to her. I stared hard at the wall in front of me. I flinched when he hit her. He'd already hit me so many times. The sound was too familiar, the sting on my cheek. So many blows, they all began to blend together. Already I was growing numb. There were 6 of us, all girls, crammed in the back of a U-Haul. 4 blondes, 2 redheads, I suppose we were the most desirable, and a man. He was some big burly guy I had never seen before. His job was to keep us in line, keep us from making any sounds as we drove around. Even bound and gagged, I suppose we could have made enough noise to draw attention. Maybe all 6 of us together could even have taken our lone guard. Maybe even the driver. But I had seen the other girls. I had seen their dull expressions as they forced us into the truck. I had seen their slumped posture, bruised bodies, deadened eyes. These girls had given up long ago. Maybe I had too. It had started at the mall. It was the first time my parents had let me go with just my friends, Jessica, Maddie, and I. I having just turned 16, Jessica and Maddie were only slightly older. There was a man, Maddie saw him first, watching us from across the store. We were browsing earrings in Hot Topic or some other, I don't remember. "Look, Kayla," she had said, "you've got yourself a fan club." I smirked, though the man made me uneasy. I could feel his piercing gaze, even through his aviators. He was a smooth guy, I'll give him that. I suppose he had to be. "You're a very beautiful girl," he said, just straight up like that. I should have ran right there. I should have smashed his face in. Maddie and Jessica were just a step away. I tried to reach out to them, turn to them for help. He held me back by my elbow. A strong grip, and yet so relaxed in his posture. I should have yelled. Maddie was smiling, a cocky smile. It scared me. "Listen," said the man. "I can hook you up. I can make you famous." He nodded at the Victoria's Secret on the other side of the mall. "Wouldn't you like to be like that?" The front of Victoria's Secret was plastered with larger-than-life posters of models, all very beautiful women. "You could be like them. You're a very beautiful girl." "I can't," I said. "I have to go." Maddie looked disappointed. Jessica looked at her feet. Maddie moved closer to me. "Please save me." "Could I be like them?" Maddie asked. I pulled away from the man. He smiled. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I think... Actually, why don't all 3 of you come with me? I'll hook you up." It was a very wide smile. Too calculated. Maddie pushed me to follow the man. "You're being ridiculous," she hissed at me. "Didn't you hear about Katie's sister? She was discovered at a mall too. Actually, I think it was this mall." Jessica nodded. It was true, after all. I had heard that story repeated many times in school. I thought then that maybe I was being ridiculous. I thought a lot of things. The man was leading us to the nearest exit. He told us his co-workers were waiting there. They could get us a contract. It was one of the lesser-used exits of the mall. We passed only a few onlookers. His co-workers turned out to be men like him, older than us, but still young enough to be attractive. The fattest of them looked up as we approached. "Let's go out to the car," he said. "I've got some forms you can look through." It was dark outside, cold and quite deserted. I tugged Maddie's arm, but she only scoffed at me. The hell were we getting ourselves into? The men asked our ages and seemed uneasy at the responses. One of them said we should have been older, but the one who had discovered us silenced him with one word. "Rico." I did not know who Rico was then, but I do now. Rico was driving the U-Haul with 6 unwilling passengers. I was staring hard at the wall of the truck. There was nothing else I could do. When the truck stopped, and the back thrown open, a horde of burly men jumped aboard. They grabbed us and pulled us into a building, some warehouse, I think. I did not struggle as I had before. None of us did. We were broken. I don't know how many days we were kept in the warehouse. There were no windows in the warehouse, only flickering fluorescent lights somewhere far above us. Half of them were dead and had never been replaced. The large open space was divided into steel cages, like for cattle. I had one all to myself, and it was all I knew of my surroundings. I had no idea how big the building was, nor how many of us were trapped here. They fed me hardly anything. Just enough white bread with cheese whiz to keep me alive. They must have drugged me too, though I don't remember them actually administering anything because I started to hallucinate. A lot. On good days I hallucinated my parents. They had come to save me, or Liam Neeson, though I had never actually seen Taken. I wish I had. Maybe it would have taught me something. Probably that I am an idiot. Anyway, I doubt it's that realistic. It is Hollywood after all. But it doesn't matter. I'll never see it. I was woken up suddenly. A rough hand clamped under my armpits, dragging me to my feet. I could hardly stand, but it's not like I needed to. The hands dragged me all the way. Another U-Haul, but this time I was alone with my guard. Thankfully, he seemed very bored and uninterested in me. At the next stop, I was given a bath. The hands had to wash me as I could barely do it myself. I can't believe how much grime I was covered in. I think most of it was my own fecal matter. I just didn't care anymore. I was also given a full meal, tons of makeup, and a set of clothes, some skimpy miniskirt and a tank top. Soon, I could think clearly again. This time I was given a ride in a car. I don't know anything about cars, but it was a really nice one. Leather seats and I don't even know. There was a guard sitting next to me, but he was wearing a suit. A really nice suit. When the car stopped, he jabbed me. "Smile," he grunted. I was pulled out of the car and handed over to another man in a hoodie. I guess he had already given them some money. I don't know how much. The new man led me into a house. From the outside, the house was just an ordinary house. It looked no different than any of the other houses on the street. Even the lawn was freshly mowed and the garden was well tended to. I was led inside and immediately to the basement. There, I was tied to a wall and left for a few hours. It was dark in the basement, so I couldn't see anything, but I could smell, and it smelled bad. I can't even describe it. It was unlike anything I'd ever smelled before. Also, the wall I was tied to was quite cold and sticky, but these were the only observations I was able to make. When the man returned, he had with him several more men. They were all hooded, though this time not in sweatshirts. They were actually wearing full-length cloaks, like monks or the KKK, except black cloaks. It sounds stupid, but in real life, in the dark basement, it freaked me out quite a bit. The monks or clansmen or whatever the hell they were began to move around the room, lighting long candles supported on metal stands. As the room slowly began to be illuminated, I first could make out that the walls were almost completely covered in shiny red splatters. I suppose that would explain the stickiness. On the floor in front of me were 2 stone tables. One was quite large and the other rather small. Another hooded man appeared coming down the staircase. He was carrying some animal, which I could soon tell was a goat. The man placed it on the smaller of the stone tables, and his associates helped him to bind the goat to it with chained shackles. The goat barely struggled during the whole process. I was observing how perfectly designed the small table was, that the goat fit perfectly within the grooves and shackles, when I realized the larger table was meant for a human. In other words, me. But whatever ritual or whatever the men were performing started with me still chained to the wall. The men drew pentagrams on the floor, set things on fire, and chanted in languages I didn't recognize. The room grew smoky fast, and I began to fade back into my usual hallucinations, but just before I went out completely, I made out one of the men raising a dagger high in the air. After a moment, he brought it down swiftly in such a way that blood splattered the walls once more. The goat was gone, and I, mysteriously, was still alive. When I came to, the basement was dark again. From what I could tell, the basement had been cleared out of all animal carcasses, pentagrams, and other humans. I was to stay tied to the wall for a few more days. The man who had brought me fed me every couple of hours, but other than that, I was left alone. He rarely talked, but I was able to learn from him that his friends had decided I was not ready yet. I was also pretty sure he was trying to fatten me up. Obviously, his plans for me were very different from those who had held me before. One day, or night, I couldn't tell, I could hear a lot of commotion upstairs. I knew this was it. I was so far gone I didn't care anymore. It was simply a fact of life. However, when someone finally came down the stairs, he was not wearing a cloak, nor was he carrying a goat. He was carrying a large black flashlight and wearing a police officer's uniform. Another hallucination of mine. I knew it. "Hello?" said the hallucination. "Anyone down here?" Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you're watching this on YouTube and enjoyed the tale, please do remember to give this video a thumbs up and leave me a comment below. If you're listening on the podcast and would like to reach out to me, find me on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and also TikTok. If you have a story suggestion for this channel or have an original story of your own that you'd like me to consider for performance, send it to lady.mcreepsta@gmail.com. Unfortunately, my dears, that is all the time we have this evening. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Thank you for joining me this evening, my lovelies. Today we have another tale from Creepypasta Wiki by author Tewaway. Before delving right in, though, I'm going to take a moment to thank all of my dark family on Patreon for their continuous support. Family members such as Jacob Schaefer, Bill Thornsley, Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Taylor Fluth, and all of those listed in the episode description below. I'd like to also thank and welcome our new family members. It is your support that keeps this channel and podcast going, and it is truly appreciated. If you too would like to become a member of my dark family on Patreon, go to patreon.com/LadyMcCreepsta for more information. But now, my dears, it is time. So come now, my lovelies. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. On his way home from school, a tacky little pamphlet neatly folded on the seat next to him catches the eye of AJ, a 21-year-old Toronto native. He has always had a curious mind. With his phone's internet cut off in the rat-run tunnels of the subway, he searched around for anything on the train that could distract him. Usually these little brochures open with something like, "The Lord forgives," or some other religious rambling. No matter, they all end with, "Give us money," AJ thinks to himself, facetiously. But this pamphlet is different. Strangely, he can't shake the feeling that fate brought it to him. As he flips it over and examines the whole of the pamphlet, he sees a small piece of green tape with his name, AJ, written on it in thick black Sharpie. A chill crawls down his spine. It's gotta be a coincidence, he thinks to himself. I feel like I need to check it out now, though. Welcome to the Better Thoughts Initiative. It reads like some cheap manual for a new employee. He figures it's not like he has anything better to do on his commute, so he sits down and further examines it. There are 3 pages folded into an accordion-style pamphlet. The back of the pamphlet has scenes of archetypal happy families and proud professionals from diverse backgrounds. Welcome to the Better Thoughts Initiative. By reading this information, you've made the first step up the mountain of autocorrection. You should be proud of yourself. Page 1. Our mission. The Better Thoughts Initiative, formerly known as the Think Right Collective, has been helping the lost and disenfranchised get a grip on their inner turmoils, one human at a time. We always ensure that our clients and customers stay true to our mantra, why think well when you can think better? We're proud to say that we've been hired for corrective work on a small scale by wealthy and powerful individuals all around the world. That's not to say we do things small at BTI. We've also done humanitarian work pro bono for struggling governments in sovereign nations since the late 1800s. As a powerful world leader once told us in the mid-1940s during our program, "Give me aus dem Kopf, es schmerzt," which means thank you for stopping the painful thoughts in German. Our methods have evolved significantly since inception. Due to world conflict, we grow in staggering spikes, both in successful cases of thought rehabilitation and practice. We're currently not accepting applicants from low socioeconomic backgrounds. Sorry. Perhaps if you get your life in order, you can enable your children to one day be a part of our program. This is by far the weirdest piece of crap I've ever seen, AJ mutters to himself. It feels to him like some kind of Soviet-era indoctrination manual. Some kind of joke, perhaps? His curiosity eventually gets the better of him, and he feels compelled to continue reading. Page 2. Our methods. As Mahatma Gandhi famously said, change the world to be what you want to see. We at the initiative really take that to heart. What all started through the hubris of a young Eastern European man has evolved into the most powerful thought-shaping method currently known to humankind. Many people don't know, but the mind is essentially one big puzzle. Once you find out the appropriate algorithms and patterns, you can re-illustrate the big, beautiful image that the properly assembled puzzle holds. Our cure for your mental maladies is an easy and enjoyable 3-step process. Number 1. We start by picking the individual, you, and deciphering their mind, one jigsaw at a time. we unravel the elegant and appropriately appointed wrapping paper around the present state of mind. Once we get to the gift inside, we polish out all the lumps, bumps, and blemishes so that it can be a pristine canvas for thought once more. After having cleaned the core, we rewrap that delicious little present and begin to rewire the thought processes to ensure the exquisite and unmarred beauty remains eternal. After the mind has become a smooth slab of extravagant marble, the real fun begins. We rewrite the mental process of thinking in and of itself. Cool, huh? We call it molding. Some have described the process as painless, purging, purifying, or even terrific. 2. The rewriting process begins with re-education. The canvas, you, is presented with many different moral, philosophical, and existential dilemmas. Until the objectively correct stance and mindset is taken, the penalty for failure grows exponentially. High risk, high reward, they say. Once the beautifully sculptured statue, soon to be you, has hopefully succeeded in the molding process, you can move on to step 3, the rest of your life. Number 3. The rest of your life will be lived according to the Better Thoughts doctrine. Whoa, not so fast there, bucko. The doctrine will be revealed once you have ascended and been reshaped into the proper being by the initiative. Nice try, though. As AJ looks up from the pamphlet, he's momentarily panic-stricken. He has missed his stop. Oh well, the train's near the end of the line now anyways. I'll just stay and loop back around. As he wonders where the pamphlet could have possibly come from and how absolutely absurd it is, he sits back down. Pondering its validity, he once more unfolds the creases of the small leaflet. The honeyed words on the pages appear to drip with some kind of hidden malevolence. I have to know more. What does the third page have for me? Page 3. Testimonials. Our work is so innovative and world-changing that our results speak for themselves. Our clients always have honest and pleasant feedback on the process. No one can be unsatisfied. Note, these testimonials do not reflect the opinions of the Better Thoughts Initiative and are dictated to our internal staff on a case-by-case.
Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Before we begin, I would like to thank my beautiful dark family on Patreon for all your support and to welcome new members to the family too. Your contributions keep this podcast and YouTube channel going, and I do appreciate it. Now on with tonight's tale, my dears. This one is from Creepypasta Wiki and is written by author Empolion's TARDIS. So come now, my dears, lean in closer and we'll begin. As I walked home from work, the cold sting of the winter air brushed against my face like an endless stream of needles. I pulled my scarf up higher, attempting to cover my mouth and nose, but after walking a few more feet, it would slide back down around my neck. I could see my breath in the air as I hurriedly walked home to escape the cold. I watched the houses to my left as I walked, a beige house with a red door, with 2 cars in the driveway, a black SUV and a silver van.
A white house with a black door, no cars. They must be out. All the homes looked the same, just painted differently, trying to disguise themselves as different. Another beige house with a brown wood door, with an old red car in the driveway. I knew the man who lived there. He's a nice man who, I admit, I might have been a little sweet on. I walked down the sidewalk. The thought of him made me forget the blistering cold for a moment. The street was so quiet. The small blanket of snow on the ground made the street soundproof. It began to get a bit darker. The sun had just set. The streetlight should be on by now, I thought to myself as I huddled myself in my jacket. As I looked around, I saw nothing but the oncoming houses. I walked on further. A house painted in the ugliest shade of yellow, with a white door and an old beat-up station wagon in the driveway, painted green. I kept walking ahead. Tap. I stopped in my tracks. I knew this neighborhood well enough. I had only lived there for a couple of weeks, but I knew that things seemed nicer for the most part. So why was I so scared? My hands shook, either from the cold or some strange anxiety. I slowly turned around to simply see the street that I had walked about a dozen times already. Being a woman, I knew walking alone, especially at night, was always something to be avoided if possible. My mother had always told me, "There are sick people in this world, Allison." I had always heeded my mother's words and always kept a keychain-sized container of mace on me. I walked forward, a bit faster now. I looked to my left. Another beige house with a red door, 2 cars in the driveway, a black SUV and a silver van. I walked ahead until I heard it again. Tap, tap. This time I swung around as fast as I could, gripping the mace on my keychain. Nothing. Why was I so worried? This was a nice area, but why was there this almost primal fear? I kept moving. This time my walk quickened even more. I was breathing heavily. The air expelled from my mouth turned into smoke on contact with the frigid air. I glanced behind my shoulder once or twice as I kept moving. I looked to my left. A white house with a black door, no cars. Then, another beige house, brown wooden door, and an old red car in the driveway. I slowed down and gazed at the house that I swear I had passed already. I didn't understand. I knew I had passed this house already. Had I gotten turned around in all the confusion with the noises? No, I was sure I hadn't turned around. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling as well as I could and continued walking along the sidewalk, this time almost running. I looked to my left again, only to see the house painted the ugliest shade of yellow with the green station wagon. What was happening to me? Then, tap, tap, tap. I froze in my tracks, which was a mistake. This time, I was too scared to turn around. The cold air beat against my face as my entire body shook from fear, not the cold, but from fear. I couldn't will my feet to move from their stationary positions. Tap. Louder than before. My feet ignored my brain to move. I looked down at my feet. I had been walking in somebody's footprints. They were the exact size of mine, and they continued on far past me. They were mine. I could move my feet, but it was as if my boots had been fused with the snow and concrete below me. I panicked. I struggled and got my bare feet free from the boots. It was freezing, but I didn't care. This time, I didn't run on the sidewalk. I cut through the yard in between the beige house with the brown wood door and the red car and the ugly yellow house with the green station wagon. My feet stung from the bitter cold snow and ice below me, but I didn't care. I couldn't afford to care. I looked back one last time only to see something. It was a dark, shadowy figure. It was standing on the sidewalk where I had just stood. It was so dark. The white snow around it seemed to glow with the light of the sun in comparison to its void blackness. I kept running. Tap, tap, tap. Louder and louder each time, the sound ringing in my ears. I ran through the yards and into the forest behind the row of homes. As I ran through the pitch darkness of the forest, I could hear nothing but the cracking of branches under my bare feet and my heartbeat in my ears. My feet hurt badly. They were probably bleeding from stepping on sharp rocks and twigs, or they could have been hurting from the frostbite. But I didn't care. I had to keep running. I don't think I could have willed my legs to stop moving if I wanted to. My hands grazed the trees as I ran. Just then I felt something catch my ankle. My body fell forward. The momentum of my run had been transferred into the momentum of my fall. My head hit the hard, cold dirt. I opened my eyes. My head hurt and my vision was blurry. Then I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes began to shut. I felt so tired. The soft sound of crickets grew louder as my vision faded. I lay there, face down in the icy snow and dirt, dying. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you are watching this on YouTube, do leave me a comment in the section below and let me know what you think of this story. For those of you who are listening on the podcast, reach out to me on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on Facebook, Twitter, and now also on Instagram. If you have a story recommendation, be it your own or something you have read, reach out to me by sending me an email at lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. Though I cannot guarantee that all stories submitted will be performed, I do promise I will get round to reading each and every story sent in. That's all the time we have this evening, my lovelies. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my dears, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Now, my dears, have you ever wandered into a place that just gave you the creeps for no reason? Well, now imagine having to live in that same place. Today's tale is from the Creepypasta wiki and tells of exactly that sort of experience. So come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. My first recollection of things being amiss was within the first week of our relocation to the house, in late March to early April 2001. My parents had left for the store to purchase cleaning products. The house was disgusting when we moved in, and I decided to stay behind and explore my new home, a full attic and basement. Being a meek 12-year-old girl, I couldn't reach the pull cord for the attic, so I turned my explorations to the basement. The finished portion of the basement was musty, if unremarkable. Behind a clear shower curtain lay the unfinished portion. Chiefly, it was a boiler room. However, on the eastern wall, there was a small area boarded up with plywood. I didn't know when to expect my parents home, and I figured that I'd need time and preparation to explore the area behind the wood. When I made my way back up the stairs to the door connecting my bedroom to the basement, I found that the door had been locked from the outside. Do note, the locks on the door were comprised of 2 deadbolts and 1 latch. After fidgeting with the door for a few moments, I resolved to simply exit through the basement door leading outside and wait for my parents to return home. I believed, at the time, that they had locked me in the basement as a practical joke. As time wore on, I wasn't so sure. The following weekend, I decided to wake up long before anyone else, at roughly 5 a.m., to explore the basement. Dressed in thick, warm clothing, boots and a hat, and a pair of heavy-duty masonry gloves. The plywood was in an advanced state of dry rot, so I was able to pull it free of its moorings with relative ease. I carefully sat it aside, as to make as little noise as possible, and took out my headlamp. Looking into the void, I saw that the tunnel extended quite a ways. In fact, it extended beyond the point of the house itself. I tied a handkerchief around my nose and mouth to prevent breathing as much dust as possible and began my journey. Most of the crawl was uneventful, and, as such, I returned to the start of the tunnel after a few hours. The tunnel was much longer than I had anticipated, and I would need a lot more time to traverse it fully. As I had neglected to bring a timepiece of any kind, I had no indication of how much time had passed. When summer break began, I conducted daily surgeons into the dreaded dirty part, as I had dubbed it. Over time, I found various things buried under the dirt. They would vary from clothing to children's toys. I thought little of it. The house was old and had had many inhabitants prior to us. I figured that perhaps a previous tenant had stored boxes in there. The boxes had disintegrated, and the clothing and toys had simply become buried. However, the more things I found, the more frequent there would be happenings. At first, they were minor things. My stereo turning itself off and on, my VCR recording random things while I slept, alarms going off, etc. I attributed this to the interference from the nearby police call station and left it at that. My father would soon join me in my explorations of the new house, but his attention was drawn to the attic. In the living room, directly under the attic, there was a curious stain in the shape of a human pelvis and legs. The odd shape intrigued us both greatly, so we decided that the two of us would explore the attic in hopes of finding its source. No sooner had we entered the attic, the kitchen stove timer went off, and the two of us gave up on our adventure in the attic. Worth noting is that the stove's timer did not work and did not go off again. After that, my father decided that he would not be joining in any further explorations of our domicile. When I returned to school, I was in 7th grade, a middle schooler at that point, and became more interested in hanging out with my friends instead of exploring a musty basement. Though the basement, the finished portion at least, had become the hangout of my friends and I, primarily because there was a refrigerator and half bathroom down there, as well as a cable connection. Things were quiet for a time, and I thought no more of the previous goings-on. It was not until I was 14 that I began to notice a sudden increase in odd things. My father started seeing small animals, solid black and the size and shape of guinea pigs, wander the hallway. Every day, at roughly the same time, my parents' bedroom door would slowly open, then just as slowly close, the doorknob turning each time. This piqued my interest, and I decided to resume my explorations. Now 2 years older, I once again braved the tunnel. I wore old clothing, a surgical mask, thick gloves, and a headlamp, and braved the long dark. I crawled for what felt like miles on my hands and knees until I caught a strange shimmer in the dark. Curious, I made my way towards it. When I reached the object of my determination, I found that it was a bleach white human skull. With a little digging, I was able to pull it out from the dirt that surrounded it. Examining it, I found that the mandible was missing and most of the maxilla had been broken. The remaining teeth were clean, free of cavities, that is, and lacked the smoothness that teeth of an older person might have. I figured that the skull belonged to someone who was rather young. Turning the skull over in my hands, I found a 1-inch diameter hole in the right occiput, near to the right temporal. In my fear, I dropped the skull and fled as quickly as I could back to the safety and light of my house proper. I never spoke a word to my parents of my macabre discovery. Shortly after this discovery, I started noticing more bestial entities, primarily a solid black dog, roughly the size of a Doberman Pinscher. At first, it was only out of the corner of my eye. I tried to ignore it, but eventually it became so brazen as to stand plain before me staring. When I would approach it, it would flee and vanish if I gave chase. My new canine friend wasn't the only disturbance. Once again, my stereo would turn itself on and off, switch randomly between radio stations, and play random tracks from random loaded CDs. It was a 3-disc changer. My VCR would again record various things, some of them completely unidentifiable, and it would fail to record what I had programmed it to record, much to my dismay. I stopped using my stereo and began using my jam box, a small CD player, tape deck, and radio combination. All was well with it, and my VCR seemed to calm down. That is, until the night that I dubbed the night that all hell broke loose. I had finished listening to a Dave Matthews Band album and was going off to sleep when I noticed that the jam box wouldn't turn off. I thought that perhaps it was just a malfunction and went to unplug it. Still, music played. I opened the back to check if there were batteries and found the battery compartment bereft of batteries. Thoroughly rattled, I opened the basement door and threw the jam box down the stairs into the darkness, then quickly slammed the door shut, fastened all the locks, and jammed the chair under the door handle. At that point, I refused to even go into the basement, even for a moment. I mistakenly believed that if I ignored the happenings and steered clear of the basement, that things would quiet down. However, I was sorely mistaken. Summer break was drawing a close, and for the new school year, I wanted to go back in style, so my mother bought me new clothes, took me to the salon to get my hair done, and bought me a watch I had been wanting. I was rather proud of my new watch, square-face black leather band with silver studs and a silver buckle. I rarely took it off. One evening, as I lay on my bed, I glanced at my prize and found that the watch was running backwards. Horrified, I tore the timepiece from my wrist and threw it too into the accursed basement. I had had just about enough of these events. I decided that I was going to ignore it, pretend like it wasn't even there, completely fail to acknowledge its existence. As one could imagine, this plan did not work. I started noticing that at exactly 3 a.m., there would come heavy plodding stomps up the basement stairs that would always stop just short of the adjoining door. Still, I decided to continue my campaign. Evidently, this only served to frustrate the entity. It would continue like this for many more months. 3 o'clock a.m., stomp, 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 stomp. Then silence. Since it was still summer break, my mother promised me that if I were to clean my room, then my best friend could stay the night. Excited, I complied and stayed up far past my bedtime cleaning. So engrossed in my endeavor was I that I hadn't noticed the time. As I was cleaning the vanity, which was connected to the adjoining door, the stomps started. I sat, stock still, my back braced against the door. The room fell silent. Then, just as I was beginning to feel safe, there came a hard bashing against the door. Hard enough to break one of the 2 deadbolts, one hinge, and the latch. It would continue on like that for the months until the disturbances reached their zenith. As I lay one night staring at the ceiling, I noticed a strange pressure on my bed. I figured that perhaps a cat had found its way into my room and shrugged it off. Then, before I could react, I was restrained. My entire body was paralyzed. I could not see, hear, speak, or breathe. Panic took over me, and, with no small effort on my part, I managed to gurgle out, "Jesus, please help me!" And the darkness released me. Fortunately, we moved shortly after that. Thank you for joining me, my dears. The fear came in ripples. Even in a house full of people, phone fully charged, doors open, it came down. Shivers and unsteady breathing. My parents aren't too far away, you assure yourself. Just one loud scream and they'll come running for me. You're on the internet, reading up on Creepypasta after Googling the absolute shit out of it. Creepypasta wiki, creepypasta.com, every single site just about explored, every category uncovered. You just wanted a little read, that's all. Just something to do because you didn't want to go to bed before your parents, and you're too lazy to get any actual work done. You blink hard. The screen distorts itself, blazing momentarily, and you wonder if it's a trick of the mind. You must have been on this thing for hours. Your eyes water and you're suddenly aware that if you close them, something will grab you from behind. You mock yourself inwardly, almost sustaining a laugh, but figure against blinking. That's stuffs for chumps. You cringe a little as something rubs on your leg. You reach down to pet your cat and stop. You look down. Nothing. Your throat locks and you can only face the screen, frightened that if you look anywhere else, it will get you. The fear alone locks you in place. Your cat, you need to call him. Silence fills the room, a faint white noise ringing from inside your head. You don't have the courage to break the barrier, and besides, if you speak, something in the room may wake up. So you just sit, too scared to even call for your cat, unable to look anywhere but the monitor. It's ridiculous, you say to yourself, and just to prove how wrong you are, you look towards the right. Your eyes widen. The door. Bland white wood, bland silver doorknob. Same state as when you came in, no demon hands reaching in, no faces imprinted on the slate. Only, you don't really remember closing it. Relax, calm down, relax, you insist to yourself, trying to recount your past activities. 9 p.m, enter room. Between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m, close the door while reading horror stories because you know that helps you feel safe. Nausea washes over you in waves, and you try to still your heartbeat. About to close the browser, maybe look up something on YouTube. Your hand slows. What if they switched your wallpaper for images of dead bodies, of a demon, of something horrible, something so indescribably terror-inducing that you'll go insane and shrivel up like potpourri? You instead type the URL into the search box, wondering why you're being such a wimp. Another thought comes over you. What if whatever you type in that box, just one site comes up? It'll be the last site you see before you die. You decide to stay on that page. It's just some mediocre story about someone getting disemboweled in the streets. Not scary. You browse through some others, unaware of anything but your own breathing. The words on your screen are all too bright, all too small. Creepypasta to help you sleep. Good ideas abound at 3 a.m. You pause, staring down at the clock at the bottom of your screen. Isn't 3 a.m. the witching hour? Something creaks behind you, uneven and slow. You freeze up, your heart slamming in your chest. The breath you take hurts your stomach, and your hands freeze up on the keyboard. In front of you is a picture from your latest read. A thing, it's hardly a person, with a white face and globe-like eyes and an enormous happy smile. You're certain it's behind you. It walked like that on purpose, and if you look anywhere else, anywhere other than the screen, it will get you. Its smile will brighten even more, its eyes widen with a look that could almost be called loving, and then, poof, you're gone from existence. You desperately ache to turn off your computer and just go to sleep. It can't be that hard. Your phone is next to you, ready to be opened and used to call someone, anyone, just so you can have company. You can't be the only loser up at this ungodly hour. Besides, your parents are sleeping next door to you. They'll come in and, just like when you were 5, they'll barge in and scare the boogeyman away. You look back down at the counter clock. It's 45 minutes past 3 a.m. So the witching hour thing is 15 minutes away from over. And you probably shouldn't sleep anyway, since you've got school and you're an idiot. Maybe doing some homework would help. You reach under your desk, feeling for your notebook, when you touch something. Hair. It's hair. Long woman's hair, and You know for certain that if you look, it'll be black, and big black eyes will be staring back at you. Faces, the kind that look back. You don't feel like homework after all. Your body feels too tight and tired, and you want to sleep so badly that it's painful. But what about the nightmares? You know for certain that you'll have nightmares, all vivid and memorable and inescapable. You'll be trapped in an eternal sleeping hell, and everyone will think you're in a coma and you're a goner, and they'll turn off your life support and you will be a goner. You won't be able to escape. Your fault for reading these things. After all, I read these all the time, you desperately explain, as if the monsters needed an explanation. I've never died, never gotten cursed. I'm fine. I'm alive. I'm just scared because I'm tired. It doesn't work. You're an unconvincing liar. You know it's behind you. You know it's under you. You know if you stare up at the ceiling, that it'll be staring back down with wide eyes or no face, and it will jump or crawl or scream. What if your parents are dead? A blast of cold air hits your knees, your neck, your face, and it's fall and there's no air conditioning, and it's a ghost. A ghost is in your room. Your parents are dead, and your neighbors will be too slow to save you. Yours will be an isolated death, a lonely death. It'll seem like you killed yourself when really, they're creeping up on you. And they made you. They gave you the reason, the weapon, and you needed to, because it was better than being in a room alone with them. Out of the corner of your eye, you see something. You can't tell exactly what it is, but you know it's pressing something against the window. They'll never even bury you. They'll never even find your house. It'll disappear from reality, same as anything, and no one will remember you because you wanted this. You wanted to be scared, and now you want to cry out and scream. You don't want to look ridiculous, but you want to scream. But you can't. In the one moment you need to, your mouth is sewn shut. The sun is coming up in 2 hours, you tell yourself. Hold it together. You can survive this. It's just fear, the kind that ripples. Your legs go to sleep. Just fear, you say, and you agree. You type youtube.com into the browser and instantly pops the usual website, the unscary video website, and you watch the hell out of some comedy videos until your fears abate. The sun rises, as it wants to do, and now you can relax. Your muscles stop tensing and bright sunshine fills the room. You get up. It's nice to be able to stretch out after a long night of freaking yourself out. You wonder if you should go get an early breakfast, yawning contently, and then you see it. A girl, small and in a white dress, her face white and rotted, and oh, it's real. They were real. The sun hits her and it doesn't do anything, and she's still there, only you see her clearly. And it was her hair, you know it. It was her hair you touched, and go away, it's all you can think, and she walks. Oh, she's creaking towards you, the same sound from last night, the shuddering, the long, uneven drawl. No, it wasn't her hair. She was the one behind you, then under your desk. It grabs your leg. It has no gender. Hair, it's all over your room now. The thing's got an interesting face, globe-like eyes, and a happy smile, and it's not a woman. No, you wish it were something, an existing thing, but it's the thing from the picture, and now it's got you. With the only courage you've ever kept inside yourself, you scream and throw open the door. They waited outside for you, so politely. It came down from your ceiling, holding your parents in its enormous black mouth, its crooked limbs almost exactly like a spider's. This one might have been a woman, once, long ago, but the eyes are so black, everything black and white, and the teeth aren't there, and you imagine it's just sucked on your parents or something. They look like they've been mashed, so maybe it just swallows, and oh God, it reaches you. They're all reaching you. The window. If you can just jump, you can just jump. Anything. Let the window be okay. Laughter echoes in your head as you realize your mistake. Yes, the demon was holding something against the window. Its face. Its face. The face is smiling, and you realize they're all smiling. Everything. You remember all the creepypastas, all the demanding chain letters, all the campfire yarns, and you realize that in one night, they've come to get you. They creep out of your closet. They slide out from under your bed. They smile at you, and it's morning, and you can see them. It's light now. You wonder why people always associate light with safety. You wish it were dark again. They always make the night look scary, always make the darkness intimidating, but you can't see your fears as easily. They're shaded, and they can be passed off as illusions. You can't do that with the sun shining. They're all here, standing and accounted for, and you know it. No more convincing yourself. Goner, the Donner Party landing. A funny thought hits you. Maybe they were afraid of the dark. Good evening, my lovelies. I'm LadyMCreepsta. I'm hoping you enjoyed that tale. If you're listening to this on the podcast, do leave me a message on either Twitter or Facebook and let me know what you thought of the story. I'm LadyMCreepsta on both. If you're watching this on YouTube, be sure to leave a comment below and hit the like button if you enjoyed this tale. If you have just stumbled upon my realm, welcome, my dear. Do feel free to take a peek around, and before you leave, make sure you hit that subscribe button along with that bell icon if you're watching on YouTube to get notified of new episodes. That's all I have for you this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. I hope you're having a good start to the weekend, my dears. To make it just a little bit more disturbing, here's a tale for you from Creepypasta Wiki called Chakra. Come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. Hey, I'm going to start by saying I'm not really into superstition. I have always been a person to shoot down stories and ideas about the supernatural. Even now, I'm still not sure I'm a believer, but what I do know is that something happened to my brother that I cannot exactly explain. My brother Bill isn't exactly the most normal person in the world. He's a borderline schizophrenic, so he can get a bit odd at times. Like saying he sees weird stuff and randomly talking to himself, so my mother put him on medication. Don't get me wrong, I love my brother to death, and I guess he's a great kid. He just gets annoying with certain things. He's obsessed with weird stuff, like dreams and meditation. The last 11 years, he has kept journals religiously. What you are about to read is his final journal entry. I have not edited, changed, or fixed anything about this entry. For personal reasons, I will leave the dates of this incident out. For about the last 5 years, I've thoroughly been practicing and have become relatively good at lucid dreaming. If you are unaware as to what lucid dreaming is, it is the ability to understand when you're dreaming while you're asleep, making you become in control of your own dreaming experience. That's not important. The point I'm trying to make is that I've become very aware as to when I'm dreaming and when I'm not. The last year and a half, I've practiced the art of chakra. Chakra is comprised of about 7 centers of psychoactive energy, which you can learn to calm your body in these areas to a state where you can cause astral projection, or in other words, have an outer body experience on demand. The only problem is that it's completely different from lucid dreaming, and you can screw this up really bad. Then you're in some serious trouble. I'm sure some people have seen the movie Insidious. While some found it pretty scary and some found it stupid, the movie offers one concept that is very scary. The little boy in the movie projects himself too far, can't make it back to his body, then goes into a coma. But the scary part is that can actually happen when you project too far out of your boundaries. That part of the movie is eerily true. When you project, all of your senses are heightened significantly. You can hear things miles away, smell things miles away. Emotions are much, much stronger. When I used to project, I would do it during the daytime while I was in a happy state of mind, usually in a well-lit room where I could focus and not feel too confined. The farthest I've made it was about 4 feet from my body. While that sounds lame and all, it's actually very invigorating and exciting. It's almost as if you can feel your body being lifted out of itself, only to be a better feeling version of yourself. I became obsessed with it and kept practicing. Then one night, I wandered a bit too far out of my boundaries and I witnessed something that I will never forget. I tried doing it at night for a change before I went to sleep, while I was incredibly depressed about an issue I'd rather not get into, but I decided to do it anyway. I started off in my computer chair in my room around midnight. Sometimes it can take a very long time before you can project properly. I put myself into complete relaxation. I felt my body numbing itself slowly from my forehead all the way down to my toes. After about 45 minutes, I started to feel myself lift. I became lighter. My problems went away. I felt like I was completely high off life. I was in a completely different state of mind. I floated in front of my body to where I could see myself sitting in my computer chair, with my schoolbooks scattered all over my desk after my pitiful attempt to complete my statistics homework. Then I started to move towards my back wall, reaching about roughly 4 feet from my body. So I decided to go farther, and outside the wall of my room to the pouring rain outside. I've never traveled outside, but I know the farther you move away from your body, the less control you feel you have. It's almost as if your power to move yourself becomes more and more depleted. Depending on the person who is projecting and how experienced they are, time can either move much slower or much faster. In my case, since I'm not exactly qualified as experienced, time moves significantly faster for me. If you can picture a stopwatch, the speed at which seconds move is about the time it takes minutes to change for me. I looked peaceful sleeping. our Great Dane lying next to my chair. By this point in the night, all the lights in my house were out and everyone was asleep. Then, something incredibly horrifying happened. I saw a tall man enter my room very slowly. I did not recognize him at all. He was an old, sickly-looking man with white hair and was dressed in a full black suit. He walked into my room and stopped right in front of my computer chair where I was sitting. My dog woke up immediately. My first thought is this guy must have broken into my home. My dog is going to go nuts. No. What happened was the complete opposite that informed me that if something wasn't seriously wrong already, now it was. My dog immediately stood up, stuck his tail between his legs, and pissed all over my floor. It wasn't like he had an accident. We have a doggy door and he is more than trained to use it. His legs were shivering uncontrollably as he walked out of my room. He knew something was wrong with this man. I completely thought I was going to shut down as I stared at him while I hovered outside my window. I thought to myself, can this guy see me? How did he get into my home? How did my mother and father not see him come in? He didn't look like he was in any shape to make a forcible entry, but he had a very creepy demeanor to him that made me horrified. As I watched him, he didn't move, not a single muscle. He stood in front of my chair staring at me with his eyes locked on my body as if he were watching television. As I looked at my clock, I could see the time flying by. He still stood. Hours went by. He still stood. I couldn't move. I couldn't get back to my body. I felt immobile, paralyzed, forced to watch this unknown being relentlessly stare at my body. As the time hit 5 a.m., my brother walked into my room. The man didn't move. My brother walked right by the man to my dresser where I hid my Playboys. He was no more than 1 foot away from my brother, still staring at me. Then my brother looked at me sleeping, walked over to my body, and slapped my face to wake me up. He probably just thought I fell asleep in my chair. I couldn't feel anything from where I was projecting. I felt nothing connected with my body. My brother slapped me again, this time harder. At this point, he was directly next to the tall man. Then my brother walked out of my room. He didn't see him. He didn't even make an indication that something could possibly be wrong. Whoever or whatever that thing was, my brother couldn't see him, but my dog could? What the hell is going on? I am absolutely petrified by this point. I'm on the verge of crying. I'm helpless. I just want to scream, but I can't. I just want to get back to my body and snap out of this, but I can't. Then I noticed the minutes stop moving fast. They stop at 6:12 a.m. Then I could feel the rain stop. What's going on? I still can't make my way into my room, so I can't be snapping out of it. Then all sound stops. Completely. I can't hear anything or sense anything, as if you were to put a television on mute. The man turned very slowly and looked directly at me through the window, as if he knew I was there the whole time. He was hideous now that I could get a better look at him. His hair was disheveled, his eyes looked sucked back into their sockets. His face was full of old wrinkles and scars. His eyes locked with mine, and he smiled. Not a happy-looking smile. The type of eerie smile that comes to stretch from ear to ear with a sort of demented meaning to it. Then he put his finger to his mouth to shush me. Then he turned and walked out of my room slowly with the door closing behind him, without him touching it. The next blink I took, I was shoved back into my body and jolted up like I'd been hit with a shot of adrenaline. I ran out of my room to try and catch the man. Nothing. I checked my whole house. Nothing. I thought immediately that it was a dream, an incredibly vivid dream, until I walked back into my room and stepped in something wet, then smelled it. It was urine. I froze with shock. I didn't know what to think. I went to see if my magazines were missing from what I remembered. I checked my dresser. It was gone. That's when I noticed, next to my homework, a piece of paper I didn't recognize. I picked it up. The wording was a bit scratchy. It read, "You'll be with me soon enough. The sights of hell bring its viewers back in." I can't tell anyone about this. I think I'm finally losing it. That's where the journal entry ends. It's the last one. Good evening. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. New Year's Eve is finally upon us, my dears. Another trip around your sun completed. So as we take time to reflect upon the year past and gear up for the coming year, I thought we'd end this year with a tale by one of our favorite authors, J. DeShane. Before we get onto that though, a quick thank you to my dark family on Patreon for your continuous support. Your contributions help keep this channel and podcast going, and I am truly grateful. Dark family members such as Danny White, Nicholas Correes, Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, Karen Parrott, L. Andrew Augustus, Dana Fringer, Stephen Aguilera, Tay DeFluth, Bill Thornsley, Laura Seta-Penry, and everybody listed in the episode description below. If you too would like to know how to become a part of my family, go to patreon.com/LadyMcCreepsta for more information. Now though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. "3 a.m. was the perfect time. The wee hours of the morning. No one was out on the street, except me, and every window in every house had been dark for hours. I waited at the end of the lane, concealed in the thicket. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. My heart pounded. Any minute now. Light footsteps came nearer. I turned my head, and there he was. Johnny Stopes was a high school freshman, though you'd never know it. Absolutely everything about him was behind. He was short, scrawny, and socially awkward, failing to understand even the most basic social cues, taking almost everything at face value. That's what made it so easy to gain his trust, and to lure him from the safety of his bedroom out into the night. I adjusted my mask and stepped out from my hiding place. "Johnny," I said, "you've come." Johnny started slightly at the sight of me. He paused as if he'd forgotten his reason for coming. At last he found himself again and spoke. "Yes, sir." I smiled. Are you ready to have your wish fulfilled? Whatever fright Johnny felt seemed to disappear. Yes, sir, I am. Good, I said. Now come with me. I placed an arm around Johnny's shoulder and led him through bike paths and back streets to the one place he seemed to love best of all. The basketball court, Johnny asked, the quaver returning to his voice. Yes, I said. Of course. Isn't your wish to play basketball with the other boys? His eyes took on a faraway look. I could have sworn I saw tears form and reflect from the moonlight. Yes, he said. I asked them every single day, but they never let me play. The pitch of his voice dropped. Damon tells me to go away. He always says I'm too short and too stupid. Are you those things, Johnny? I asked. No, he answered quickly. I know I'm not too stupid. You don't have to be smart to play sports. His earnestness and total lack of irony almost made me laugh out loud. Thankfully, he spoke again before I had the chance to. But, he added, I am definitely too short. He drooped his shoulders and hung his head dramatically, the way a character might in a cartoon. Typical Johnny style. Well, I said, cheer up, Johnny, because you're in luck. Tonight we are going to make you taller. His eyes grew wide and a smile crept across his lips. Really? How? I removed a rope which had been tied around my waist and held it up for Johnny to see. With this, I said, we're going to stretch you out. Johnny's smile faded. He blinked for a moment, clearly trying to understand how such a thing would work. At last, he asked me, Will it hurt? It's never hurt anyone I've stretched out before, I said. This was all he needed to hear. His smile returned and he let out an elated laugh. Poor, stupid young Johnny. I told Johnny to stand and wait as I rushed over to grab a wastebasket that sat nearby. I turned it over and positioned it right under one of the basketball nets. The branch of metal that connected the backboard to the post seemed sturdy enough for our needs. Finally, I called Johnny over. Now, I said, hop up onto this basket. The boy did so like a trained dog, eager to receive his treat for obedience. Very good, I said. Now take this rope and tie one end of it right above you. I watched carefully as he did this. That's right. Now give it a tug. Is it sturdy? Good. I could feel the excitement coursing through me. Almost there. Now, I continued, I will tie the other end around your neck. My neck? Johnny asked. Well, yes, I said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. How else do you think we're going to stretch you out? Satisfied, Johnny put up no resistance as I wound and knotted the rope around his neck. Now, Johnny, I said, pumping as much drama and suspense into my voice as possible. When I remove the wastebasket from underneath your feet, you'll be stretched out and perfect for playing basketball. Are you ready? Yes, he said. I could see that he was shaking. The time to act was now, before he changed his mind. A kick sent the wastebasket flying. The rope pulled taut. The empty basketball court echoed with a loud crack before everything went silent. The next day, the whole town was in mourning. Poor little Johnny had killed himself, they said. Why would he do such a thing? No one could wrap their heads around it. Johnny, the silly little boy who only wanted to be taller. They held a memorial for him at the high school. The principal choked as he addressed the student body. "I know," he said, "that Johnny Stopes was able to touch many people in his short life." I snickered. I couldn't help it. "Short," I repeated under my breath. The only thing that stopped me was a swift elbow to the ribs. I turned to face the glare of my friend Peter. "Shut up, Damon," he whispered. I relented, staying quiet and faking respect for another few days that would be worth it as long as I could play basketball in peace from now on. As per usual, thank you for joining me one last time this year, my dears. If you enjoyed this tale and would like to listen to more stories by Jay DeShane, go to my YouTube page and look for the playlist of all her stories. If you enjoyed this tale, be sure to give this video a thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube and leave me a comment below. If you have just discovered my realm, my lovelies, please feel free to have a look around and hit that subscribe button before leaving. Additionally, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well to be notified of new uploads. And that's it, my dear, the last story of this year. Be safe tonight, my lovelies, and I will see you in the new year. Hello, my lovelies. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Welcome. Do you find dolls fascinating, cute, or creepy? Do you treat them with delight or disdain? And what if they actually had feelings too? In this tale by author Jay DeShane, we find out how at least one doll truly feels about her new human sister. So come now, my dears, lean in closer and we'll begin. I was built to be loved and to give love in return. That was the sole intention with which my Creator made me. So, when my new mother brought me home to meet my new sister, my heart leapt with excitement at the thought of finally fulfilling my life's purpose. "Jenny," said my new mother, "come here." I watched eagerly as my new sister bounded into the kitchen. This beautiful angel with gold hair and sparkling eyes was Jenny. I loved her the instant I saw her. It delighted me that she and I were almost the same size, though I was a little smaller. "What is it, Mom?" she asked. "I picked something up for you in town today," said our mother. She gleefully presented me to young Jenny. "What do you think?" Jenny's reaction was cooler than I'd hoped it would be. She stared at me for a moment and blinked. "It's a doll," she said. "Yes," our mother said. "Do you like it?" Jenny's lips curled into a smile, but the joy never quite reached her eyes. "Yes," she said. "She's beautiful. Thank you, Mommy." She took me in her arms, gave me a hug, and carried me off to the bedroom we would share. Maybe this will be fine after all, I thought to myself. Jenny placed me in a chair in the corner of our bedroom. I expected that I would sit here whenever she wasn't playing with me. And then I thought, once bedtime came, we would surely snuggle together beneath the covers of the big bed on the other side of the room. This was not to be, however, as days went by and Jenny never once took me from the chair. The most she would interact with me was to give me a suspicious glance from across the room. Sometimes this glance was accompanied by a shudder. That confirmed it. My new sister didn't like me. I was devastated. I decided to show her somehow that I was worthy of her affections. I needed her to know that love was what I was prepared to give her. So, one night, when the lights went out, and I was sure that Jenny was asleep, I channeled every bit of focus and energy I had into my limbs of fabric and stuffing. After what felt like hours, to my excitement, they finally began to move. Yes, I had learned to control them. Clumsily, as this was all still new, I got down from the chair and made my way towards Jenny's bed. I had no idea before I started that moving would take so much energy. I managed to get only halfway across the room before I could go no further. It was there that I dropped, forced to wait until morning. At last, the first rays of sunshine leaked into the room from beneath the window shade. Mother came to the door, as she always did. "Jenny, it's time to..." She stopped suddenly. "Jenny, what is your doll doing on the floor?" "I don't know," Jenny said groggily. "I didn't put it there." "Nonsense, Jenny," Mother said. "You need to take better care of your things, young lady." "But I..." Before Jenny could protest any further, Mother cut her off. "Not another word, Jenny. Come downstairs and eat your breakfast." She closed the door, leaving us alone once more. Jenny got out of bed and slowly approached me where I lay. She moved with such trepidation, as if I were going to explode at any moment. At long last, she picked me up. It was the first time she had done so since that first day of my adoption, and the sensation was sweet. It was short-lived, however, as, a moment later, she placed me firmly back in the chair from which I'd come. She looked me over, not with suspicion this time, but with something like worry. Perhaps it was fear. "Jenny, hurry up," Mother called from downstairs. Jenny snapped to attention and obeyed, hurrying quickly from the room. I now understood, of course, that I was simply too weak or too new to walking to make the journey all the way across the room. The only thing to be done, I decided, was to practice. Each night, when I was sure Jenny had gone to bed, I would come down from my place and venture across the room. For the first few nights, whenever I felt my energy and strength leaving me, I would turn and try to get back to the chair with whatever I had left. Often, at first, I would simply collapse on the floor in front or beneath the chair. In the mornings, when Jenny would discover me, I would be met with the same looks of confusion and concern. They never stopped feeling like rejection, but the pain I felt only made me more determined to show Jenny how worthy I was of her love. Just as I had hoped, moving became easier and easier. Within 2 months, I could make it all the way to Jenny's bed. The first time she discovered me there, on the floor beside her bed in the morning, she screamed, to my utter surprise. She didn't even pick me up, but instead ran from the room. Moments later, she returned with Mother. "There!" Jenny said, pointing at me where I lay. "Jenny," said Mother, "don't be silly. Your doll just fell out of your bed while you were sleeping." "But I didn't sleep with it," Jenny said. "I swear." Mother smiled sweetly. "Jenny, it's okay to sleep with your doll if you want to. You don't need to make things up." "But I..." "Now that's enough," Mother said. "Pick up your doll and come downstairs for breakfast." "I'm not touching her," Jenny snapped. "Jennifer," Mother said firmly, "stop acting up this instant. Pick your doll up right now." Jenny looked defeated. She hesitated and then slowly approached me. Mother watched as she slowly picked me up and placed me on the chair. "Thank you," she said. "Now come on, before your pancakes get cold." I was left alone once again, stinging from the obvious dislike Jenny felt for me. I couldn't give up, though. I had to show her how loving and warm I could be, and I was very nearly there. The next night, I could barely contain my excitement. I felt good. I felt ready. Deep down, I knew I could do this. As had become my habit, I hopped down from my chair and made my way across the room. Only when I reached Jenny's bed did I begin to tire. I reached up, grabbed hold of the edge of Jenny's mattress, and hoisted myself up to where she slept. At last, I was beside her, my sweet sister. This is where I had longed to be. I sat for a long time, just watching Jenny sleep. She looked so peaceful, her little chest rising and falling. The slightest hint of a snore issued forth from every exhale. The love and emotion coursing through me almost made me shake. It's the one and only dream of every creature like me, to be loved and cherished by a little girl like Jenny. It's what we were made to do. Without that, we are nothing. Now was my chance, I decided, to show Jenny how loving and comforting I could be. I inched slowly over to her face, the only part of her that lay exposed in a sea of blankets and pillows. I wrapped myself around her head in the tightest embrace I could manage. It felt wonderful to do so. I wish I could have spoken in that moment, because I would have shouted over and over again, "Jenny, I love you, Jenny, I love you." I felt her begin to stir beneath my grasp. Her movements became more and more erratic. A hand reached up from the blanket and tried to pull me away. The harder she pulled, the more steadfastly I held on. I had to show her that this was good. She needed to know that this is how things had to be. But still she tried to free herself from my embrace. The grasping became clawing. She tried to sit up, but I wouldn't let her. Soon, her actions began to slow. Her efforts became less and less urgent until finally all the tension seemed to leave her. This was what I had been dreaming of. She was no longer frightened of me. Acceptance at last. Mother knocked on the door the next morning, as she normally did, but Jenny did not stir. This was highly unusual, and I became worried when time passed, and my sister still hadn't moved. Mother came in, calling Jenny's name. Slowly, she approached the bed where we lay. I watched in confusion as Mother dropped to her knees. She let out a scream like no other I had ever heard. I knew something was wrong with Jenny. That was the last time I saw my beautiful sister. I miss her every single day, but it's not all bad. I live in Mother's room now. She talks to me fairly often. "You, my little darling," she says, "you were the last gift I ever gave her. She must have loved you dearly, but she was afraid to let me know. Big girls don't sleep with dolls, I suppose." She follows this with a small, half-hearted laugh, and then begins crying once more, as has become her habit. Each night, however, she takes me to bed with her and holds me tight. I was built to be loved and to give love in return. That was the sole intention with which my Creator made me. I wish I could have had that with Jenny for more than one night before she went away. However, it's clear that Mother needs me now, and I her, and together we find love and comfort in each other. How terribly rude of Jenny to just leave like that. If you enjoyed this tale, do remember to give this video a thumbs up and leave a comment. If you're listening on the podcast, remember to subscribe to it. Also, check out the author's other stories. Just look up Jade DeShane on creepypasta.wikia.com. If you missed the announcement yesterday, I am very excited to have been chosen as a contestant for the upcoming Chilling Tales for Dark Nights Evil Idol competition. It begins August 20th. Part of the results will be based on votes on YouTube, so I'm hoping I have yours, my dears. I will share more details as they come. Till next time, my lovelies, sweet dreams.
Good evening, my dears. Welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. This evening's tale comes from P.F. McGrail from the book 50 Shades of Purple and Other Horror Stories. If you enjoy this one, be sure to grab a copy of the book. A purchase link is in the episode description. So come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. It really is nothing like what you see in porn. Well, almost nothing. I did walk into an orgy just once, and yes, they did ask me to join. But they were old enough to be my parents and fat enough to kill me, so I sprinted away from that place as fast as I could without even waiting for just a tip. I never delivered pizzas to that neighborhood again, but that was not the strangest thing. Not by a long shot. Apartment 1913. The numbers are ingrained in my memory. I came to hate that door. The first time was pretty frickin' innocuous. Friday night, 8 p.m., 1 large pepperoni and a 2-liter of Coke. I figured it was a couple who had gradually lost their enthusiasm for going out at night and had replaced it with the slow creep of apathy for 2. That's really just a euphemism for death. The guy who opened the door was relatively young and had probably been fit once. 50 pounds and 7 years after the glory days of high school football, however, he was now sharing his Friday night with me. But not just me. Sitting at the table was an anatomically correct sex doll. I hadn't caught him mid-bang. His sweatpants would have been unable to conceal his state if he'd just pulled out, so he clearly had brought the doll to the table as a social occasion. He made no attempt to hide the thing. It was awkward. Then he asked me to come inside and place the pizza on the table. That was even weirder. I had to delicately avoid the thing's hand as I gingerly placed the pizza on the tabletop. "Careful!" he shouted, pulling the pizza away. He picked up the doll's hand and gently started rubbing it. "That pizza's hot!" He looked deeply into the sex doll's eyes, softly kissed her hand, and walked away to get his money. That left me alone at the table with the clearly used doll. Did I mention I hate dolls? It turns out they're even creepier when I know they're getting laid more often than I am. I didn't want to look at her, but my eyes were glued to those blue ones. Her mouth, locked in a permanent, perfect O, seemed to beg for conversation. "So," I offered, breaking the ice as he re-entered the room. "That's a pretty doll. Do you collect them?" The man turned around, the drawstring from his sweatpants flailing as he spun. "Doll?" he inquired, smiling blankly. No, but my sister does." Then he looked over my shoulder at it.
You should put this in your blog, Charlene. He looked back at me, and his smile grew. She loves that blog, he explained, setting the money down on the table. I could feel the presence of the doll's pseudo-flesh next to mine, which caused the hair on my own arms to rise. The moment that my hair made contact with the doll's arm, which was just an inch away from the cash, sent a chill down my ass crack, and that was enough for me. The man smiled and waved as I left. The man loved his Friday night pizzas. The following week, I delivered his large cheese and 2 liters of Coke right on time. It really is a lot for just one person, I thought, as I heard footsteps approach the door. When he opened it up, it took me a second to realize what was unusual. It was the sex doll, of course. This time she was leaning on her elbow against the far corner, like she was lounging around to pass the time. The thing is, there was no way he could have propped her up there just before opening the door. I'd heard him walking from the other side of the apartment. Besides, that thing was clearly heavy enough to require a lot of effort for any movement. So I guess she'd just been standing there, hanging out? He smiled and waved as I left again. I kept delivering to his building. What was I supposed to tell my boss? That I was creeped out by a doll? No, the truth just wouldn't do. And it got even weirder on the 5th week. I rang the doorbell as usual, 3,000 calories of sadness in my hands, and I heard a scuffling on the other side. It was slow scuffling. Drag, flop. Drag, flop. Drag, flop. It sounded like he was carrying a body bag across the room. When the door finally opened, it just popped inwards a crack. After an awkward silence, I realized that I was expected to enter. I can't say exactly why I was so unnerved at this fact. It was just so unnatural to crack the door and expect the guest to invite himself in, but I pressed my hand against the wood and slowly pushed it into the room. The doll was leaning against the wall. She was staring at me. The man was nowhere in sight. I looked anxiously around the room for him. I certainly felt like I was being watched. Where the hell was he? This was just weird. Sick, even. I realized 2 things at the same time. The first was that it was the doll who was making me feel watched. The second is that, with the flush of a toilet, the man established his presence in the bathroom. That room was tucked around a corner and out of sight. I wanted out. I took 3 quick steps to the table and placed the pizza down. Each step further into the place made me feel worse, like I was going into an unholy shrine. I looked quickly around the table for evidence of money so that I could justifiably bolt out of the place. "Charlene has your cash," the man sang out cheerfully. The fact that he'd known what I was thinking made me want to vomit each of the butterflies that had descended from my stomach down to my balls. I spun around to see Charlene's fingers tightly grasped around some bills. Oh no. I knew that I'd have to touch the pseudo skin before I could get out of there. The tears were already forming at the corners of my eyes as I reached out and delicately tried to grab the cash without touching the skin. I shouldn't have closed my eyes. My fingertips brushed realistic-feeling skin during my blind fumble. I moved around wildly in search for the money, feeling far more of her than I'd wanted to. She was uncomfortably warm. I finally felt the tip of the bills sticking about 2 millimeters out from her fingers. It had appeared as though extricating it would be an ordeal, but it slid smoothly from her clutches. I thought that was good news until I looked down at my prize and saw that it was shiny with fluid. No wonder it had slid so nicely.
The urge to vomit kicked hard, but I barely held it in place. Holding the bills aloft, I ran out of the apartment and swore to myself that I'd never come back. That was last Friday. Today is Friday. I didn't do a delivery route tonight. My boss was pissed when I told him no because I'd never done that before. I'd lose my job before I would consent to hanging out with Charlene again. "Fine, jackass," my boss spat back at me. Classy guy, by the way. "But you're closing tonight by yourself." Considering what I'd been through the past few Fridays, I figured that this wasn't much of a loss. I was content with the idea of spending the evening alone in an empty pizza place. Really, I was. That was before. Before there was only one car in the parking lot. Before I looked out and saw that my car was fucking gone. Before my cell ran out of juice and died much earlier than it normally does. Most importantly, that was before I looked into the 2-passenger car now parked directly in front of the only door in or out of my pizza shop. Because everything changed when I looked into the driver's seat and saw Charlene, all alone, staring back at me, mouth open wide like she was ready for a slice of piping hot, gooey cheese. I suppose every job has its downsides, doesn't it? If you're new to my realm, welcome, my dears. Be sure to subscribe before you leave, and if you're on YouTube, hit that bell icon too to get notifications of new uploads. Till next time, my dears, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. I hope your week has started off well, my dears. To sweeten it a little, I have a tale for you from Creepypasta Wiki. This one is by author Red Nova Tyrant. So come now, my dears. Lean in closer, and we'll begin. It was just another day at the bank. Then, there was the loud bursts of gunshots, the shimmer and crackle of shattering glass, the shouting of masked people raiding the front lobby. And I was witness to it all. There were 4 of them in total, each wearing a different mask to conceal their identities. One was of a lion, another was a goat, the third was a leopard, and the last was a cobra. Each face was metallic, cold and grey, matching the weaponry they carried. One by one, in a wave-like fashion, every customer was forced to the floor by the lion and the leopard. The cobra was watching the main entrance, and the goat walked amongst the captives. A barrel was held between my eyes, and I felt my knees go weak. I kept my hands on top of the counter, pressing against the glassy surface to hold myself up and avoid being shot. "Move it, bitch!" the leopard barked, in a woman's voice, as she swiftly gestured the gun towards my right-hand side. I complied, slowly sliding my legs over the counter and taking a shaky step away from my station. "Please, I don't want..." A shearing pain struck the back of my knee, and I collapsed, hitting the concrete floor with a dull thump. I cried out, but had little time to recover. I raised my head ever so slightly, only to feel the hard rubber sole of a boot standing on my temple. I chose against speaking out anymore. Looking around the room, I caught a glimpse of the goat-masked figure slowly making their way through the piles of innocents. They seemed to be looking for something, or perhaps someone. After watching them inspect the captives for an excruciating amount of time, the eyes of the goat mask finally met mine, and they began to briskly walk towards me. Whether it was my bright red shirt that stood out, or the fact that the leopard was keeping a hold on me, I had no clue. The boot was lifted from my head, and a gloved hand yanked me to my knees. Swallowing, I kept my blurry, watering gaze on the goat-masked criminal before me, waiting for them to make a move. Finally, they decided on what to do. Instead of just hovering inches from my forehead, I felt the metal of a barrel pushing against my teeth, clanking and clicking roughly against them. My heavy heart began to beat endlessly, and I resisted the urge to cry. "You're going to open up the vault, got it?" the goat-faced man said. I was too frightened to respond. He answered my fearful silence with a simple metallic click as he cocked back the hammer of his gun. "I'm waiting." I nodded as well as I could, fighting against the barrel's position. Just the act of nodding was difficult. One wrong jostle, and that trigger could have gone off right there and then. That's why I screamed when the blast of a gunshot rang out, but after feeling the barrel being ripped from my mouth and the pain that it left, I realized that I was still alive. But if not me, then... My eyes began racing around the room, and to my left, I saw it, rising up in a dusty beam of sunlight, the smoke of a revolver held by the lion. The goat groaned, then aimed lower and fired in my direction. The bullet ripped through my side, and I finally cried in pain, in suffering, in fear. I gripped my side as best I could, lying there on the floor, trying not to black out. I felt a kick to the back of the head as the leopard stepped over my body and advanced to the lion as if nothing had happened. "Are you fucking with me?" the goat yelled, supposedly at the lion. "This is the 5th time you've done this." "I'm sorry, man," the king of the jungle answered, a sense of worry hindering his ability to sound strong. "The trigger, it was so touchy." The goat's voice was drowned by the sudden screams of the public and the thunderous applause of the cobra's shotgun that struck them down. Each boom only cut down more innocent lives, and my heart felt ready to explode from the emotional pressure swelling up inside me. Body after body, limbs and torsos, all spilled onto the floor with a sickeningly wet thud. Some tried to get up and escape, but the leopard helped in taking those ones down and finishing off any stragglers. My brain couldn't even ask myself why 50 million times. I simply froze. As the shooting died down, I could finally make out the conversation again, but it was getting harder to retain my consciousness. "Again?" the goat seemingly asked. Well, yeah, we have no choice. We don't get the bonus if anyone dies," the leopard replied with a sigh. "Just restart it," the cobra whined. Fine, the goat replied begrudgingly, but not before giving a look to the lion. "Last chance, got it?" The lion nodded in apology as the goat pushed back his sleeve, revealing a device of some sort. My ears strained and failed to make out his mumbling, but his last 2 words lingered on. And in the milliseconds that remained, my brain ran through thousands of scenarios and theories to explain their meaning. "Restart mission." It was just another day at the bank. Talk about the feeling of déjà vu. If you enjoyed this tale, remember to give this video a thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. If you are listening on the podcast, be sure to hit subscribe and give it a review wherever you're listening to this podcast on. If you'd like to reach out to me, find me on social media. I am LadyMCreepsta on both Facebook and Twitter. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all my patrons for supporting me and to welcome new members of my dark family on Patreon. If you too would like to support this channel and podcast, please do check out patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. That's all I have time for you this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today we have a tale from the Creepypasta wiki by author Tugging a Rhythm. But be warned though, my dears, this story is quite graphic and it does depict violence against children. So if this is not your cup of tea, do feel free to wander around my realm and listen to some other tales that perhaps you haven't yet heard. For the rest of you though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. I glare at my soon victim from across the room, sleeping there in that bed. My bed. It was almost unacceptable, and my pale, elongated form snaked across the room to the young child. Gripping her cheek in my hand, I gave a wide smile. I wasn't focused on hurting her or raping her. I was there to be her guardian. I stroked her head before grabbing her leg, the docile attitude in me trying to grasp onto sanity. As she stirred awake from the disturbance in her sleep, my sunken eyes, a sign of my quite obvious dehydration, stared into hers. For a moment, her pale, beautiful eyes stared at me with the utmost calmness and love before she started to scream. Immediately, I had to silence her, but I didn't want to hurt her. I was there to be her guardian angel. I slammed her 6-year-old skull into the floorboard. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I stared at the mess I had made both on the footboard and on myself. I knew eventually that I would be blamed for the incident from the blood on my ragged clothes and stuck into my sunken eyes. I had gone through all the possibilities, all the rituals, and considered everything that I could do should something like this happen. And it turned out it wasn't some stranger across the street. I had done it. No matter, I cradled her small, broken body as I picked up fragments of skull and bloodied mushes of brain matter. Her mother walked into the room before I had the chance to hide it. When she saw me, she immediately hit me. "What the fuck have you done to my sweet baby?" she shouted, tears and anger welling up inside her. "I did what I had to. She was too loud," I croaked, before she grabbed the one-sided torso robe and threw me out of her room, closing and locking the door behind me. I pushed my weakened form up from the floor, arms already decorated in bright purples and blues as I stared onward at the door, a masterpiece waiting for my approval inside. I took to the right of me, entering the bathroom and gazing into the mirror. The first words that I spoke to my reflection with a crazed yet still sane grin were, "You are a monster, a hideous monster." The words were true, of course, and all 46 of my chromosomes knew that, including all 100 billion neurons. A melancholic memory of my past self flickers through my mind, of waking up to that beast that was almost entirely unclothed except for a waistcloth. I'm going around looking for more prey so that I can return to humanity, although all my humanity disappeared 17 weeks ago. I stood there in front of the mirror for what felt like hours with my hands covering my wrinkled and stretched face, my lips having long since decayed and left as nothing. I left the house, but not after shattering that damn mirror. I now found a young boy, so young and vulnerable while sleeping. I had observed him while he was awake and realized his special personality. I stroke his face as he turns in his sleep to face me, my amber eyes staring at him, the tapidum lucidum, special to this particular race. I am reflecting the light in this dim room so that I may see him. I brush a couple of locks of hair out of his face as I smile, laying there beside him, my rotten, dark grey teeth being revealed behind my cracked and decayed lips. Almost reminds me of my own daughter and wife, although they passed long ago. I was convicted of murder. Young little John opened his eyes and stared at my face curiously, as if not even smelling my decay or seeing the injuries inflicted on my face. Presumably blind and unable to smell? I couldn't tell. He reached over my shoulder, touching the fabric, but couldn't even tell I was there. All of his senses seemed to be gone, and I sympathized for him. He was probably unable to use all 5 of his senses. He retracted his hand, grabbed his glasses, and smiled at me gently, even though he could now see me. I returned a wide grin, attempting to scare him with my injuries, but he didn't seem fazed. By this day and age, he likely knew how to detect silent words and come up with an answer. "Don't I scare you?" I asked, before he responded, nearly shouting. "No." This caused anger to well up inside me, and I hit him across the face. He didn't seem to feel it, though he did wince and cover the hit. I grabbed the collar of his shirt, lifting him off his feet with both hands before unsteadily walking over to the closed closet, opening it before throwing him on the ground and kicking him in the face, knocking him out. I set his head between the doors and closed it roughly on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. His head was mush. I shouted at his dead corpse with the control I had at this point, as if expecting a response from his broken form. "Why the fuck weren't you scared? I didn't want to kill you, but you gave me no damn choice." Even I was surprised by how much energy I had to overcome my wheezing in the last sentence of my short rant. I sat there on the dirtied carpet and simply stared at his corpse. Nothing more, nothing less. His father came in with the shotgun and shot my left arm off. I winced from the notion before I attacked him myself, with a large shard of the child's skull. It wasn't the best choice, but I found it soothed my right arm's nerves as I plunged it into his Adam's apple. I had now killed 3 people, and the set of veins located over top my heart pulsated before resting and smoothing itself out. I dropped the tool before covering my face again and crying into my single palm, my left hand shot off, little tad bits of flesh holding on lightly. I kicked the now disproportionate neck, which caved and revealed his slimy insides. I pulled my foot out and walked out of the house again. I fucked it up again. The creature once again visited me that night for the first time since a month ago, despite feeling as though it was years. The progeria sufferer laid its perfect bony hands on my face and caressed my left eye. "Joseph," it spoke gently. "You've failed. Do not murder those who frustrate you." It dug into my eye socket, ripping out my eye. I mean, it hurt after a while, but my decaying heart already hurt with the dried blood inside puncturing every vein and vessel. "And there is a price for failing." I nodded, and, with my left eye now missing, and the thing carefully devouring that very same eye, I set off to find a victim that I would find good enough of a friend and appetizer for the creature. Thank you for joining me, my dears. Before I leave you, I do want to give a big shout out and thank you to my dark family on Patreon, who continuously support me and help keep this channel and podcast going. Family members such as Bill Thornsley, Laura Setapenry, Dawn Fritzwater, Melissa Perez, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, and everyone listed in the episode description below. If you too would like to support this podcast and channel, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. If you have a tale that you'd like considered for this podcast and channel, my dears, send it to lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. That is all the time we have this evening, my dears. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. This evening we have another tale from the Creepypasta wiki. by author Zytorex. Before we begin, though, I would like to thank my dark family on Patreon for your continuous support. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Bill Thornsley, Laura Seta-Penry, and everyone else listed in the episode description below. If you too would like to become a member of my dark family and help support this channel and podcast, go to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. But now though, my dears, it is time. So come, lean in closer, and we'll begin. When I was younger, my family and I lived in a rural part of the state that didn't see much of civilization. We lived in a small hamlet of about 93 people across nearly 40 square miles. It was set back in the woods and at times was a mystical place during my childhood, and at other times it was downright terrifying. Our community, if you want to call it that, was strung together with a network of unkept dirt roads that the Count had long forgotten. Potholes and boulders lined the sides of the roads, and it wasn't uncommon for the overgrowth to make passage impossible until someone chopped it away. It was on one of these roads, on a late June afternoon, that the story begins. My brother and I had just finished a triathlon of basketball, catch, and playing in the pool. After we dried off, our parents told us to get dressed. We were going blackberry picking. One of the perks of the overgrowth on the roads was that a large portion of it was blackberry bushes. And being on the roadside and not on anyone's property, we were free to legally pick as many as we wanted. My brother and I lit up at the news because the blackberry haul each year was turned into jams and cobblers and also just eaten after only being washed. Blackberries were our candy. We dressed down in our thorn-resistant wear, cotton long sleeves, and denim jeans. It was late enough in the afternoon that the heat of the day had dissipated to a comfortable 72 degrees, so the full-body clothing wasn't too much of a hassle. My brother and I each grabbed a bucket, one of those cheap Walmart Easter buckets, and we all loaded into the van. My dad drove us down the road to our normal blackberry spot, and we all got out of the car. "Don't wander off too far," Mom told us as my brother and I searched for the optimum patch of berries. We expected big, juicy berries that would inevitably stay in our hands and probably be thrown at each other in jest. But what we found was disappointment. What berries there were dried and shriveled black husks that had been subject to the heat of the past few days. What hadn't been claimed by the sun had been carried off by birds. We looked for a few more minutes, going deeper into the brambles. Perhaps because it was so thorny, the birds hadn't come in here, nor had the sun reached through the thicker canopy. But still, the only berries we found were of the shriveled and dried sort. I gazed disheartened into the thick of the woods past the brambles. I imagined that there was something out there waiting for us to cross the thorny threshold into its territory. The berries may have dried up, but we were two plump, juicy kids ready to be eaten by a beast with innumerable teeth. I shook the thought from my head, telling myself that it was nonsense and that I was almost 13 and needed to remove such childish thoughts from my head. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. The woods held wonder and magic, but they also concealed the things that lurked in the shadows beyond the reach of human sight. Having successfully spooked myself, I nudged my brother and told him we should go back and tell our parents of our findings. He agreed, slightly irked that our endeavor had yielded such poor results. We dozed our way through the brambles, stomping down dead vines and pushing aside the thorny branches that tried to catch us. I emerged back on the roadside with numerous scratches on my hands, but it wasn't any different than any other year, so I held little worry. We had tried wearing gardening gloves one year, but we either ended up crushing the berries or the gloves snagged on the thorns. Either way, we decided that bare hand was the way to go, so we suffered the scratches in exchange for the berries. Mom and Dad were leaning against the van, buckets at their feet, talking. They saw us and asked if we had found anything. Our harvest was mirrored by theirs. We all climbed back into the van and decided to drive up and down the road until we found another patch of berries. I gazed out the window the whole time, imagining the beast I had thought up, sprinting through the woods, catching the scent of my thoughts and following us. It was insatiable and wouldn't stop chasing us until our meat was in its belly. I shook my head again to clear my mind. Too much Stephen King, I thought. After circling back and taking a different route, we found a patch of berries that boasted full, almost bursting fruit. My spirits soared as I saw the berries, my mind washing away all thoughts of the nameless horror with versions of cobbler and jam. Childish excitement flooded my veins as I practically leaped from the van. My mother set out the same warning as before, and we absent-mindedly agreed as we rushed over the ditch and into the brambles. The berries were huge, at least the size of a quarter. Some of them were almost past ripe, and the juices were starting to spill from the splits in the flesh. These didn't go into the bucket, but rather were eaten right there. We were young and lived in the middle of nowhere. Eating unwashed fruit wasn't a concern we had. The amount of berries we gathered were huge. In only 5 minutes, I had completely covered the bottom of my bucket by about an inch. I moved to another berry bush when a scent stopped me in my tracks. It was bitter, sweet, and smelled salty. I called to my brother and asked him if he could smell that. He sniffed the air and made a face. We had trouble placing it at first, but then we remembered one day at school when the classroom's air conditioner had broke and the same smell filled the room. Sour water. As we moved further into the berry patch, the stench strengthened. Despite the fact that the berries were a lot bigger here, we decided to turn back and go find another area. We retraced our steps and found ourselves back at the roadside. We heard our parents romping through the berry bushes and decided to try and catch up with them. They had almost filled a bucket between them and jokingly asked why we were so far behind. I told them about the sour smell, and they advised us to stay away from it. Wanting to fill our buckets, we joined them in their harvest. The berries in this area were large as well, but the stench wasn't present. We trudged nearly 100 feet from the road into the brambles before we came upon a property marker. We decided to go no further, and instead my parents suggested that we look where my brother and I had stopped, despite their previous advice. I brought this up to them, but they waved it off as the whole "we are adults, we know what we're doing" thing. So, like dutiful soldiers, my brother and I followed our parents into the fray of brambles and thorn. After 5 minutes of picking, our parents led us to the spot where we had stopped picking. The smell lingered in the still summer air. My dad sniffed and said it was nothing to worry about, it was just the smell of standing water. My mom's eyes grew wide at the size of the berries, exclaiming how good they would taste in a cobbler. The thought of the dessert wiped away the doubt that lingered in the back of my head, and we began to pick. We picked until each of us had a full bucket, and still more taunted us as they hung from the vines that had grown unchecked. Mom picked a berry off and plopped it in her mouth, smiling at the sweetness of it. Dad followed suit, as did my brother and I. A regular blackberry had a pleasant sweetness with a small tinge of bitter, but these were like globs of honey. A single berry seemed sweeter than the entire haul that we had gathered so far. Its nectar filled my mouth and threw a smile upon my face as my eyes widened at the taste. The aroma of the chewed fruit filled my nose as I reached for another berry, another and another. 10 minutes must have passed as we mindlessly gorged ourselves on the fruit, mindless of anything else. Popping one final berry into his mouth, my brother looked up at the darkening sky. The sun was setting. We had come out to the patch at around 4 o'clock. Had we really been picking berries that long? My dad made note of this, and we all packed into the van, our bellies full and our spirits happy. We didn't eat supper that night. Instead, we put all of our haul into colanders and washed them in the sink, leaving them to drain overnight. I fell into a deep sleep that night. I remember because it was the last restful sleep I would get for a while. The next morning, I made my way into the kitchen where our parents were bagging, smashing, and cooking the berries. The bagged berries would be frozen and eaten as snacks. The smashed would go on to become cobblers and jams, the latter of which would be sold to our neighbors, and the cooked berries were being reduced down to a syrup for later during breakfast. I asked them if they needed help, and they said they had it, so I woke up my brother and convinced him to go on a walk through the woods with me. When we set out amongst the trees, the sun had just started to crest the clouds of the morning. Through the green of the sparse canopy, the sky burned a magnificent pink as the morning stars faded from view, and the moon stood solitary in the earthshine. The air was fresh, as it usually was in the woods, and it was still cool. Birds tweeted as we made our way through the woods, no real goal in mind for the hike. We each found a wizard staff, a gnarled tree branch to use as a walking stick, and we moved deeper into the forest. The canopy was thicker here, and the sky had begun to take on the pale blue of morning as the pink melted away into the scattered clouds. We came across a creek that bubbles through a trench in the earth and started throwing pebbles in it. I heard the crumple of leaves and was immediately snapped out of my serene mindset as visions of the nameless beast from the berry patch flooded my thoughts. I saw it in my head to be lurking behind us, its claws extended from marred hands and its shoulders hunched in anticipation, waiting for the right moment to attack. It was angry, I knew, that we took its berries. It was what we had smelled yesterday when we were picking. We took its food, and now we were the food. I tensed up as I imagined it slowly creeping up behind us, yellow drool dripping from its rotten teeth, its eyes filled with sick and hatred, and an insatiable hunger in its belly. I couldn't take it anymore, and I whipped around, ready to face the beast. Nothing. A sigh of relief removed most apprehension, but not all. It was then that my brother groaned. He was on the ground, sitting in a fetal state, clutching his stomach. I dropped the pebbles in my hand and skittered over to him, alarmed. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" He batted me away and bent over to his hands and knees. He yelled in pain as he clutched his stomach with one hand, and a sudden spout of vomit erupted from his mouth. I reeled back in horror as it splashed into the creek. His whole body heaved as he collapsed onto his face, puke ejecting from his mouth, nose, and mixing with the dirt. I tried to lift him up, but he feebly batted me away, grumbling something incoherent before another vocal explosion of vomit oozed out of him. He tried to sit up, but the way he clutched his stomach told me that he was in too much pain to do so. Instead, as I stood there watching like a helpless fool, he smothered his face into the vomit mud as more and more flowed from him with each violent retch, like pus from an infection. Tears streamed down his face and my own as I watched my brother wriggle in his own vomit, unable to move due to the pain. I stood in fear, unsure what to do. And then it hit me. At first, I thought the urge to puke was just an effect of witnessing him puke, but then I felt the pain. At first, it was like gas discomfort, but then it moved. It moved. The pain wriggled in my guts and I felt a hot column of vomit surge through my esophagus. I wasn't ready and it exploded through my closed lips and out my nose in blinding pain. The wriggling went deeper into my flesh and I soon had joined my brother on the ground, the sounds of my own retching vomit drowning him out, as I shut my eyes and let the dark of my vision turn white with the blinding pain that surged through me. I wasn't even aware of the hot refuse throttling out of my throat after a while, and time seemed to stop as whatever it was in my guts gnawed away at my being and squirmed deeper into me than I thought possible. The scent eventually hit me and caused even more vomit to erupt from me and muddy the ground in which I writhed. It smelled sweet, like blackberries. As another acidic wave pulsed up through my throat, the blinding white turned to grey, and finally to black. I don't know how much time passed before I was nudged awake. I resisted opening my eyes, but a sudden flash of pain burst my eyelids open as I rolled over into the mud and heaved. Nothing came of it, except mucus and spit. And it was the same for the next 3 heaves. Finally, I got control of my breathing and focused on the pain. It wasn't like earlier, moving and squirming, but instead localized to the middle of my guts. It felt like a throbbing mess, but it was manageable. My brother stood above me, his face and side caked with mud. He leaned on his walking stick and prodded me once again with his foot. "We have to go home," he croaked weakly, still holding his stomach. I asked him if he had throbbing pain too, and he nodded. I stood up, and it felt like every single one of my joints had sandpaper between them. Dried mud clung to my skin and shirt, smelling of blackberries and earth. But despite the throbbing pain, the want to get home overpowered any will I had to brush off the dried dirt. I painfully retrieved my own walking stick and we slowly made our way home. Each step was agony. The forest seemed like an endless plain of infinite trees, the song of despair whistling through their leaves and branches on the light summer breeze. No birds chirped and no animals scurried as we shuffled through the leaf-covered floor of the forest. Even though my brother walked next to me, a sense of singularity and doom descended upon me, and I felt that at any moment, death would claim me for its own. An immense sadness pulsed through my veins as the throbbing mass reminded me of my own mortality. There was no future to this life in that moment, and my only purpose was to suffer. As we made our way back to our house, 2 more surges of puke found their way through my mouth and onto the earth. My brother collapsed once. We need to get home and Mom and Dad will help us," I slurred as I painfully leaned over to help him up. After what seemed like an eternity, we saw our house in the distance through the damnable trees and thicket. Our arms were scratched to hell from the branches and thorns of our crawl back to salvation, and the throbbing had moved once more through my guts. But the sight of home sparked a hope in me that I cannot describe. We stumbled drunkenly up the stairs to our front door and weakly turned the doorknob. The smell that greeted us extinguished the hope that our parents would help us. The scent of sweet blackberries and earth filled my nose as I collapsed onto the vomit-soaked carpet. My brother stumbled over me as hot tears of frustration and pain flowed down my cheeks. I was laying face to face with my mother, her own cheeks flushed red. I remember looking into her bloodshot eyes, thinking that this is how I must look. The whites of her eyes were red, and her skin, apart from the scarlet flush of her cheeks, was pale and clammy. A line of vomit and mucus dripped from her nose as her mouth lay open. Her labored breath blew the stench of the blackberry puke into my face, forcing a flow of my own refuse to flow out of my slacked jaw. Her eyes widened as she erupted, splashing my face and mixing with my own. It was a vicious cycle until both of us heaved air. My brother, having heard our wrenches, had convulsions of his own, and I felt his wetness creep over the carpet and soak my back. The bitter taste of it all lingered in my mouth, counteracting its sickly sweet smell. I watched as my mom's radiant blue eyes rolled back in her head and her jaw opened more. Her breathing became more labored, and the fear of my own death was washed away as the fear of my mother dying flooded my being. I summoned as much strength as the pain would allow and stood up, using the slippery wall as a support. My brother was curled into a fetal position as I stepped over him. I used the wall for support as I searched for my dad in the stench-ridden house. I found him unconscious next to the phone, which lay on the floor. The same sickly sweet purge lay around him, and I knew that it had to have been the berries that made us sick. It was the only thing we had in common. A sudden surge of pain throbbed through my guts and forced me to the floor, where I fell into the vomit-logged carpet. I rolled to my side, the floor moistly squelching beneath me, and I grabbed the phone. The simple act of walking to this point and reaching for the phone had taken all my energy. As my labored breath roughly ran through my burned throat, I dialed 911 and put the headset on speaker. After a slurring explanation to the 911 operator and giving her our home address, the darkness of unconsciousness dared to take me once again. That is, until the throbbing in my gut suddenly shot into my bowels. "No, no, no!" I cried pathetically as I felt hot mush run down my side and pool in my pant leg. The throbbing pain was now a steam of burning heat that threatened to pull my insides out of me. It kept coming with splotches and eruptions of hot shit. Helpless sobs racked my body as I heard the same sounds erupt from my dad, and the stench of death arose from our bowels. I felt it flow out of the foot of my pants and into my shoes as I lay there paralyzed. A new fear strung a chord within me as I felt something wriggle against my leg. No, not something. Many things. I felt the tiny stick of insect legs prick against my skin as whatever I released from my body crawled over my soiled form. It was alive, and it had been inside me. Darkness finally took me as another spurt erupted from my bowels. I saw white when I woke up. At first, I thought that death had taken me and that I was in the afterlife. But the beeping of my pulse told me otherwise. I became acutely aware of a needle in my hand and the uncomfortable angle of my bed. Hospital. I tried to sit up, but I was too weak. I turned my head and I saw a nurse dressed in Minnie Mouse scrubs. I remember those damn scrubs so vividly, they are burned into my mind. I remember the look of shock, joy, and relief on the nurse's face as I asked for water, and I remembered the sadness that moved across her smile like day turning into night. I got my water and fell back asleep, wondering why she had been so sad. I came to what seemed like seconds later, but after I cleared my brain of fog, the same nurse in the same scrubs told me that it had been more than a week since I had asked for the water. More IVs were stuck into my arm, and I felt, for the most part, okay. I could tell that she was hiding something from me in the way her sadness seemed to keep itself below her surface. I asked her why she was sad, and she said that I would have to wait for the doctor. Over the next 2 days, I slowly regained my strength by eating soft and liquid foods and walking slowly to the bathroom. The throbbing pain was no longer present, though my guts were very tender. On the 3rd day, the doctor came in. He checked my vitals for himself and asked me how I was feeling. And then he told me to ready myself because he had some bad news. I kinda already knew what he was going to say, and hot tears started to run down my face before he broke the news. Mom had succumbed to the berries. Her body had lost too many fluids. I cried and told him that none of this should have happened. They were only blackberries, I sobbed snottily into the doctor's lab coat. I cried until all my tears had been spent, and then I wailed until my lungs burned with acid and my throat turned to dust. The doctor held me the whole time, staying silent and squeezing me gently. I cried myself to sleep on his shoulder. I dreamed that my brother and I were back in the brambles, being stared at by the beast of the woods. No longer were its shoulders hunched. No longer were its eyes full of hate. Its matted hair swayed in the breeze as it approached us. Neither of us felt danger from the beast. It stopped a few feet in front of us, just behind the wall of brambles. It opened its maw, revealing hundreds of shiny, needle-sharp teeth. It spoke. Its voice both deep and high-pitched, like the rumble of thunder intertwined with the shrill of summer cicadas. This ground is poison. All that grows here is sour, ill, dead. Do not eat again from the bitter earth. The price has been paid for your trespass. It faded into the dark backdrop of the woods, and my dreams slowly merged into something beyond recall. Over the next week, I regained my strength through an hour of supplemental therapy a day and started to eat solid foods. I was told that my brother and father had regained a good amount of their strength and that they were on their way back to good health. At the end of the week, my brother and my father walked into my room along with a man I had never met before. He introduced himself as a grief counselor. It was the normal "what do you do now" stuff, and he gave us a variety of resources and hotlines to aid us in our grievance and recovery. We hired a cleanup team to redo the house and stayed in a motel about 30 minutes from home for the next 2 weeks. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, my brother noticed a large zit on the back of my leg. I looked down and saw a $half-dollar-sized red mound with a sickly white head. I looked at my brother and noticed that he had one just under his sleeve on his upper arm. We brought them up to our dad, and he said that he had noticed one on him as well. He told us not to pop them, as it might lead to an infection. Figuring it would go away on its own, I snuggled into bed. The next morning, I was awoken into a dim light by a burning sensation in my leg. No, not just my leg. Everywhere. I whipped back the covers and cried out in horror as I saw that my lower leg was covered in large zits, as were my arms, and I felt tender spots beneath my shirt. Horrified, I started bawling as I shook my brother awake to tell him, but he cried out in pain, and I felt something hot ooze out onto my hand. My dad was awoken by the commotion and groaned in discomfort as he rolled in his bed to turn on the light to see what was happening. As the lights flooded the room, I saw that my brother was also covered in these mounds, and what's more, they were pulsing. I looked at my hand where I felt the ooze and reeled in disgust as I saw a maggot inch its way up my thumb. I fell onto the floor in my stupor and felt my own zits burst like skin bubble wrap. I cried in pain as I got to my knees and felt worms, maggots, whatever they were, crawl from the zits all over me. One after another, they emerged from the popped infections and tumbled down from me, covered in blood and pus. I heard them plop against the carpeted floor of the room. "Oh my God!" my dad shouted as he stumbled out of bed, his own infections popping audibly as he slammed into the wall. My brother was a bit more careful and painfully eased himself out of bed. Dad picked me up, the pressure from his grip allowing more maggots to crawl out of each of us, and bolted out of the door with my brother behind us. We went back to the hospital, and the emergency room balked at the sight of 3 people dripping with maggots from their skin. The people in the waiting room either ran out in disgust or stared in horror. We were swept in immediately, and the same doctor that had let me unleash on his shoulder saw us again. He stared, medically intrigued at the amount of maggots oozing out of our collective flesh. We were put in isolation and administered a number of drugs. After another stint in the hospital lasting another 2 weeks, the maggot pools dried up. We had to have minor surgery done to remove each and every maggot pod. Luckily for all of us, each pod was only in the skin and surface muscle. They had avoided our more vital organs. The doctors were baffled. They drilled us with questions, and we all referred to the berries that had made us incredibly sick to begin with. A frozen sample of berries was taken from our home, and after just a few days of analyzing the berries, we received word on what had made us sick. Occipus laxiniatus lays its eggs in the ripening fruit of blackberry bushes. The larvae of this beetle are incredibly small and eat the flesh and nectar of the fruit. The beetle only chooses the sweetest berries to lay its eggs in, and it does so by splitting open the berry and putting them inside. That day, when we gorged ourselves on the berries, we introduced hundreds of these larvae into our bodies. We were being eaten from inside out. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you enjoyed this tale and are watching this on YouTube, do be sure to like this video and leave a comment below, as this helps others find this channel as well. If you're listening on the podcast, be sure to leave a review, as this does the same. If you have a tale that you would like to suggest for this channel, or a story of your own you'd like to submit for consideration, send it to lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. Unfortunately, my dears, that is all the time we have this evening. Till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome.
I'm Lady McCreepsta. Social media is quite addictive, don't you think? I know a lot of you are on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Today's tale is by author Burn the Fool and is about social media itself. So come now, my dears, lean in closer and we'll begin. Seymour sits on his bed, clicking away at his laptop, curtains drawn shutting out the light of day. The sickly pale glow of the computer highlights his sunken features. Facebook is open. Typing. Status. I want to see her so much. Update. New tab. Favorites. Christina's profile. A restricted profile shows his dream girl, Christina. A profile picture with no information. He had known her since they went to school together, but never had the courage to speak to her. She was way out of his league, but if she could just get to know him, she'd realize no one else could love her like Seymour did. A notification pops up. Christina Stevens accepted your friend request. A moment passes. Instant message. Hey, thanks for the ad. Do I know you? A look of curiosity peeks on Seymour's face. It slowly turns into a smile. Fixated on the word friend, he puts the laptop aside, overjoyed at the prospect of his new friend. Giggling to himself, he moves over to his wall. Beautiful pictures of Christina placed so delicately decorated. A collage so sweet Seymour had cried many times in front of it. If it weren't for her friends ruining the photos Seymour had managed to find online, the pictures would have been perfect. They looked so much better with their faces scribbled out. The softest hand gives the lightest touch to the center picture of the monument to perfection. Seymour, returning to the computer, ignores the instant message and views Christina's profile fully for the first time. A privilege only her friends can have. Seymour smiles to himself. Christina Stevens nearly finished work at Cafe Blank 5 minutes ago. Cafe Blank? That's not too far away. Seymour resolves to go meet his new friend from work to begin their friendship properly. Who knows? If things go well, he could take her on a date, buy her gifts, introduce her to his parents. Seymour's thoughts turned sour for a moment. Well, he would, but his parents never understood him. He was glad to be rid of them. Putting on his hoodie, he left the house. The sun momentarily blinded him, pausing to think, when was the last time he had left the house? Walking briskly through his neighborhood, he avoided eye contact with any of the seedy locals. A dog let out a bark which shocked him. An old lady gave an apology, but Seymour had already turned and walked off. In town, Seymour approached Cafe Blank. His body tingled with anticipation. Minutes passed. A lady had approached Seymour asking questions for her survey, but he continued to stare at the temple of his goddess until the lady went away. More minutes passed. Seymour checks Christina's profile on his phone for any updates.
Christina Stevens, down by the river at Rowntree Park. 10 minutes ago. Damn, must have got here too late. Seymour checks his phone for directions to her check-in. Must hurry, don't want to lose her again. Well, the park might be a nice romantic setting for their friendship to blossom. The sun should be setting soon. What a lovely scene it will paint. Seymour stops dead. There, sat on the park bench, looking out over the river. It must be her. It can't be anyone else. Butterflies dance in Seymour's stomach. He couldn't be more than 10 paces away from her now. A male voice. Christina turns as a tall boy, Seymour was sure he recognized, sits next to her. She smiles as he hands her an ice cream. Seymour's stomach drops, and a feeling of complete emptiness washes over his body as he watches the two share a kiss. The emptiness bubbles over into a familiar feeling. His muscles twitch and his fists clench. How? How can this person taint what is not his? He checks his phone once more. About me. Christina Stevens is in a relationship with David Coleman. Christina laughs with David as she wipes ice cream onto his nose. She takes a compact digital camera out of her bag and pushes her head close to David's as they both gave cheesy grins. Click. David recoils at the sudden flash and insists he take the next photo as he was sure he blinked in the previous one. Nighttime, and Christina is just reaching her home. Entering her living room with a fresh mug of hot chocolate, she sits down at her computer and boots it up. She takes out her phone. Status. Had such a good day today. Home safe now. Night all. Update. Computer booted, she plugs in her camera and loads up the pictures. Smiling as she browses through them, she laughs, coming to the picture where David is blinking with ice cream on his nose. She notices a dark figure stood several feet behind them in the picture. She looks through the next few pictures they took at the bench, and the figure is still there. A chill passes through Christina. On to the next couple of pictures of Christina and David in various locations around town, smiling and posing as normal. Next picture. It's one of David posing near a statue. Christina is dumbstruck as she sees a blurry figure in the background. It couldn't possibly be the same person. Those pictures were taken hours apart from each other. Christina taps at her phone to ring David. It goes straight to voicemail. Christina leaves a worried message, feeling unsafe, wanting him to ring her, and hangs up. She returns to the comforting glow of her computer, and something in her newsfeed catches her eye. David Coleman is going to die cold and alone. The river runs red. At Rowntree Park, 15 minutes ago. A notification. Seymour Williams has checked into Christina Stevens' house with Christina Stevens 2 seconds ago. Seymour Williams likes this. If you are on social media, reach out to me, my dears. I am LadyMCreepsta on Facebook, Twitter, and now Instagram. Be sure to say hi. I'd like to thank all my dark family on Patreon, old and new. Your support really does help keep this channel going and keep this podcast going as well. If you too would like to support this channel and podcast, head on over to patreon.com/LadyMCreepsta for more information. You can become a part of my dog family for just $1 a month. And that's all I have for you this evening, my dears. Thank you so much for joining me. But till next time, sweet dreams. Good evening, my dears, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Today we have a tale to get you into the spirit of the season, so to speak. Before we begin, though, a quick shout out and thank you to my dog family on Patreon. Family members such as Dawn Fritzwater, Honey Santiago, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Tay the Fluth, Bill Thornsley, Laura Setapenry, and all of those listed in the description below. Today's tale comes from the Creepypasta wiki by author Mark Ralston. A bit of a warning though, my dears. This tale might provide some unsettling imagery when it comes to children. So, if that is not quite your cup of tea, I do advise you to perhaps take a gander at some of the other stories in my realm. For the rest of you, though, come, my dears, lean in closer, and we'll begin. Always check your children's Halloween candy. Always. I'm not saying this to fearmonger. To tell you the truth, I realize that most of the candy handed out on the holiday is likely purchased at Walmart the day before and shoved into plastic pumpkin-shaped bowls. You probably have realized that most sane people don't poison candy or put glass in it, or whatever cautionary urban legend you've heard. The only guy who did do that did so to his own son. So those neighbors of yours, don't treat them like criminals. They're just trying to innocently give the kiddos some sweets. This warning regards a phenomenon that has no apparent origin. What I mean is, no one is really sure of where it comes from. The candy in question isn't even so. You can't purchase it at any store, and looking it up online results in no results. The candy, this aforementioned phenomenon, appears to be that of a cinnamon jawbreaker, not to be confused with the Atomic Fireball brand or any other similar sweet. It may resemble a red-tinted gumball or a red lollipop with no stick. The point being, it's rather generic in appearance, which makes it tricky to spot the real deal. The candy is sometimes branded under the H Sweets Company, a corporation that doesn't exist, at least not one registered by any agency since 1999. If you search the internet, you might find some H Sweets businesses, but I assure you, they aren't the real deal. Merely a namesake coincidence. If the label carries the HH name, beneath it a tagline will read something to the effect of "hot as hell, sweet as heaven." Not all of the candies sport the branding, but it certainly helps to spot it. This is why I advise if you find yourself or your kids with an unmarked red candy, the safest bet is to throw the sucker away. Documentation of the phenomenon only dates back to 2007, but there is the possibility that it's gone on for far, far longer. As of this recording, a known 9 people have ingested the candy, 4 of which being children under the age of 18. Each case has happened on October 31st, with the most cases occurring during 2016, with a total of 3 victims. The only clues as to the candy's appearance and branding is through the eyes of witnesses and subsequent investigations of any nearby and opened candy wrappers. Each of the victims' corpses, aside from the heads, remained untouched. The heads, however, are where things get strange. Each of the heads is completely burned, like a used match. This would make identification of the victims troublesome, except for the fact that fingerprint analysis lent itself fittingly to the nature of these deaths, considering the hands of the deceased were completely intact. None of the victims were related in any way, with the only exception being a father and his 9-year-old daughter, Andy and Mary Kay Winfield, from Lexington, Virginia, other than the aforementioned candy. An eyewitness report from Brevard, North Carolina, documented the full story behind the mysterious death of a 12-year-old boy, Shane Davis, who died on the Halloween of 2009. I was leaving the pharmacy at around 8:30 when it happened. He, Davis, was walking down the block in a zombie costume. I didn't even notice him at first because it was dark and the costume was dark. But then there was a flash of orange light, like someone lighting a candle. I turned around and this heat wave hit me in the face, and the smell, oh Lord, it smelled like cooked meat. His head was on fire. There were people screaming, but there was nothing we could do. He screamed only for a moment, then he hit the pavement. I'll never unsee it. There were rumors that it was a hex from a witch or something. I'm not a superstitious man, but when you see something like that, superstition doesn't seem too far off, you know? Similar reports were documented for many of the other victims. Shortly after ingesting the candy, the victim's head would burst into flames, and soon thereafter, the victim would succumb to the injury and die. Many rumors and theories have since popped up surrounding the deaths and candy. Many include witches and spells, but some have garnered significant following beyond regional folklore. One of the most popular rumors cites the deaths as a result of the 1782 execution of Henry Hyson Cassidy, H. Cassidy, a candy maker from Ononcock, Virginia, the site of the first documented death from 2007. Cassidy, a local candy maker, was placed on trial for the disappearances of 2 young girls from the neighboring town. Despite having no apparent motive for abducting 2 young girls, the candy maker was charged as a reasonable suspect, having access to sweets for alluring the children. Following a local investigation where one of the girls' bodies was discovered with candy in her pocket, Cassidy was charged with the murders and sentenced to death. Children from the town, who once loved the sweets made by the candy maker, began calling Cassidy the Witch of Ononcock, making him one of the earliest male witches of legend. Being found guilty in a hasty trial, Cassidy was sentenced to death by molten metal, a process considered barbaric except in the case of an accused witch. Cassidy, who swore his innocence until his death, had a molten metal ball dropped into his throat. While a quick death, it was certainly not painless. The townsfolk remarked that justice was served on that day, and the body was buried in a shallow grave. Given that Andy and Mary Kay Winfield were also from Virginia, many speculated that the spirit of Cassidy returned to punish those responsible for his death, using his signature candy as a way to torment the descendants of his accusers. The name, too, H.H. Cassidy, would explain the name on the wrappers, H.H. Sweets. Another popular theory is usually referred to as the Jack-o'-lantern story. Based on the Irish myth, the story goes that a man known as Stingy Jack tricked the devil on multiple occasions, resulting in his banishment from hell as well as heaven, as he was a trickster at heart. The man, forced to roam the earth, lit coal within a turnip and has been using it ever since to light his eternal path. The story, clearly rooted in the Halloween tradition of carving jack-o'-lanterns, has been used to explain the candy too. Stingy Jack, as he's referred, seeks out souls to join him in his eternal punishment. The candy, which burns the heads of its consumers, turns them into a somewhat crude jack-o'-lantern. This would explain the fiery demise of the victims, as well as its connection to the celebration of Halloween. In conjunction with the Stingy Jack narrative, there are some who conclude the candy is the work of the devil himself, tormenting unsuspecting holiday celebrators with death merely for the fun of it. A rather sick trick, yes, but then again, mischief is commonplace in the celebration of Halloween. As for this theory, the HH label would stand for Hell's Hottest or some other variation of the Hell alliteration. Despite these varying backstories to the candy, there is a far more grounded explanation that many have subscribed to. Rather than reading into the H.H. Sweets mythology, some conclude that H.H. Sweets is precisely what it claims to be: a candy company. The motive for committing these crimes is, at large, still a mystery, but this theory cuts into the claims of ghosts and devils, suggesting instead that a select few sickos had the willpower to conjure up sweets with the intent to kill. In the end, no one theory is correct, at least not one that can be confirmed by traditional means. A candy that is, for lack of a better term, supernatural can only be explained by the supernatural, making it extremely difficult to verify any of the information regarding it. If you wish to avoid the grisly results of the candy, it is advised to always check your children's Halloween candy. Better yet, avoid the trick-or-treating tradition altogether. Or, if you're highly concerned, perhaps it would be best to simply skip Halloween altogether. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. If you have a tale that you'd like to be considered for this channel and podcast, pop it over to me at lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com. If you'd like to follow me on social media as well, my dears, I am Lady McCreepsta on Facebook, TikTok, as well as Instagram. Until next time, my lovelies, sweet dreams.
Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome to LadyMCreepsta's Night Noise Horror Podcast. I do hope your weekend has been restful, though I must say, in my realm, it does feel like all the days are just blending into each other now. Is it the same for you? Nonetheless, let's take advantage of the situation and consume a little more juicy horror than we usually do, shall we? This evening we have a tale from Stex85 off Creepypasta Wiki. So come now, my dears, lean in closer and we'll begin. I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised when my wife asked me for a divorce. The stress of juggling work, our marriage, and looking after our young daughter Emily had taken its toll on both of us. We had barely spoken to each other in months. So, when the day she told me that she wanted out came, I'm not ashamed to say a part of me was relieved. My relief was short-lived, however. She presented me with a bag of clothes and told me to find somewhere else to live. I won't lie, I was angry. I mean, she was the one who was quitting the marriage. Why should I have to leave? I may have said some things I'm glad our daughter wasn't around to hear. After 2 months of staying in cheap hotels, I finally found a place. It was stupidly cheap. I had my doubts, but my ex refused to let Emily come and see me before I'd found myself some permanent place to stay. I missed her so much. I'd often heard how having a child changed you, but I never truly believed it until she was born. She was always perfect to me, with her golden hair and little snub nose. She always had me wrapped around her little finger. Even when she'd be naughty, all she had to do was smile at me and I couldn't bring myself to stay angry at her. When I opened the door to my new flat, all I was thinking about was how she would be allowed a visit in a few short days. God, that place was a shithole. The walls were stained, the appliances were gross. I spent my first entire day just trying to get all my stuff moved in. When I finally got the chance to sleep, I spent half the night being kept awake by music from a car outside. I had to bury my head under a pillow to get even a semblance of peace. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in insect bites from the tips of my fingers to my elbows. I was just glad I'd worn a t-shirt. It seems even the local wildlife was out for my blood. At least it wasn't just my ex-wife. The spots where they had pierced the skin to satiate themselves on my lifeblood itched terribly. I went to the bathroom hoping that a wash would ease my pain. I opened the bathroom cupboard to get the soap when I saw a tube of cream. It must have been left by the previous tenant. The label had been mostly rubbed off, but when I unscrewed the cap, it smelled antiseptic. I really didn't want to wait for the chemist to open. The itching was too intense. I squeezed out a generous amount of cream and applied it liberally over my hands and arms. It stung like hell, but at least that meant it was working. It certainly soothed the itching at any rate. The rest of my day was taken up by cleaning. I pulled on the rubber gloves and got to scrubbing. I didn't stop until the place was spotless. If Emily was going to come over, I wanted it to feel like a home, somewhere we could be together instead of some depressing pit where her father now lives. I didn't stop until late into the evening. When I finally peeled off the gloves, I noticed that the bites on my hand had somehow got bigger.
what were once red pinpricks were now almost holes, deep and red. What I found especially puzzling was how there were no scabs or blood, just crimson redness. I assumed it was because I'd worn gloves all day. I cursed myself for being so foolish and applied some more cream. I ate and decided to go to bed after watching some TV. Thankfully, there was less noise to disturb me. I remember thinking how things might just work out after all. I awoke the next morning to the phone ringing. I blarily answered and heard my ex-wife's voice on the other end of the line. She irritably informed me that if I was still going to have Emily over to mine that afternoon, she'd need to see photos of my flat. Otherwise, she would not allow Emily to see me there. As if I wouldn't have tried to make it perfect. I took some photos with my phone and sent them over, and she begrudgingly agreed that it was acceptable. Whilst I was taking pictures, I noticed the wounds on my hand had gotten worse. Now each hole was rimmed with a thick white crust that was hard to the touch. I didn't want to scare Emily, so I applied some more ointment and wrapped them in bandages. I looked at my watch. It was 11 a.m. Emily was due at 3. That gave me time to put the finishing touches to the place and still have some time to relax. As I fussed around, I could hear a repetitive tapping noise like claws on tile. I immediately checked the kitchen and bathroom. The last thing I needed was rats, not with Emily here. Thankfully, I couldn't find anything. As the afternoon progressed, it happened again and again. Every time I jumped to check, there was nothing to be seen. I thought I was going insane. Still, it wasn't enough to dampen my excitement. It wasn't long before I heard the buzzer go off, signaling Emily's arrival. I rushed down the stairs to the front door, and there she was. My heart swelled at the sight of her. Even the sight of her mother glowering just behind her wasn't enough to stop the sense of elation I felt. My daughter was finally here. My mind raced with all the fun activities I had planned for us as I bent down to take her up in a huge hug. As I picked her up, I heard another tapping sound. This time louder and more intense than it had ever been before. I held her tight to my chest. Suddenly she started to wail. I felt a wetness on my arms and saw the look of fear on my ex-wife's face. I tried to let her go, but something was preventing me from moving my arms. Her screams increased in pitch as I heard the tapping noise increase until it was almost a buzz. My ex-wife grabbed my wrists and tried to pry Emily out of my grasp, only to cry out herself and pull her hands back. I saw that where there were once fingers, there were now only bloody stumps. Emily finally managed to wriggle free, and as she fell to the ground, I saw her back was a tangled mess of meat. Bits of bone were visible in the bloody mess. I stared at my hands. The bandages had come off. The wounds beneath were no longer wounds. They were mouths, each with its own set of razor-sharp teeth, chattering away with lethal intent. I began to scream, and as I did, 100 mouths screamed with me. Tiny little mouths with razor-sharp teeth all over your skin. Now that's a visual to make your skin crawl. If you enjoyed this tale and are watching this on YouTube, remember to give it a thumbs up and leave me a comment below. If you're listening on the podcast, do take a minute to give it a review. This will help others discover this podcast as well. To those of you who have just discovered my realm, welcome, my dears. Feel free to have a look around and hit that subscribe button before you leave. If you have stumbled onto me on YouTube, hit that bell icon as well to be notified of new uploads. Well, that's it from me this evening, my dears. I do hope you are all doing what you can to keep you and yours safe and healthy. And to those of you who are still venturing out there into the unknown to keep the world turning, thank you so much. And do keep safe yourselves as well. Till next time, my dears, sweet dreams. Good evening, my dears. Welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. This evening we have another tale from Creepypasta Wiki called By Route Obscure and Lonely. So let's just jump right in. Come now, my dears. Lean in closer and we'll begin. Have you ever had a dream where you were somewhere you did not belong? Perhaps you were back at your childhood home, school, or old job. You panic as you're unsure what you are supposed to be doing and everything seems off. Soon, reality seeps its way into your dream and you remember you don't belong here. As I tell you my story, I want you to keep such feelings in mind because it is the only way I know that may describe what I went through. I awoke that morning to the familiar sound of my mom calling my name. "Edward!" she called several times as she flipped my bedroom lights on and off. I slowly got out of bed, bewildered. Looking around, I felt nostalgic. My room was a sanctuary for a teenage boy. Toys littered the floor, along with dirty clothes and a TV that was left on static. But I could not escape the feeling that this was all wrong. I put on an old pair of jeans from the floor and felt in my pockets a set of keys. I pulled out the keys and looked them over. Several keys were attached to a metal keyring. They felt familiar, but I could not pin their origin. Putting the keys back into my pocket, I put on an old shirt and went downstairs. My mother gave me a smile as I smelled breakfast on the table. It was the familiar and warm smell of pancakes. Still, I seemed to feel half asleep and dazed. I followed a routine every morning, and this one was no different. After breakfast, I got ready for school and walked out the front door to see the cul-de-sac I grew up in. I still could not escape the feeling that this was wrong, that I was doing something wrong. That is when I saw in the middle of the street a large tower-like rock. It was at least 2 stories high and 4 or 5 yards across at its base. It seemed to stand as a sentinel, watching over the neighborhood, completely out of place from the cement road it sat on. I had the odd sense that it was watching me. As I approached, it felt as if a strong wind was forcing me away. My concentration on the rock was broken by a honking horn. I could see my school bus stopped at the corner where the cul-de-sac entered and exited. Students loaded onto the bus, and I made a run for it, fearing I would be late. As I rushed on the bus, I was met with staring faces. They all watched me coldly as I found an empty seat. I felt their eyes on me as the bus started to move. It was deadly quiet except for the hum of the bus's motor. I put my head against the window and shut my eyes to escape. I was cold, and my head still felt clouded. I tried to fight through my days with rational thought. What class was first today? What day is it? Haven't I already graduated? I opened my eyes in shock with the last thought and slowly looked around the bus. Everyone was still staring at me. Each face seemed familiar, but I could not pick out a name for any of them. The bus came to a stop and the door opened, but no one stood up. They all still sat watching me. I rushed off the bus and onto the street when the door closed behind me and the bus drove away still full. I looked at the school with distress. The building was familiar, but also altogether different than any building I once learned in. I turned around and started to walk hastily away. I had no destination other than away. I desperately tried to clear my head of the fog I felt. Everything seemed nostalgic, but unknown. I had no idea where I was, and it was growing worse the further I walked. The clouds in my head grew worse as well, and I felt dizzy. Soon I had no idea which way I had come from. I had passed people on the streets, but they all ignored my confusion. I did not wish to question any of them, and I grew paranoid I was being followed. Each step I took felt like I was climbing a mountain as I grew weaker and weaker. I fell and crawled on all fours trying to find my way. Around me, people still walked on and ignored my plight as I completely collapsed to the ground. I then awoke in the same bed as that morning, my mom flipping the bedroom lights on and off, calling my name. I remember a part of a poem about dreams that has stuck with me since then. By route obscure and lonely, haunted by ill angels only, where an eidolon named Night on a black throne reigns upright. I was stuck in such a dream, but it was not a dream as well. That pillar was the black throne, and something indeed haunted me. Even lying in the bed of my youth, covered in blankets, I felt cold. My fingers and toes grew numb. The room seemed a stranger to me. It was wrong, but I cannot describe why. I did not want to leave my bed, but feared the end if I stayed. Quickly, I got up and dressed. I rushed out the front door this time without eating breakfast or even looking at my mother. The moment I opened the door, I was greeted by the stone sentinel in the middle of the cul-de-sac. It seemed to stare at me. I tried to approach the spire, but was met with a pain in my skull and a force I could not pass. I looked up at the tower and saw something quickly climb away from my sight. A dark figure that moved with speed like a cockroach. The longer I looked, the more fear had entered my mind. I started to run and was met by the school bus driving away. From the back window, faceless children stared at me. I ran in the opposite direction, away from the bus and away from the cul-de-sac. I ran as fast as I could, but soon ran out of breath and had to stop for air. When I looked around, I saw that I was standing in front of the school despite my efforts to run in the opposite direction. Looking at the building, I felt a sense of unease and loneliness. Still, I felt drawn to it. The world around me seemed bleak and colorless. The school was the only way forward. I pushed open the large double doors and entered empty hallways. There was an eerie silence. I walked the halls, passing classrooms filled with children. Looking through a door window, I could see them sitting in their desks with blank expressions. They were motionless, like looking at a paused movie. I crept away from the doors and tried to remember the school's layout from my memory, but I could not. I tried to remember my classrooms, teachers, or locker, but I could not recall any of them. It felt like white noise in that part of my memory. An ear-shattering school bell rang, causing me to cut my ears with my hands. The hallway was thrown into chaos as countless students filled it, walking in all directions. I could barely move as they bumped into me from every angle. I felt a jab in my gut as if one of the students had punched me. Looking down, I saw my shirt stained with blood. It took me a moment to comprehend what I was looking at as blood continued to seep out and stain my shirt. Then the sharp pain hit me. I had been stabbed. I looked around for my attacker, but there were too many people around. Then another jab hit me in the back. I started to panic, trying to force my way out of the crowd, but the hits kept coming, stabbing me over and over. I fell to the ground in a pool of blood as students kept walking by, many kicking and stepping on me again and again. The pain was unbearable. My hands were crushed under the weight of uncaring students. My ribs felt broken and blood left me at an alarming rate. I could not breathe. I was choking as the familiar iron taste of blood filled my mouth. A buzzing filled my ears as my vision filled with static, then went black. I awoke again. Edward, a voice calling me, accompanied by the clicks of a switch being turned off and on. I slowly opened my eyes and was greeted by a room that was like my bedroom. However, the floors and walls were devoid of any personality. The colors all seemed bland and dull. "Edward!" a voice called again. This voice lacked any familiarity. It was like hearing a robot imitate speech. I looked at its source and saw a woman very much the same size and shape of my mother, but her face, it was blank. A blur where her face should be, and as I tried to recover my mother's face in my mind, I couldn't. I could not remember her face or her voice. I started to panic as I searched and searched in my head for my mother. The figure in the doorway turned away, satisfied that I was awake. My panic turned to misery as I searched my memory. I could remember something that seemed missing before. The church, the coffin, the nights I spent crying. My mother died years ago. I sat there lost for a moment as the sad memories came back to me. Then, my sorrow turned to anger. My body was shaking with rage. It was enough to chase out any fear and confusion from my mind. The days that surrounded me till now had started to fade. I got out of bed and walked out my bedroom door. This time, I did not need to get changed. I was already wearing jeans and a jacket. I did not look at the visage of my mother on the way out of the house. I did not want to acknowledge that it even existed. I walked out the front of the house without shutting the door behind me. This time, no cul-de-sac greeted me. Gone were the concrete streets. Instead, there was grass. There were no other houses, only trees. The morning sun was replaced by a nearly full moon. A small clearing gave way to the large stone pillar. Looking around, even the house I came out of vanished. I looked up at the dark stone tower. Several creatures crawled along it on all fours. They had dark fur and long arms. Claws grappled the stone with ease, but worst of all was the eyes. Their phosphorescent eyes that seemed to be able to stare into my mind. Summoning all of my energy, I ran past the tower of rock and into the trees. Looking over my shoulder, I could see the creatures moving, climbing, and jumping off the rock to give chase. They moved with abnormal speed. My hands and feet were numb, but I summoned all my energy to move forward. I kept running. Everything but the path forward became a blur. I did not know where I was going, but the direction felt right. I followed that instinct till I passed a line of trees giving away to an open field. Beyond the field, I saw a road with a large semi-truck sitting alone on the side of the road. Hearing the shrieks of the creatures behind me, I saw they stopped at the line of trees. For a moment, I thought I was safe, that I made it. But then I saw one of the creatures brave past the trees. I ran again, making my way towards the truck. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the keyring. I did not have to guess the key. I knew the one. I reached the door with only seconds to spare. I could feel the creature just behind my back as I opened the door and slammed it shut behind me. I locked the doors, but it proved unnecessary. I could not see the creature anywhere. It was gone. Out of the night air. My body began to heat up. My hands and feet cried in pain. I started the truck and drove away, leaving many questions for when I was safe. I immediately took myself to a hospital. The ER gave me plenty of time to think. I did not dare tell the hospital staff the truth. As far as they know, I passed out in the cold for several hours. I'm not sure if I could ever explain what happened to anyone. I was treated for frostbite. If I had been out longer, I could have suffered much more. However, I did lose something. I've forgotten things that are important to me. My mother's face. She is now only a stranger in my photographs. I've lost bits of my childhood that I will never get back. The creatures took them from me, fed on them like vampires. I have never looked for that road or the stone pillar again. The details of where I stopped are fuzzy at best, and I have no intention of clearing them up. Still, I can't remember what possessed me to leave my cab in the first place. Have you ever had such an experience, my dears? Have you ever met such creatures before? If you're watching this on YouTube, pop me a comment below and be sure to like the video as well. If you are listening to this tale on the podcast, send me a message on Facebook or Twitter. I am simply LadyMCreepsta on both. And to those of you who have just stumbled upon my realm, I do hope you enjoyed your stay, my lovelies. Feel free to have a peek around, but do remember to subscribe before you leave. If you have found me on YouTube, hit the bell icon as well. And don't forget to bring your friends too, the next time you visit. That's all I have for you this evening, my dears. Till next time. Sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies, and welcome. I'm LadyMCreepsta. Trying to get back to somewhat of a regular schedule here for my lovely ghouls and gals out there. So, a slightly longer tale for you this evening. This one is by author Imperial Elective off the Creepypasta wiki. If you enjoy this tale, as usual, be sure to give the story a like if you are watching on YouTube and leave a comment below, as this helps others find this podcast and channel as well. Well, no time to delay now, right? Let's dive right in. Come now, my dears. Lean in closer and we'll begin. I gotta type this out. The people out there don't want to listen to the full story about what happened. They just want to focus on that one part. They're the type of people who flip to the end of a mystery novel to make sure their theory was correct. They're the type of people who love to talk about what they would do in a situation but hate to listen to anyone's experience. I'm writing this because I want someone to understand. Those people want to condemn me, screaming, "How could you?" And my response, "I only did what I had to do," doesn't seem to satiate them. I have to explain myself and be heard. I guess that's why I'm typing this. I can already see that this is going to take a while. I am only allowed 1 hour of time with the computers before the guards shove me back in my cell. For the sake of honesty, I will confess that I am typing this from a correctional facility. I am not incarcerated yet. I am waiting to be tried, and from the disdainful looks I have been earning from the jury, I have no delusions as to the nature of the verdict. My daily 1 hour limit on my computer time is really going to prolong this, but after all, the trial is going to take a while due to the media circus this case has generated, so I do have time. I am also writing this because I am quite lonely. The guards want nothing to do with me, and I have been placed in isolation until the hearing is over. I am alone in here, and I am put in solitary when my multimedia time is up. There has been some speculation as to why this is. The court reasoned that it was for my safety. I could believe that if I hadn't seen the way they look at me. They want me isolated due to their disgust at my appearance and my actions. Ever since the accident, I have had this ghoulish appearance, which I don't feel much like talking about, and since there are no mirrors, I don't really have to confront the damage done to my body. I'll start at the beginning. I wanted a new start. I wanted to get away. I packed my belongings, which was not a whole lot, into 2 suitcases and hopped a cross-country flight towards Colorado. I was in a rut in my home state. I'm going to gloss over the reservation in which I was born. I don't really consider it at all to be part of my heritage. I wanted a fresh start and new experience. I watched snowfall outside the window and thought of my dreams. I was granted that fresh start and new beginning by laughing and cruel gods. The engine stalled mid-flight. Our plane fell out of the sky and collided with a mountain. The impact should have killed us instantly, but the pilot had attempted a breech landing. We slammed through the trees that tore the plane apart, and we came to a skidding stop amongst the snow. I had blacked out from the sudden drop in altitude, but the shivering cold revived me within minutes. In a state of shock, I unbuckled my seatbelt and tried to stand up. Everything looked blurry, and I took my first tentative step. I fell flat on my face and would have broken my nose had something not shielded me from the floor of the plane. My hazy vision returned to me in patches, and I recognized I had collapsed on someone. I began to apologize profusely as my vision cleared, and I realized that my apologies were falling on deaf ears. The dead are unable to hear. The man, what remained of him, had been horizontally bisected by his seatbelt and laid in 2 messy pieces on the cabin floor. His death was a quick one. He bled out in seconds while others filled the air with their whimpering and supplications to gods who were no longer listening. The first thing I did was move around the plane to check on the other passengers. Most were obtunded and looked like they would never wake up due to their injuries. I guess I was lucky that I was in the middle of the plane and wasn't whipped around as badly as the others in the crash. Most of the passengers were lost causes. One woman had been lashed forward into the fold tray, which had pierced her neck and killed her relatively quickly. I stepped on something firm that gave under my foot. I desperately continued onwards, trying not to focus on their lack of response or how tiny their shoe looked sticking out from the darkness from under the seats. I saw more carnage. The most gruesome instance that I can recall was the stewardess. She had been helping passengers into their seats while the plane went down. She didn't have time to get to safety as the food cart bore down on her and smashed her into the cargo door. I could only tell the remains were a stewardess by her name tag that read Marge Reed. She was a red, splattered mess that was splayed against the door to the cargo, her exposed ribcage jutting out of her ruptured abdomen like a macabre spider that sought to ensnare me. I would have thrown up had I not been in such a state of shock. I moved up towards the cockpit, checking on any other passengers who might have survived. I passed by more dying and dead people. One arrested my progress. It was a man. He was dressed in a jacket with a tie, a business type. He groaned in pain. He pawed feebly at the metal protrusion in his chest. Upon closer examination, I learned that it was the metal part of the seat tray that had impaled him in the chest. He must have missed his heart, but judging by his rasping breaths, I knew it had probably pierced and deflated a lung. He was dead. He just didn't know it yet. The impaled man pled, "Please, help me, it hurts." His hands clawed at the metal bar, and he coughed up a watery red substance. I responded, "You're dying." His eyes dilated and he whimpered, "I'm cold." I nodded and braced myself. I told him to close his eyes, and when he did, I pressed the palm of my hand over his mouth and pinched his nose shut. He shifted in his seat and tore the wound in his chest deeper. My hand held fast to his mouth and nose as I gave him the only mercy that was left to give. I held my hand over his mouth for a few moments longer until I was sure. Once I knew he was dead, I threw up in the aisle. I continued up the aisle. Most of the other passengers were beyond help, but their end was a fast approaching and merciful thing. They had only minutes left as opposed to the impaled man, who might have lived through his injuries for a few agonizing hours before finally giving up the ghost. I keep telling myself that, and that was why I couldn't help them. I couldn't bring myself to do that again. I knew that if I did, something inside me would break. I would be just as dead as that man. The door to the cockpit was stuck. I rammed my shoulder into it a few times before it gave way enough for me to look in. I did not like what I saw. The nose of the plane had collided with the side of the mountain, and the cockpit had taken the brunt of the damage. It had crumpled like it had been in the hands of an angry god. Through the wreckage, I could see only a few things to confirm that there had actually been someone in the cockpit. One of which was a hand sticking out of the crumpled metal. It twitched spasmodically, and I lied to myself and said that it was the electricity from the sparking equipment galvanizing the body. I returned to the cabin of the plane, unwilling to stay as a witness to the gruesome scene before me. It was as I started down the airplane aisle again that I first became aware of the cold. It cut through my core and sent me shivering. I looked to my right and noticed that there was a massive, ragged hole in the side of the plane where the wing had once been attached. The cold air was blowing in and throwing a few wayward snowflakes into the aisles. A sound snapped my head up towards the back of the plane. Someone was in the laboratory, but the food cart was blocking their exit and trapping them inside. I pulled the cart aside, wincing as the wheels dragged through the messy remains of Marge. The man hobbled out of the bathroom. He had a few bruises and bumps, but he was going to survive. He He walked with a limp, which made me assume that he had pulled something or injured himself in the crash. He introduced himself as Jim, and as I was about to give him my name, a shout of surprise interrupted me. There was another survivor. The other survivor, who only addressed himself as Tamsin, had just regained consciousness next to the corpse of another passenger. We managed to wrestle him out of his seat, and Jim slapped some sense back into him. We each rehashed the story of the crash, as if retelling it would change the outcome. Tamsin swore that we had hit something, and Jim proposed that the engine had froze over due to the unnatural cold. It was at that suggestion that the thought dawned on us that we would freeze if we didn't do something about the cold. We began pulling luggage from the overhead and blocking up the gaping holes in the side of the plane. This helped prevent some of the cold air from blowing into the plane and keep predators out. The sudden onset of adrenaline that we had each experienced at the start of the crash had ebbed, and we were now just enervated. We spent the night huddled together for warmth in the aisles, surrounded by the dead, while the wind howled at us through the wreckage of our plane. That night, I dreamt of the pilot's hand sticking out of the wreckage. It twitched to life and began to beckon me with its fingers, as if inviting me somewhere. I didn't sleep so well for the rest of the night. We raided the food cart and ate chips while discussing our plans. I knew that the airport would know something went wrong when we didn't arrive, and they would come for us. Tamsin disagreed and pushed us to leave the wreckage and seek salvation. Jim opposed this, and that was when Tamsin became agitated. Tamsin told us that he wasn't going to stay in the steel coffin to freeze and starve to death, and that he was going to leave and find help. I was about to point out the ridiculousness of venturing outside without protection against the elements when Tamsin put his plan into motion. He began stripping the dead of their clothes and wrapping them around himself. He made an effective coat against the snow. He wished us luck before venturing outside with nothing but a bag of airplane chips, a bottle of water, and his makeshift coat. I never saw Tamsin again after that. I would later find out why Jim was against the idea of walking to freedom. In the plane crash, he had injured his leg. He had rolled it and dislocated his ankle. By the end of that day, his ankle was so swollen that it was the size of a softball, and the slightest movement was agonizing. The shock of yesterday had covered the pain, and now the adrenaline was gone, he was effectively disabled. It all fell on me to care for him and try to survive. I took advantage of Tamsin's idea and undressed the rest of the corpses to fashion a makeshift coat for Jim and me. I then began the less than pleasant task of moving corpses back into the cargo hold. The hardest part of that job was dealing with Marge's corpse. I was almost afraid to touch her body because she looked like one of those monsters from John Carpenter's The Thing. While I dragged the 57 deceased passengers into the cargo hold, Jim was taking stock of food and water. When I finished, he told me the news that I already knew. We had enough food for 2 more days. We crashed after in-flight service and the reserves were depleted. At the end of the 3rd day, we were out of food. During those days, we speculated about how far away our rescue was. Jim told me they were only a few days away, but I knew better. If they hadn't found us for 3 days, they had no clue where we were, and the search could take weeks. In my darker moments, I wished I had joined Tamsin and abandoned Jim. It would have been a lot quicker, one way or the other. After depleting our stock of food, our discussions began to grow darker. He spoke of death and the hopelessness of our situation. I knew that Jim's ankle had now swollen to the size of a grapefruit and hurt him so badly that he was drinking his way through the plane's minibar to ease the pain. The alcohol self-medicated him, but it made him have to use the lavatory frequently. I had to help him up, which hurt his leg and made him want to drink more. It was a vicious cycle. When he was drunk one night, he told me that we had to survive one way or another. He proceeded to suggest that we eat the corpses of the other deceased passengers. By then, a week had passed without food and my stomach was filled with a dull hurt. I told Jim that the thought was insane. I waited until he passed out before I snuck back into the cargo to examine the corpses. They were practically naked, save for their underwear, and their skin was covered in frost and frozen from the condensation that formed as the bodies thawed and unthawed in the hold. They had begun to rot. There was no way we could eat them without getting sick. The smell of the decomposed bodies was so pungent that I almost threw up. The cargo hold was not insulated like the main cabin of the plane, so its temperature fluctuated more wildly as the sun rose and scorched the plane's skin during the day, and the moon gazed silently as the night's cold tendrils coiled through the uninsulated section. When I returned to the little nest of clothes I had made, Jim was awake. He read my expression. "They're rotten." I told him we couldn't eat them and that we would just have to wait for rescue. He laughed at that. He laughed maniacally for the rest of the day. Desperation began to set in the next couple of days. Time was a relative thing. I began to lose count of the days we had been stranded out in this mountain range. Jim drifted in and out of delirium as the pain in his dislocated ankle grew greater with every passing moment. He had moments of clarity where he was able to form coherent sentences, and befuddled moments when he only laughed or wept for hours. I retreated into myself as the hunger slowly began to eat me from the inside out. The jury wants to know when I made my fiendish decision and how I came to it. I can't give an exact time or sentiment. The days had settled into a dull malaise, and the nights had contorted into nightmarish phantasms of hand-writhing and wreckage and rib cages closing around me like teeth. I felt nothing. I existed in a semi-conscious, stupefied state. All I can tell you is that before I did what I did, I lifted up the slat and looked out at the frozen landscape. No one was there, and I was all alone. I made my decision. I drank a tiny bottle of Jack Daniels to steel myself. I slammed the bottle on the armrest and it broke into a sharp edge. I turned to Jim, who had shifted into a state of uncontrollable laughter. I had tried to talk to him for days, but he just kept laughing and shrieking nonsense. I had no other choice. I stabbed him in the throat and the mini bottle cracked as it pierced him. Blood welled up on the surface, but it hadn't penetrated deep enough to be a fatal wound. Having lost the weapon, I straddled and began choking him. He resisted feebly. His hands beat at me, but I was wrapped in clothes and barely felt it. It took him 5 minutes to die. I continued to choke him until I was sure he was dead. His eyes rolled back in his head and his struggling stopped. I kept strangling him for a few more minutes to be sure. I throttled him and shook him until his neck gave a sickening snap. I placed my head over his chest and listened for his heart. I heard nothing. He was dead. Once I was certain he was gone, I rolled off his chest and threw up bile. I was hunched over on the ground. I wept bitter tears into the bile. There was nothing of any substance in my stomach to begin with, but I knew that I was about to fill it in the most macabre way possible. My hunger overtook me. I knelt to his open wound and placed my lips over it. The feeling of having something warm, after what felt like an eternity of living in the frigid environment, coursing down my throat, filled me with such vigor. Once I had quenched myself of the copper and crimson elixir, I set to the grisly task of separating the flesh from bone. I had nothing to aid my task but my hands and teeth. I tore the flesh of my friend off in chunks with my teeth. I won't describe it in any more detail as I have already done. I am ashamed of it, but If put in the same situation all over again, I would do the exact same thing. After eating Jim, who had been my only source of companionship in the desolate ruins of the plain, I lost all semblance of sanity. I drifted. No, I divorced myself from reality. I returned to a sort of primal state. I was a feral and fiendish creature. I don't know how much time had passed while I was in this primordial state. I don't know if days or weeks had elapsed since I consumed my friend before help finally arrived. I only know the circumstances in which my rescuers found me. Judging from their witness testimony, they breached the plane through the massive hole in the side. They had to tear out the luggage barricade which we had erected. At first, the search and rescue team thought there were no survivors. They did a search of the aisles and found nothing. It was when they moved into the cargo hold that they found me and the other passengers. The cargo hold was dark. They couldn't see anything, so they had to use their flashlights. Before they could switch them on, many attested to having heard a sickening crack. When they finally trained their lights on me, I had just broken open the bone of one of my fellow deceased passengers. My mouth was firmly attached to the woman's fractured femur, and I was trying to suck the marrow out of it. The light startled me out of my state. At first I thought the light from their flashlights was a product of my fevered dreams. It was only when I looked up at them and into their faces I knew I wasn't hallucinating. They looked at me in a mixture of shock, terror, and disgust at having seen me at my most human state. They weren't sure if I was a monster or man. I'm still not sure of that myself. I don't know how long I had been in that cargo hold, but I am aware of a few things. At some point, I had stripped off my makeshift coat. It must have been in the cargo hold for at least a couple of days, feeding off the marrow of the other passenger corpses. The cargo was not insulated. It was so cold in there at times, but I couldn't leave. It was nice, dark, comfortable. They took me back to civilization, a shell of my former self. My first concrete memory of being back in civilization was when I first caught sight of the monster. They had put me up in a hotel for the night while they decided what to do with me. They wanted to charge me with murder and desecration. I couldn't think of anything to do, so I paced in my room for hours. It was in this boredom that I first caught sight of the monster that plagues me to this very day. It was a fiendish and grotesque thing. Its nose and fingertips were black, and there was a feral, knife-like sliced grin plastered across its face that made it look almost as manic as Jim. It was gaunt and emaciated. I wanted to scream, but I was paralyzed. It took me a few moments before I realized that the monster I had seen was my reflection. I recall something Eli Wiesel wrote. From the depths of the mirror, a corpse gazed back at me. The look in his eyes, as they stared into mine, have never left me. I stared at the fiend, transfixed, for hours. I couldn't tell who or what had survived that plane crash. This is my story. This will be my last day here. Tomorrow morning I will be gone. The image of the jury standing and declaring me innocent of murder is burned into my mind. He stood and said, "We, the jury, find the defendant, Mr. Blackwood, to be innocent due to extenuating and debilitating circumstances. Tomorrow I will be released back into the world. To be truthful, I am ambivalent about the verdict. I'm not sure if I should be released back into the world. A part of me yearns to be free, and another part of me demands that I be caged. Every night I wake with a scream trapped in my throat, and the salty and iron-esque taste of marrow is fresh in my mouth. I don't know what is worse, the memory dream, or how much my stomach growls and I can almost taste the copper and sickly sweetness. That sounds crazy, right? I know it's crazy. That is why I'm going to erase this, all of this, even if I decide to delete this entire thing, though. I'm glad I told it. I'm glad to get it all off my chest. After the departure of Kenyonis Cattell Blackwood, the prison guard sank into the chair with an over-exaggerated sigh. He was glad to see that freaky-looking man leave. The trial was over, but the media shitstorm still swirled around them. The news stations were clamoring for information. He glanced back and forth to make sure that there were no witnesses before he began. He turned on the computer and began searching for any relevant data Blackwood might have left behind. Anything, a letter or email to family or friends, would fetch a high price with them. The guard found no email, but he did manage to recover a document that had been deleted hours before Blackwood was released back into the world. The prison guard leaned forward and began to read the document with a hungry expression on his face. This would fetch a high price indeed. Thank you for joining me this evening, my dears. A special thanks to every single one of you who checked in on me while I was away, who left comments and sent messages and reached out on social media. I do appreciate it. I know I owe you guys a bit of an explanation, which I will get to at some point, I'm sure. If you are new to this podcast and YouTube channel, well, welcome, my dears. Be sure to like this video and leave a comment below, and subscribe to the podcast as well as the YouTube channel to be notified of new episodes and updates. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to pop me an email or reach out to me on social media. The email is lady.mccreepsta@gmail.com, and I am Lady McCreepsta on pretty much all the social media channels there are out there. As usual, before I go, a quick shout out and thank you to my dark family on Patreon for your continuous support. Family members such as Laura Harper, 66, Kira Powell, Oliver Dace, L. Andrew Augustus, Stephen Aguilera, Casey Eichenser, and Tay the Fluth, as well as every single one of you who subscribe, follow, and comment below. Till next time, my dears, sweet dreams. Good evening, my lovelies. Welcome. I'm Lady McCreepsta. This evening we have a tale about an interesting encounter. This story is off Creepypasta Wiki and is by author Shadowscribe. So let's see what this encounter really is now.